Dimp Digital presents Idle Game Chat.
Cool.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Idle Game Chat. This time it is March 2025. We're going to close out, we're actually going to open up the final month of the quarter in 2025. And now we've got a nice little section of gaming impressions and chat for you to come over the next few hours. Now, I did promise in the last episode that they're going to be a bit shorter because the last two breached 6 hours. And that's the case here. We're at the 4 hour-ish mark, between 4 and 5 hours. It's not exactly sure what the timing is, but we're trying to work on that, as I said. It could have been a bit of a bloater. There was another segment I was going to put in, but decided against it. So yeah, always open to feedback. Do you prefer it if they're longer, if they're shorter? To be honest, on the length, we're never going to aim for a specific amount, either up or down. It's just how the month flows and where we've got time to kind of do what we want to do. But yeah, you've got a lot coming out. You've got Silent Hill impressions, Ghost of Tsushima impressions. Adkins comes back with Biff and Adkins, in fact, come with a shitload of games to chat about. So lots of game impressions on there. A quick update for the Fantasy Gaming League, because I know that's what gets people's goat, particularly in amongst the Dimp crew themselves. What have we got here? So Paper and Hall obviously are challenging out for the championship, you know that. Hall has taken, I wouldn't say a commanding lead, but he's got a lead after 2 games. Both contenders have 2 games out. Hall, Monster Hunter Wilds, an 89, and Salmon, and an 81 for Civilization 7 from Salmon. Logan got him Monster Hunter Wilds. That leaves on 170 of an average of 85. I would say a little bit disappointing on the scores for Civ. They're usually over 85s, close to 90, so that's not been a great launch. Monster Hunter Wilds, maybe 1 or 2 points below what you'd expect, but it's in the window. It's close to 90. It might drop. It might go up a little bit. I know the PC launch hasn't been great, so it'd be interesting to see whether those sort of scores filter through. On Paper's side, we've got his own pick, which was Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, scoring an 81. And then Biff got him Donkey Kong Country Returns HD on a 77. So it's not a great start. 158 points, 79 average. A 12-point average opened up at this very early stage. I wouldn't say concern or alarm bells for Paper, but I've seen it so many times where the person who gets an early lead is able to maintain it because for whatever reason, the chasing competitor seems to make daft decisions, and some of those decisions are opposed upon them because Paper has got Fable in there. Adcock gave him Fable, and that's been delayed to 2026. That was news that came out in March, so another major Xbox release delayed. They've got a shitload of games coming anyway, and they're coming to all platforms seemingly, so it doesn't really matter where you play. You're going to be able to access them at some point, but that was definitely the headline one for me, so that's a little bit disappointing, but, you know, delays happen, shit happens. And Paper's also got GTA 6 in there still, which is his number one pick. He's not going to get rid of that because it's GTA 6, but I mean, at what point is that considered a liability? I'm still sceptical myself. If we take a look at the Grand Prix itself, who have we got in the lead at the moment? We've got in the lead Mr. Salmon. He's got 3 games out. Civ 7, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 of an 89. Orcs Must Die Death Trap a 68, though. That is a howler. His 10th pick. That may hurt him later on, but combined with Civ 7, which is an 81, that sits him on a 238. You've then got Mr. Logan in second place with 2 games out, average of 86, Monster Hunter Wilds 89, and Avowed 82. Again, Avowed, probably 5-ish points below where I was expecting it, and I think, again, it's another kind of Microsoft-developed game that doesn't... They seem to come up, I find, really high in hype, but for whatever reason, just aren't quite getting over that hump at the moment. It's still a good game. Adkins has been playing the absolute shit out of that, so perhaps in a future edition we will get the impressions of that. But he's on 171 with an average of 86. Next down the pecking order is Parky, 2 games out, score of 158. You've got Yakuza, Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, and then Lost Records, Bloom and Rage sitting there. Yakuza got him an 81, Lost Records, Bloom and Rage a 77, which, considering how badly those games can go, that's not too terrible. So he's sitting there in 3rd position. 4th position is Adkins, 1 game out, and it's Dynasty Warriors Origins on an 81. Then we've got Mr. Adcock, number 1 in the draft order. Sniper Elite Resistance, 73. That's his only game out. Not a great start. He's got Fable, which has been delayed. And there's other bits on there, which I don't even know if they exist. And he's got GTA 6 to boot. So he's really praying that that's gonna come out. So yeah, that's the order so far. Oh, we've got Biff. Sorry, Biff's in where's Biff now? He's 5th, isn't he? So he's 77 with his Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. But long way to go. No one's out of it yet, but no one's won it yet. So I guess we'll see how that goes. We did do the games of February in 2025. I was sort of arming and arm at doing it in March. There's actually more games than ever, but we didn't. It was sort of timed out, and the scheduling wasn't working. I thought the episode at that point could go another 2 hours, which takes us to 6 hours. Let's experiment. Let's drop it. But I thought I'd just quickly run through just a handful of things that are piquing my interest. Doesn't mean I'm going to play them day one. Doesn't mean I'm going to go out and purchase them. But things to go on backlogs or go into roadmaps or whatever way I'm kind of managing it. 2 Point Hospital, March the 4th. It's already been scored and outscoring at a decent rate. In fact, as you listen to this in the public feed, you will have heard and seen that's out, so you can go and play that. Split Fiction, March the 6th. That's probably the highlight for me. That's the co-op game from Hazelight. Joseph Ferris, his next game after the wonderful It Takes Two. Split Fiction's looking very nice indeed. We don't have reviews as I record this, so we'll probably pick up on that in next month's one. What else we got here? Rise of the Ronin coming to PC, previously a PlayStation exclusive. WWE 2K25, March 14th. Now, this is shaping up quite nicely this year. They've added a lot of features that people who enjoy the playing or even the simulation side of WWE in previous games, I'm thinking of like 2K19, which was the last kind of great one for Wrestle Sim fans. They've got chain wrestling back. They've added the ability to edit the behaviours of the wrestlers and the AI, so you can kind of tune them to wrestle more realistically as they do on TV. That's going to be interesting to see whether that implementation works as intended. I've got my eye on that. I've got 2K24 thanks to PlayStation Plus Essentials or whatever it's called. And I was going to run through the My Rise career mode and that, but I do have an eye on this. Again, it's not going to be a day oneer, but I am interested in playing a wrestling game rather than doing what I do with Fire Pro, which is simming, AI simming, which I enjoy doing, but sometimes it's useful to get your hands on stuff. I'm kind of getting the itch for that, so that's something I'll definitely be keeping an eye on. Assassin's Creed Shadow, that's obviously a big one, March 20th. I'm a bit cold on this. I think it's going to sell well. I think it's actually going to review pretty well too, but I'm just a bit cold. I'm behind a little bit. I haven't played Mirage, so I want to do that first. I've got it. Adkins has lent it to me, but that's going to be one to wait and see. A lot of noise around that game. I think it's going to break more positively once it's out in people's hands. There's going to be a contingent of people that can't get over Yusuke being involved in the game, but whatever, they're probably going to be the minority. Atomfall, which has looked interesting, I would say. I wouldn't hang my hat on it scoring gangbusters, but could it be a spiritual successor to a Fallout type game? We'll see how that kind of pans out. And that's it, really. They're the only call-outs that I would put in there. Now, there's obviously tons of games coming out, lots of stuff that you've probably earmarked and I haven't talked about. Chuck it in the comments. Why not? If you're watching it on YouTube, or chuck it on our Twitter. I can't remember the last time I checked our Twitter, or even posted on it. And that's not some sort of boycott of it. I just can't be arsed of it. I don't see any benefit to it these days, particularly the size we are. So that's that. Only other note in this intro, which is one of the longer intros, so I really am. Maybe I'm going to get this up to 6 hours at this rate. I think the April edition of the podcast will be a little bit delayed because the Switch 2 big reveal, I believe, is on the planned day. Let me just double check the date again. Should I have organised this beforehand? Absolutely. So 2nd of April, that would be the day after we would be publishing the podcast. So when something like this happens, it makes sense to kick it back a few days at least. I might just release it the week later and then we'll have a truncated period between April and May, but I think you'd all appreciate that, wouldn't you, that we can at least talk about the Switch 2 if there's more details. I hope there's more fucking details in there, pricing and release dates, that sort of thing. I'm hoping we get that so we can talk about it. So yeah, I'd expect that no earlier than the weekend because we'll need time to watch it, digest it, timescales, talk about it, put that in, and then put the edit together. So just a note that it's probably going to be a bit delayed. I am open to changing the date as well. We've always aimed for always done 4 of these now if you count December, aimed for the first Tuesday in the month, but would a second Tuesday work better? I don't know. I don't think it makes much of a difference. I didn't want it to be like, we're going to release it on the 30th of the month and name it, that month, because it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, I'm waffling. You don't need to hear this. You want to hear about the games. I've timestamped this, so you could have skipped it. So if you sat through this and are now annoyed that I've wasted 11 going on 12 minutes of your time, that includes the intro, so it's not just me, that's your own fault. That is your own fault. I can't do anything about that. You should definitely be skipping it now, because who knows how long I'm going to rattle on for here. I ain't going to rattle on any longer because I want to get this thing edited and in the fucking can so I can kick my feet up. So enjoy the episode, feedback, everything. Patreon.com/Dimp Digital if you want to send us some beer money. Yeah, that's that. Enjoy March 2025 of Idle Game Chat. Here we are then, back for some game reviews or impressions, whatever you want to call it, Mr. Apps, with Mr. Adkins, who's once again managed to stack up several of them. I won't name the number in case I get tired and don't do them all. And then they'll never know the difference. Yeah. But yeah, you've been wiping out through. Are these games, out of interest, ones that you started from scratch, or are they ones that were started and then left and then come back to? Or is it a mixture of all sorts of shit?
It is a mix. No, hold on. What I'm trying to think. No, it's a mixture. There is a mixture. The majority of my next reviews will be polish ups. I don't tend to restart unless they're so old and I've got no idea. I mean, it's a struggle now. What I tend to do with some of them is because a lot of them I'm like 70% of the way through and I've just binned them off for the time being. So then I go back to the 30%. But what I tend to do is sort of watch the movies of them on YouTube, like just the cutscenes to remind myself of the story, and then turn it off. So, but there is one, or I think maybe one that started from scratch, and then the others are ones that I started fucking years ago.
Okay, let's get into what's first on the list that you gave. I know it's any sort of order, but this is it. Yakuza 2 Kiwami.
Oh, actually, no.
This is from scratch, isn't it?
This is a from scratch, I was just thinking, and the other one's from scratch. It's only half and half.
Half and half. Those are my favourites.
So this is a from scratch.
Interesting. And this was on, so we spoke about this. This is on PS5. It's a PS4 game on PS5, but I know you've bought the remastered collection, which is on PC because of the 60 FPS not being available on console. So, but this is the last one where you can do that and take titles. Interesting.
Dragon Engine, is it, or something? So they've done 6 and 2 because 6 came out before 2 randomly. So they've done that, but then that PS5 could definitely deal with it. So I don't know why they've gone those Japanese don't care about frame rate. They want dragons and monsters.
So with Yakuza, you've played the first remake, which was just Yakuza Kiwami, if I remember correctly, and 0.
And 0, yeah.
Not any of the future ones though. So you are
No,
sort
I
of
played a
going in
little
order.
bit of 6 because I bought. I think
Right.
I bought 6, and it came, I bought a bundle. It was 6 and Kiwami together. So I was like, oh well, that's random. But I just got it because they come out pretty similar time, I think. So I bought those 2, and then I also bought 0. I played 1 before 0, I think. So the opposite way, because 0 is like a prequel. Where
Yeah,
you
but it
should
was
start,
released like after 5, wasn't it? So it's like one
Yes.
before 6. So
That's
people that
it.
were caught up were doing it in the backwards. And in a
That's
way, it's probably thinking about it because we've got no context because I played 0. That was my first one.
Right, yeah. It's a good place to start.
It is, but also I bet there's references or
there's a lot of
foreshadowing
reference.
that we didn't
Cool.
pick
Yeah.
up on because we ain't
Very
got 4
true.
games worth of lore
No.
installed onto these brains.
So yeah, 0's completed.
Yep.
They say complete. With these games, I mean, they could be monsters. You could spend fucking hours by doing mini games and side quests.
Yeah.
What I tend to do with these games is I complete the main story and the submissions or side quests, whatever they are, mainly the sub questions. I dabble in the mini games, but don't tend to. And then they do tend to have like big sections as well,
It's
like
like a real estate one.
yeah,
isn't
like
there,
a real
and
estate game.
Did you
I
do
think
that?
This one, I didn't. No, I didn't dabble. I had a dabble, and because I think like the story sort of
Sick of it.
integrates it a bit,
Yeah,
doesn't
you
it?
have to sort of do it at some point. At least start
Yeah.
it.
But no,
At
I've
least
not finished
start on
any
it
of
and
them.
move on.
This one is 2. There's one you have to manage a hostess company,
Yeah.
and Majima owns his own construction company, so you have to. It's like a sort of tower defense weird game thing. So you got to do that. So, but again, started both of them and was like, oh, I can't sit through 15 hours of these.
No. So how long do you think you spent on this in total then, given in mind that you've
And,
done the main story and a lot of the main side stuff and then a dabble in...
Did I play it on? I played it on the Steams, didn't I?
Oh, you played it on the Steam? You didn't play it on PlayStation, this one?
No, I didn't. No, 2. No, Kiwami. I bought it. No, I didn't actually. I tell you what I did. I started it on Xbox because it was all part of the Game Pass.
Yeah.
I played about 7 hours on Game Pass, and then I found out they ran really well on the Steam Deck.
Right.
So I bought the fucking lot of them on Steam. There was like a bundle thing, and I bought 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I haven't got any of the newer ones, but once they started doing fucking turn-based. So no, and then like I say, played 7 hours on Xbox, and then I don't know why I was like, fuck it, I've been that off, and then done a full reset and started again on Steam.
Interesting.
Did I play it? I did do a little bit on the Steam Deck. Yeah, I did a bit. Probably about 10% on the Steam Deck, and then 90% on the PC. But I'm randomly before I got my upgraded PC, so on the old 1070
The
deal.
old shitter was dealing with it.
And I played this for a whopping 25.3 hours.
How much do you reckon was left on the table then? Like, if you really dived into everything...
they normally do a completion thing. At a guess, I reckon I was probably about 40%. Because the completion list is like, you have to play every single mini game.
Yeah.
Like play a round of darts, drinking, bowling, karaoke.
You got the old wank videos. Are they still
you got to do all them. All the side quests.
Fucking board game, I remember. I had no idea how to fucking play. I sat down, some nana absolutely served me, and I was like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I forget what that game's called. It's like some Japanese
Just put
game.
checkers in, I understand that one.
Yeah. So it's a lot of that is tournaments. So yeah, I'd be interested to... I've uninstalled it now, but to have a look and see what sort of percent. But my main focus was the main campaign.
The mini games, I sat there and played those and nothing else.
Didn't care about that story, the rich story of Kiryu.
No. So how does this compare to, I guess, the Kiwami? Because these two were sort of made in the same style, in that they're older games that have been remade, essentially.
Yes.
To bring it up to sort of modern standards. What was the comparison compared to one? Was it very much a similar?
Very much similar. Yeah, it really was. Yeah, struggle to see the differences, to be honest. Yeah, like even graphically, even though I believe this was because because Kiwami 1 runs at 60 on PS4 because that's sort of 5, whatever you want to play it on. Because I did play that on PlayStation, and then. So then this is like a new engine. So to be fair, the
Kiwami 2 doesn't run at 60 FPS on consoles.
No,
right.
Not on console. No, not at all. No, only F30. But the graphics were very what I did notice was the facial graphics, like the animations and the skin's tone, like not tone, the pores and stuff on the skin really did pop out. And it's
blackheads
started to look a little bit. Like when it was going from cutscene to actual in-game, the in-game was looking better than the cutscene. I was like,
because the cutscenes probably didn't have a lot of work done to them.
Yeah, that's right. So I was like, fuck me. But other than that, I mean, this is the thing with these games. These days after 6, they did start to sort of reinvent the wheel. But from 0 to 6, it's pretty much a same sort of setup. It's just different story and different mini games and whatnot. Yeah. But the basics, your bread and butter, that's pretty much the same. Your standard sort of, Yakuza storyline, going through chapters. Normally lengthy, normally about sort of 18 chapters. So quite a meaty campaign normally. And they do sort of try and interweave it with you going off and doing stuff. Like there'll be parts of the story where they say like, oh, wait for a phone call, go off and do some other shit.
Yeah, I try and encourage you to...
Exactly. So you do try, but I think because I want to try and get through this series at some point, so I was like, right, can't be fucking about here playing with fucking air hostesses. So I just plough through the story, and I like picking up. I tend to play it like I sort of play a bit of a Bethesda game or a sort of Ubisoft game that I'll try and do what's on offer. Like side quest wise before carrying on with the main story. So after each chapter it'll stick you back into the open world, and I'll be like, oh fuck, there's 5 new side quests, so I'll go and do them before continuing the story. So that's basically how I played it. But for setup and story and for setup and gameplay wise, it pretty much is exactly the same as 0 and 1, to be honest.
What's it like now? This is the second entry, and obviously you've got 4 more to go of the main, of Kiryu's sort of arc. I don't know. I hear he's
you
still
see on the
around.
front covers.
So he's not completely out of the picture. But for his main, I guess, story, like how was it going? Because it's been a few years, if I remember correctly, from Kiwami 1 to this one. Did it have a recap there for you, or did you have to go and do your own job?
It does, to be honest. It's really...
Was it easy to follow?
Yeah, it is, to be honest, because I thought, fucking hell. I had to try and remember. I remember 0 and 1, it was like... Because Majima is like, he's not that crazy in 0, is he? He's like...
No, he's younger. Both younger, in fact.
Both younger, yeah. So I had to remember, I was like, right, so he's obviously a nutcase in every other game.
Yeah.
And as a character, you're like, right. So the story, right at the beginning of the story, it starts off and it gives you the option to like replay a big video, but it like integrates it into the campaign somehow. You can I think they use it as a tutorial. It's quite. I remember thinking this is really well done. Like the way they integrate it. So they sort of say to you, "Are you used to Yakuza games?"
Yeah.
And you can choose to go, I know everything. Don't worry about it. But it does give you a sort of the backstory of what happened in 0 and 1.
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of callbacks and stuff, so you definitely couldn't jump in at 2. Well, you could jump in at 2, but you'll be missing stuff.
Yeah.
So it does carry on. I don't think it's that far after 1. After Kiwami. So I think there's a big gap, obviously, between 0 and Kiwami 1, but I think 2 is like only a few years after. The story again is really good. Like that's the thing with these games. Like their stories, they work so good. I'm surprised they haven't been turned into movies. They've tried to do a Amazon
TV
series, the Like a Dragon, but I don't know if that did well, to be honest. But.
No.
but that's what I think. Like the stories they do play, they play out like a sort of. It reminds me of what's that fucking Scorsese film, The Departed.
Yeah.
Is it that one? Yeah, it's that they play out that. It's a very like crime driven, obviously
Yeah.
like being the Yakuza and stuff. And Kiryu's like sort of like an anti-hero type character.
Yeah.
He's he's part of the Yakuza, but he's sort of like a good guy at heart. And yeah, it's just his story. So yeah, this always is like the main focal point for me. I mean, I do enjoy the gameplay because they're almost like a sort of like beat 'em up, aren't they? They got like that sort of combat that you can go around and do, just running into gangs of people and knocking the shit out of them. That's brilliant. I mean, this game as well, I think they sort of enhance, and it's all in. There's two areas. I think it's the same as 0.
Yeah.
I think if I remember rightly, 1's just in Tokyo, or their version of it, whatever they call it, like the red light district. But where 0, there was like 2 areas, wasn't there? And I think this goes back to that. So you've got two zones that are open worlds. And yeah, so you can just run around there, but there's so many stuff now, like scattered across the streets. There's bikes and neon signs, bins you can pick up and just whack them with everything. They do like, did they have that in 0 where you sort of like build up a meter and then you could press like Y and it gives you like a special, and it does like a sort of like a special super move on them?
I feel like something like that was in there. Yeah, that you build up some sort of meter, but then
that's it.
I can't remember how you'd execute it though, or what it would necessarily do.
That's the trouble. They are very similar, especially not in story, but in terms like the way they are played and the way they are set out. So they do sort of tend to blur into one. So it's really hard to sort of differentiate them. But yeah, I just remember doing that. It's just fun walking from mission to mission. Just getting snarled up in these gangs, and some of the fucking side quests are so funny.
Yeah,
I mean, there's one like Okada's walking around in one of them.
I've heard about this.
There's like it's ridiculous. The people there's loads of sort of like Japanese celebrities that just go over your head. They're obviously like pop singers or dancers or something, but there's just some hilarious ones. You like go into someone who wants to start like doing photography naked, and it turns out to be like a gay thing. It's really funny. There's always this sort of weird campiness about the game, but it's fucking like laugh out loud funny.
Yeah.
And then like when you go into the story, and it's like this fucking like dark, deep Yakuza storyline of sort of like redemption, and it's quite funny. You get sort of two ends of the spectrum, But yeah, at the heart of it, it really does play like most of them.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, there you go. Any other call-outs for Yakuza 2 Kiwami?
No, just a great story. The graphics really did pop this time. I was like, cool, beautiful. Just carries on the story like this. It really is a saga. It's just like another part to this story. But yeah, it doesn't sort of stand out as like one that's like, cool, this really is the best of the bunch.
Right,
it's just sort of one of the characters on this. Yeah, it's hard. I'd like to say that it's got this thing. I mean, like I said, they do try and change it up by adding these new features like this tower defense mode. I had a little dabble on it, but to be honest, those sort of games don't really tickle my bollards, so that's why I didn't get involved too much on there.
No.
And yeah, again, played some of the mini games. They're fun. There's like UFO grabbers, grab machines, and there's like games within games. You can play Sega games like Virtual Fighter. You can play the whole game.
Outrun in 0.
Outrun, yeah. You can play the whole game. They've got like emulators inside the game. They really are fucking like insane. And they're only like 40 gig these games. It's mental.
Yeah.
But yeah, really enjoyable, really great story, and I mean, if you're a Yakuza fan, it is Yakuza. You know what you're getting. It's more Yakuza, basically.
Yep, lovely jubbly. What happens to Yakuza 2 Kiwami then? Does it go in the self storage in the skip outside, or has it made its way?
Yeah, it goes into the self storage. No, not self storage. It goes into the what's it called? Sorry. Into the gallery, not the self-storage. It's a shitter. No, it's not a shitter. It's a good game. Yeah. I'd give it No, it's good. It's good. I give it a silver.
Okay. Yakuza 2 Kiwami Silver. So what's the plan with 3 now? Because it's 3, 4, 5 that are remastered but not remade, so they're old tutters.
Very old tutters.
I say tutters, but yeah, it's a turn of phrase. But
are you
gonna have another big gap, or are you gonna try and keep some consistency going?
I mean, I'm trying to keep some consistency going. With this one, I did, like I said to you, I'm trying now to stick. If I start a game, try and get it to the end and then start another one. So yeah, once I start 3, I will get it. I've got it installed, so I just need to press play and start and stick to it. But I'm not allowed to unless I finish the game I'm currently on.
And then you got Monster Hunter.
It's a long fucking list of games. Yeah. So, it's a lot. I've got Avowed installed that needs being played.
Game Pass jobby.
Game Pass on that. I might sell that Xbox. It's redundant now.
Well, now you've got the PC that's rigged up and it's
going
to blow it to smithereens, and everything's going to be there day and date anyway. And Game Pass on PC's cheaper. Than Ultimate. So yeah,
fucking pain in the arse. So yeah, so that's installed there. But yeah, so 3. That's the plan with 3. I want to try and get 3, 4, and 5 done as quick as get onto 6, and then we'll see. Because I might not like that fucking Like a Dragon.
It's different. Some people
that
don't like it. Some people do.
But we'll give it a go. But yeah, it's a big task I've set up for it. There's so many, and they keep fucking adding to it. I've just released another.
Spin-offs are in. Some of those aren't even that good either. Spin-offs.
No,
they're okay, but they're not like the main meat. So you could probably skip out of them. But then you miss.
Yeah. So 0, 1, and 2, like 0 and 1. I think 1's probably my favourite out of the 3 so far. But they're all 8 and above games. So far, so good, and I'm enjoying them.
Good stuff. Next one, Shadow Warrior.
Oh,
fuck's this? This is made in like fucking.
This is an old one. This is one of those ones that I've had on my Steam for fucking years.
It's not the 1997 version, is it?
No, it's not that one. So that was
2013, was it?
Yeah, 2013. So Devolver, it's done by. Done by something, I don't know. They publish it, I think. I don't know.
Flying Wild Hog.
That's it.
West.
Yeah, did they do... What's that other fucking game? It was around the time or after Gears of War. Was it Bulletstorm? Did they do that?
No, I've got so games developed by Flying Wild Hog, Hard Reset, Juju, Hard Reset Redux, Shadow Warrior, Shadow Warrior 2, Devolver Land Expo, doesn't even have a link, Shadow Warrior 3, Trek to Yomi, and then Evil West is the latest one that's come out.
Oh, so maybe it's the wrong ones. So I've never played this one. I think I've just bought it because it was like a first-person shooter, but you've also got like a samurai sword in it. It's a bit like Devil May Cry. Someone said it's like a first-person Devil May Cry.
Okay.
But it's supposed to be quite. It's quite funny. The main character makes jokes and stuff, and it's like hidden hentai in the game and stuff.
Wow. And this has not been redone or anything. This is just the 2013 edition that's been
2013 edition. So
out.
There was
on PC, I assume.
On PC, yeah. So there was like a old Shadow Warrior game that was like, it was played like Doom or like Duke Nukem back in '97. And I think they remade that, but just like sort of, like they've done with Doom, up-resed it and that. Not new Doom, like old Doom, up-resed. And then, you've got the trilogy of these games. So I bought this years ago. It's one of those ones that was like £3 or something. And started it, and it is really enjoyable to play, to be honest. Like I say, the story's sort of like a bit of a funny setup. The main character's called... his surname's Wang, and there's loads of dick jokes in it. Can't remember his thing, but yeah. So it's this sort of like it's back in its day. It was really like good looking game. Now it looks like fucking arse.
Yeah.
When you go in there, it's like, I'm trying to play it with a fucking 2013 mind, but obviously, yeah, we've been spoiled over the years. So now, like going back, I was like, cool. But yeah, so it's sort of got like these supernatural elements. So you sort of just it's a standard sort of first person shooter game, going through one level, killing enemies. You've got all different types of guns. There's sort of powers in it and stuff. You've got these abilities called Ki, which gives you like you have like sort of force pushes and stuff, and you can heal yourself. So yeah, it's a pretty standard affair sort of game, just a standard. I don't know why I played it, to be honest.
Had you started this one? Or was this a fresh?
Yeah, so this is one I was like,
all right.
I was about. I think what did I
Hold
end up playing
on.
this one?
Just whilst I've got this in my head, I saw you going on fucking Lord of the Rings.
Oh yeah,
That's been started.
Yeah, that was started before the new year.
Yeah.
That does need to go back to be honest. That was its second playthrough.
Was that the first one or the second one?
That was the first one.
Shadow. You planning to do both of them? Shadow of Mordor.
Yeah, play it on PC. Yeah, Shadow of Mordor.
Because they've changed Shadow of War's endgame.
That's right. Yeah, which
50 fucking levels of that.
Levels. No, so I want to do 1 and 2.
It's like 5.
So I played this Shadow Warrior. It took me 15.3 hours to complete, and I think when I picked this back up, I was on about 6 hours. I'd done about 6. So yeah,
well, it's not that short then. It's like pretty meaty.
No, it's
like
quite
15,
meaty. Yeah,
over 10, 15 hours, which
it plays a lot like a Doom. Yeah, it plays a lot like a Doom game. Like when did that Doom first do? Was that 2016?
2016, yeah, when they had that new
reimagined it
era of it, I guess.
It does play a lot like that. You'll just go into rooms and there'll be fuck ton of enemies. You got no glory kills. Is
it hard like Doom gets or not?
No, not really. No, because you've got these powers that you can sort of heal. You can fuck off and heal yourself, and you can dual wield. So you've got fucking like a katana in one hand and like a fucking Uzi in the other, and so you can just rip heads and shred. So you can, I wouldn't say it's a hard game. The story, is very fucking, what would you call it? Wet wipe.
Light work.
Yeah, light work. Yeah, it's just, the gameplay is just fun. Like the mixing it up and going, like the world's brilliant. Like the areas, it's very Japanese inspired. I seem to have been on some weird Japanese kick this year because all I've played is Japanese games, as you'll find out.
Yes.
And then, so this like the setting and stuff. It's all in like a weird Japanese world. It's got, like I say, it's got supernatural elements. But it's just one of those tutters that you have on your Steam profile, and it was one that I was like, right, I know I can smash that out. I know it's not too bad. I attempted to have a little ganders on that, how long to beat, and I think, that's doable.
Yeah, it's a couple of 3 sessions or whatever.
Exactly that. So I just done that and just steamed through it, just trying to get rid of some of these tutters, so I can feel better about myself because my extra long fucking backlog.
No, it won't get any shorter. Any other comments on Shadow Warrior?
Is there anything else you want to know about Shadow Warrior? Have you ever been tempted?
I remember Shadow Warrior 3 when it came out, and seeing it and thinking
2 come out to loads of controversy because it had like loot boxes in it.
Yes.
I remember that got slated. I think because they tried to turn it into a bit more like a Borderlands, and then you had all like guns you could get.
Yeah, had like a procedural thing,
that's
like
it,
multiplayer mode or something like that.
That's right. So then after that, like they, did the standard. Oh, we're sorry. And then when 3 come out, and graphically, like these games are always really gorgeous for their time. Yeah. And 3 weren't too long ago, was it? It was like 21, something like that.
22.
Maybe 22 was it? 22. And I was thinking, I thought, well, if they sort this out, and they've got a funny story with the gameplay, with decent updated graphics, this could be a banger. Yeah. But I sort of seem to remember it coming out and not really doing much, to be honest. So I've gone through 1. I'm not really 100% sure I'm going to go through 2 and 3.
I was going to ask you if that was on the cards. But
it potentially, I don't own either of them, so that's a concern. But I mean, they are cheap as chips. I think I see 2 the other day for like £1.29. It's like, oh. So potentially down the line, but this was just like a tick list one basically. And yeah, so just play. It's like a 15, a nice palate cleanser. Not too much going on the story. If you like a sort of fast-paced first-person shooter with a few lulls.
Is it gory?
Yes, yeah. There's
Nice
quite a lot of gore in it. Yeah, there's like
heads
monsters.
off.
Cut heads off with that samurai
Arms,
swords,
legs?
chopping him arms and legs, set him on fire, blast him in
Can you
half.
cut him in half?
Cut him in half.
Can
chop
ya?
him. Yeah.
Fuck
Like,
me.
what's its name?
Here we go.
Revengeance.
That's perked him up.
It was good. It's like playing that on you. You ever use a samurai in Cyberpunk? I suppose you had them mantis hands.
Yeah, I kind of.
Didn't really
but then
use them.
I like the shotgun. If I'm getting close.
Absolute blasting their heads off.
Just fucking do that. But I remember I had the mantis for a little bit, and I was like, it's not realistic. It's fucking Cyberpunk.
No, that's the thing. What was the game I had? I had another game where I had a samurai sword as a first-person game, and it just seemed so overpowered. You just like, especially with that type of game where there's lots of enemies in a small room, and you just go in and fucking mash heads. Then yeah,
teach me a lesson.
Exactly that.
Shadow Warrior, gaming gallery or self-storage?
Self-storage.
Doesn't bode well for 2 and 3 getting.
No, exactly. No, this is probably one of the best.
Shadow. That joins Suicide Squad. That's the only other self-storage.
Well, the trouble is, I'm thinking here is that in my head, I'm putting it as about 6. So there's nothing under.
Mortal Kombat 1. Bluey's in there as well for your self-storage. I don't know if I've got any other older ones.
Yeah, I probably enjoyed it about as much as I did Mortal Kombat. I fucking hate Mortal Kombat 1.
Yeah.
yeah. No, self-storage for Shadow Warrior.
Got any others in here? Far Cry New Dawn. This is years ago.
Yeah.
You don't put many in there. There's like maybe 6 or so over the years.
Yeah.
Grading history. We've got any others from the absolute bins. Avengers.
Did I put Avengers in there? I quite enjoyed Avengers. Anthem, yeah.
Well, at this point we were scoring them, so it's scored under the requirement to get bronze. So
yeah, I mean, to be fair, yeah, Avengers and Anthem. Yeah, Anthem could have been so good. I can't believe I actually bought that on day one. I was the only cunt to play it as well, I think. Did you ever go for it?
No, I didn't. Oh, well, when they said, we're going to do like a 2.0 and reset the game, right. And I was like, I'll have a look then, see what's going on. And they got halfway through that and went, nah, not doing it, shutting the game down. I was like, well, there you go. That's that then.
That's the one.
Oh, well. Self-storage for Shadow Warrior. Good riddance to Flying Wild Hog. I do want to play that Evil West, though, they released.
Yes, I started that on Game Pass.
Wow, that's another one then.
Yeah, it's another one. That's on, not PC, that was on Thing. But I believe it's now been taken off of Game Pass.
It may well have done. It's been out a while. It's 2022 it came out. So I don't think it went straight on there, though.
Oh, really?
Or not. I can't remember. I feel like it didn't, but I could be wrong. I could be
really
wrong.
Cheap as chips, and I've only played it for like an hour or two, so I couldn't restart. I did enjoy that though, to be fair. It was one of those ones.
Sometimes it's what you need, but Shadow War is not what people need, and it sits in the self-storage to rot. Ninja Gaiden Sigma.
Here we go.
This is what, the second remake of the first Ninja Gaiden? Is that right?
Yeah. So you had Ninja. Right? There's fucking years ago. There was Ninja games on the Master System. You had Ninja Gaiden, and
is it Gaiden or Gaiden?
Depends.
I feel like I used to say Gaiden.
Yeah.
Then I heard people saying Gaiden. Well,
I think tomatoes.
Yeah.
I say Gaiden.
I think that's what I've always said. And I said at one point, and then I started going down the Gaiden route.
Gaiden, yeah, it could be. Gaiden. So this
Gaiden.
The original.
Anyway,
hold on, when did that fucking original come out? So yeah, obviously there was loads of like 2D side-scrolling ones for the thing.
Yeah.
And then this one was I think it came out on Xbox first.
Yeah.
And they called it Black, I think it was called Ninja Gaiden Black.
Right.
Or was that No, maybe there was another one I preferred. Maybe it was just Ninja Gaiden. Hang on. Let's get the trusty Wikipedia. That never lies. Ninja Gaiden. So, yeah, obviously the NES back in the 80s. Then Ninja Gaiden. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So it was on its own. So that's right. So, yeah, it came out on the Xbox. I might have even been an exclusive. 2004. That was it. 2004. The following year, they got a black version. 2007, it was released on PS3, which I bought back then, and that's Sigma.
Right.
And then they released 2 on the 360, which I bought.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't play it on the original Xbox. I bought Sigma on PS3, played it, never finished it. Bought 2 on 360, still in its cellophane wrapper.
Where it belongs.
And then they released Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2 on PS3 again. So these Sigma things. And then there was 3, which was released on loads of stuff, but also Ninja Gaiden 3, which was released on 360 and PS3. Then they released a version on the Wii U called Razor's Edge, which was even better, like the definitive edition that no one played.
No.
And then in 2021, they made a master collection of the 3 best games. So Ninja Gaiden Sigma, Ninja Gaiden 2 Sigma, and Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge. Right. And that's on PS5 actually, and Series X. So I have started that. So I played through Ninja Gaiden Sigma on the PC via the Game Pass.
Right.
Because that was added onto there.
Yes.
And this was, I've always wanted to go through these games and actually play them, because I've owned 2 of them and never finished them. Yeah. I'm not even started
They're fucking hard, aren't they?
They're fucking hard. These are bollocks hard. And then they recently announced a Ninja Gaiden 4 and a and a remake of
Black
2.
2, yeah.
Black 2. So this got me all hyped. I was like, right, now I'm going to start this. So I played through and completed Sigma 1. Ninja Gaiden Sigma. So this is like the PS3.
How long are we talking for this?
So this was a whopping 10.5 hours.
Okay.
So these are very short, these games. I think 2's even shorter, I believe. But that is down to skill base, and I am a ninja. Yes. But I'm so glad it doesn't give you a death count, because I tell you, mine would be in the triple figures, I'd imagine. Yeah. User error. But they sort of play like a Souls game, but sort of before Souls time. Like the Souls games are you have to work out how to defeat enemies. Like each enemy is different, and you have to work. With this, everything's the same, but you just can't go running in, killing in. Well, you can. There is enemies that are basically like fodder, just sort of grunts that you can go in, fucking click buttons, chop heads, and it looks quality. Then all of a sudden they'll just whip out some little fucking beast, and you'll be like, oh, he's cut me cock off. Yeah. And then you've got to play it like a Souls game, and you've got to rely on the parries and blocking and stuff like that. So it sort of puts you into a fucking false sense of security, because you're like, oh, brilliant, I'm ripping heads here, this is fine. But then they'll just chuck a little enemy out, and you'll be like, oh. Yeah. Bloody hell. And then that throughout the game, so it's just like it plays like a sort of Souls game, where you're just sort of going through an enemy. You finding different things. There's not many upgrades. What happens is every time you kill,
progress. Or
it's linear progress. You're just going. It's all set in chapters again.
Right, and the chapters like a level, is it, that you'll?
Chapters like a level that you go through. But every time you kill an enemy, they'll drop like a currency type thing, like an orb, and you'll suck that orb in, and then you can use that to upgrade your weapons that you get, or buy extra health items, which are required. You do stumble across quite a few, but once you dying that much and you're using them all up, you're like, cool. But yeah, you also have another sort of an ability that's like a sort of like ultimate ability that sets you on fire and you can send fireballs out. You can upgrade that as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's very, very fast paced. Because you're a fucking ninja jumping around, chopping heads off. It's gory as fuck. Story is hilarious. The jiggle physics in this game is unbelievable on the wobblers. This is a game from 2004, so it's just updated graphics. So imagine a Japanese 2004 story with the protagonist with hits the size of both of our heads put together. But yeah, these are bollocks hard, and they're not so hard. Like, it wasn't a chore to play it. Like, you do get through. You just have to be regimented, like the way you play it. You just need to. You can't just fucking steam. Well, you can steam through because I've done it in 10 hours, but you don't know. Just the way you play. If you just go in thinking it's a hack and slash game, which it is, but it's a fucking hard hack and slash game, basically. So I did sort of just plow through. There's no extra content you can do on this. There is like a sort of time trial, or I think there's like a survival mode that they added on. I played that for a little bit, but didn't interest me because what I wanted to get to was the new one because it looks fucking quality, and everyone says that 2 is the best.
Wow.
So that's
story nonsense.
Stories, yeah, pretty much, yeah. It's
fake Ryu.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Ryu Hayabusa. It gets a bit weird.
Like demons and shit. I think I've seen the trailers. Yes. Or like weird super. And I was a bit like, okay, it's not like grounded ninja stuff.
No,
it's
like
it
starts off. It's weird because the first level of one is grounded, and then like within the second and third one, you're like, hang on a minute, what's happening here? It really does take a weird turn. Like, one, you're going through this sort of like fucking Japanese village fighting other ninjas, and the boss of that, each level tends to have a boss as well at the end of it. And there's a bit of fucking backtracking as well that can play a part. There's some like a bit of reminded me of like old Zelda, where you had like a dungeon. You'd go down into a dungeon, like I think maybe it was you've played Ocarina of Time, haven't you? Do you remember there was like a water dungeon or something? Water temple, that's it. Yeah. So there's like levels that are a bit like that. So you have to sort of like backtrack around this sort of like fucking dungeon type thing to like unlock the route forward, but you've got to go and collect all these parts, these little things. And to be honest, the fucking maps in this is a bit of a ball ache to fucking know. Like, what you need, everyone. I know this was made before its time, but Resident Evil 2. Yeah. That fucking map that tells me where I've been and cleared off. Yeah. Give me that in every game. So that played a bit of a shit. But I mean, like I say, I still completed it within 10 hours. So it wasn't stressing levels. It was just a bit, quality of life needed a bit of updating. But yeah, it served a purpose. It's just a fun game to play because it's so gory. You press like you can button mash basically, and the shit you do on screen fucking looks wicked, and you're like, I've done that. Yeah. There are combos in there to do these certain moves. You can it does teach you how to do it. It's like a sort of you come across these scrolls and they tell you the button prompts to do it, and you do start to pick it up. But yeah, it's a very parry hidden. But if people say this is harder than Souls, they're talking shit. It's not as hard as Souls, but it is challenging. I will give them that.
Can you get yourself in a bit of a state? I remember you was talking about you using the health items and you buy them and whatnot. Could you get to a stage where you've used them all and not got any money, or does it?
Well, I knew I was on the last level. I think, and you're like, not spoilers, but you're going up a spiral towards, you're going towards the end boss. And I was like, I know for certain that I've just gone past the last checkpoint thing where you can buy things. And I've got 4 health things, and that's it. So I've got to do this end boss with 4 health things. Otherwise, I'm fucked. I could restart the last level again.
Right, I see.
But so yeah, you can always do it. You can always restart chapter
Okay,
select
you
and
can
go to
get back
theirs.
and
Yeah,
you
you
might lose
can.
progress or
Yes, but you will lose progress. And yeah, the chapter select, because when you do die, does it pretty. There is quite a lot of those save checkpoints. They're
any
pretty
mid-boss stuff, or is it always you do the boss in one
No,
go?
they don't tend to. No, there's no. No, there is no mid bosses. No, it does tend to be just one. There might have been one level that had two. Oh, actually, no. Towards the back end of the game, there was sort of mid bosses. There was like a fucking tank in one of them. I was like, oh, I've got to fight a tank. And then there was a boss at the end of that level. So maybe that causes it, but not throughout every level. They're just scattered a little bit.
Not something to be relied upon.
Yeah.
Any other comments on Sigma?
Sigma, no, look, I mean, it's one of those games where, like, the game looks quality, but they've kept, like, the fucking 2004 cutscenes.
Yeah.
So you're like, right, what we doing here? So it's quite funny because the game looks nice, like, you know, doesn't look amazing, but looks good for its time. The character models are really good.
There's that.
Yeah, and then you'll go into a thing and you've got this 90s cutscene with these fucking like polygons. And I remember watching them back in the day going, imagine when graphics are like as good as that.
I know,
And now they look awful. You're like, oh.
You're getting lapped by the real-time gameplay.
Exactly. But yeah, no, it's a good. I'm glad I done it. Like, I actually got through it and done it and didn't realise how short these games are. I think because they would get frustrating if these were like 20 to 30 hours long. Exactly, yeah. And I think a lot of these games are meant to be played like sort of repetitively. That like they have different, you unlock different characters, then different difficulty modes. So you've got like there's like you start off with normal, which is like the easiest mode. Then you got hard. Then there's like ninja, master ninja. So I think they're supposed to be a bit of a challenge and run through them at a time and getting better and better. But
I remember hearing about the character thing, like unlocking. Does that give you a new story, or is it just
Sigma? So basically, yeah, the story of one is this I think it's like someone who this lady that you fancy. She's got massive wabbers, gets abducted, so you're trying to chase after her. Well, Sigma added that there's like 2 or 3 missions where you play as her, and they sort of interweave it to the story. So the original never had that. So yeah, she plays not completely different. It's a bit like Devil May Cry, where you had some Virgil missions. So she plays that, but what you can do, so what happens is when you complete the game, it then unlocks her, so you can play the whole game as her.
But it's not that's not the lore, or that's just like a fun thing to do.
Just
as a gameplay
that's it,
option. Okay,
exactly that.
Nice.
That's it.
What are we doing with Sigma then? Does it go into the gallery, or is it going to join Shadow Warrior?
No, it's going to go into the gallery. I enjoyed my time with it. As cheesy and as outrageous the story was, and took a left turn or right turn right at the second chapter. I was like, Christ, okay, this is what type of game this is. It was enjoyable. Nice little, a nice. I say palate cleanse. It's not a palate cleanse. You know, it could be, but the reason they're playing this, it was a nice. I don't know what I'm trying to say. A nice game, nice enjoyable one. If like I say, I didn't ever get frustrated with it. Glad I got through it. Yeah, definitely going in the gaming gallery, and I'll give it a silver.
A silver for Ninja Gaiden Sigma. Lovely, jubbly. Next, The Witcher 3 Blood and Wine, which is the
I need to do some digging to find out the year I started this.
So I was going to ask this at the start, because I think, and I could be wrong, I'm sure this is the case, that there's actually an option that you can start a fresh Geralt character and it'll put you up to the level needed to do Blood and Wine. So if you've... Because I think, if I remember correctly, like the way The Witcher works, like it kind of ends and then it ends. Like there's no like cleanup merchant. So if you've got a save that has gone past the point of no return and you haven't got anything before that, I don't know if you can access it. I can't remember exactly how it's structured. So, but I'm sure they added a way for you to do, to just create a character and then it will be spun up at the sort of appropriate level. Because from memory, I think I did this on a second run through. Like
Oh,
I remember,
forget you played it
I
twice.
like. I think well, yeah, it's like the most played game on my
Oh, is
PlayStation
it?
account.
Oh,
You know,
cool
those
shit,
two
it is, isn't it?
playthroughs,
Yeah.
playfuls,
Playfuls.
but yeah, and
Are
I
you
remember
hearing?
going through it, and I couldn't really. I mean, it opens up quite early, or at least one of the missions did. But my
That's
level was
right,
so fucking
yeah.
low, it took me, quite a while to get up to the right level. But yeah, I mean, I imagine there's a massive gap between you playing The Witcher 3 and then getting
Right,
hold of it. And this was
yeah.
on Steam, was it?
This
Or
is
was this
on GOG.
Oh, okay,
On
right.
PC. So I've done it all on PC. This was one of the first games. When did Witcher 3 come out? It was like 2014?
14 or 15 now, yeah.
One of them. So this is one of the first games I was like, right, that's it. I'm full master race now. I'm not going back to consoles. And this was one of the games I was like, no, that's it. I'm playing this on PC. So went through The Witcher 3, played it, loved it. But I didn't touch the DLC till for ages. And I think I randomly, because this is why all my game stuff's everywhere. Basically, I bought the base version because at the beginning, and that's all it was. Then the DLC was released, so I bought Heart of Stone, was it?
Yeah, yeah.
So I played that on my original.
Yeah, that was the first one. I forgot about that.
On the first one, yeah, base game. So I'd done that. Then I went to buy Blood and Wine, but realised it was cheaper to buy the complete edition.
Yeah.
So I played the complete edition on a completely different, it's a different game, so it's not got, but it integrated my save, so I've just carried my save over. So, like, on my Steam, on the achievements and stuff, there's nothing there because I haven't played the main game. I've just played Blood and Wine, so it's quite handy that I've got that. But I'm just trying to think when I started, seeing if I can find when I started this, but
GOG to the rescue.
Yeah, GOG. It's taking up fucking ages. But yes, so yeah, ask away.
Was it easy going back so far from when you last picked up The Witcher 3 and for it just to be smack bang in the middle of a save and and again, this is, like I said, the Blood and Wine, I think the level requirements is like high 20s, which is not early in the game. It's like mid or towards like the last third potentially.
Late, I was about level 40 odd, I think, when when I started this back in. I've done this. I still haven't 100% it. There's still lots of side stuff I could go back and done. I've played this for, I've got it written on my phone here, Blood and Wine, 23.2 hours.
Yeah.
So that's just Blood and Wine, that is. Like I say, I could probably do another 15, 20 out. That DLC is insane.
Yeah.
It's brilliant in terms of its thing. I can't fucking log in here. I'll have to let you know another time when I did. But yeah, it was a bit difficult. But again, what I did was I sort of jumped back in, was testing it, and then started playing some missions. And it started to sort of come back to me. And then that evening when I stopped playing, I sort of went back and watched the cutscenes of where I
play.
Yeah, just to, yeah.
Started critiquing yourself.
That's it. I read the Wikipedia entry up until the point I knew where I got to. I was like, right, that's where I am. Stop reading.
Yeah.
And then sort of dabbled in the cutscenes, and it all started to come back a bit. Even like I've got a feeling. When did this come out, the DLC?
DLC came out in 2016.
So I think I played it
after.
I think I may have started it 2017 or 18, possibly.
Yeah.
And then picked it back up in 2025.
Yep.
And I mean, that should have been a full reset, really. But
well, shit happens. So was that save that you were on that completed it? Was it? Had you completed the?
I completed the main campaign, yeah.
Right, so you could access this even though...
Yeah, so I could still access it, yeah, because I was still halfway through. Yeah, because I was halfway through it. I'd started this.
Oh, okay, right.
So yeah, so it's like, 'cause I didn't start this from the beginning. I was still halfway through it.
Right.
But yeah, so I think so because this is like I've got a few saves. I've got one that says on there and it's like dated on there 2016. So I've still got an original save, but I think because it's like it tells you what version of the game, like the fucking patch, whatever number. So I think as soon as you load that up, it either doesn't load or it converts it to the new patch. You're like, right. But I'd be interested to go back to my 2016 save and go, fuck me.
What have I done here?
Yeah, I can't remember what ending. I got an hilarious ending in this. Obviously, I won't spoil it, but
All right, yeah.
I think there's like good, bad, and really bad. And I think I got the really bad ending.
Oh, wow.
It was
I'm pretty sure you got that in the base game as well.
Yeah, I think I
First
did.
time through. I
Yeah,
remember you saying I got, and I was like, what?
yeah, I think it's consistent. See, I'm role playing, baby.
Yeah, it's true.
It's not the canon one. So to be fair, I'd love to go back through Witcher 3. It's such a task because I really did enjoy that. It was fucking. And this, like playing this, it's just that, like once you're back in, a bit like when I'm playing GTA now. Once you're back in, you're sort of sucked back into that world, and it just plays so good. Like every mission's enjoyable. It is really easy to pick back up, like because I'm just playing on the normal difficulty. It's not too daunting. Didn't you go through and play one of the hard difficulties? Is it Blood and
The first
Bones?
run through I did on the main game, the base game, I should say. I did.
The first
time I picked it up and played it.
Oh,
The first,
did you?
yeah, I put it on. Not Death March, the one below that.
No, is it something about Broken Bones? Is it?
Yeah,
Bones
that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I must have
Cool.
played this pretty soon after it came out because my trophies are all from 2016.
Sure.
The main game was like 2015. So I think what I did is I waited for both the expansion. So for
Right,
this to be,
yeah.
this was the second of the two, wasn't it? And
That's
then I
right,
jumped
yeah. I
in and did
remember-
them both.
Heart of Stone was quite short, if I remember rightly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then
it's
this
about
come
10
out.
or 8 to 10, I think. from what I
And is
remember.
it's not in a separate area, was it? It was
No,
like
that's
nah.
it. Yes, it's a
Yeah.
whole separate map, isn't it? Like a good
Yes.
sized region to run around in, like much more colourful and
That's it. Yeah.
beautiful than what's being offered out for most of the tut in
Cool. Yeah.
the continent.
So it was a bit of a mindfuck going straight back in and sort of picking up off a save from fucking 2018 or whenever I started it.
Yeah.
But like I say, it just felt that like once you're back into that world and start to remember, there was bits and pieces where I was like, fuck, I forgot you can do that.
Yeah.
Like that fucking Quen, I forgot how much I lied on that. Just cut that out. Lovely.
Yeah.
There's a bit of protection. Healing as well. I was like, how the fuck do you heal in this game?
Eat food,
It's like,
didn't you? You
eat
can
a bit of
meditate.
food and it slowly, and then I forgot
Yeah.
about the meditating. So I was like walking around with half health.
That doesn't
all the
work
time.
on like broken bones.
Oh,
and
does it
above.
not?
No, you can't use meditation. So that
Oh.
was a bit of a blow. I remember when I sussed that out.
Oh, yeah, and a lot of the
Howler.
oils and stuff. But then, like, just the more you play, you start to pick it up. And I was like, oh, fuck yeah, I remember this now. It does start flooding back eventually. You get the juices flowing. But yeah, I just really enjoyed the game. It's brilliant. And then the story, I started to remember because I was quite early on, I think, where I'd left off. I'd only played for a couple of hours and the real meat of it. And then it got to the point of no return, and it sort of said to me about you like a few of the side quests could be costly.
Yeah.
Like, there's a few you could do, so I made sure I went off and done all the ones available.
Yeah.
And then finished the story, and then more started to come in. So I had another little bit of a dabble. And yeah, I could still go back and sort of 100% it, which I probably will likely do, just because it's nice to pick up and just get lost in that world. But I wanted to get the story done, just to get that sort of, ticked off. And yeah, it's more Witcher 3. It's not a huge, great deal that it's adding in terms of innovative things in there, really, is it? Other than setting. You've got a little winery you can do up.
Yeah, that's it.
Have a bit of that. Yeah, but to be honest, it's the missions you do and the sort of story and the characters you meet, and just the more exploring that Tucson, like you say, that world, a completely separate map, which was incredible, and such a, like, you figure this is a DLC, really can see why they call this the greatest DLC of all time. And I've got to say, I'm not a huge DLC guy. I very rarely buy DLC, to be honest.
Yeah.
Most games I've got, like a lot of the PlayStation ones, I don't think I've touched half of the DLCs on them. You know, that's including some of the big games like like Last of Us. It took me years to play that last Left Behind.
Right. Yeah.
I've never touched Ghost of Tsushima. I haven't touched any of the Horizon ones.
No.
Yeah, I'm not a huge DLC guy. I don't know, like.
Only getting half the stories.
Well, this is put it in the fucking game then, but I know what they do. Well, this is the thing. Then they release fucking these complete packages. Shouldn't fucking buy these games on day one. It's pointless. But
fuck about of it like that.
No, I think it might have even been your review, which Dimp Digital, YouTube/Dimp Digital, get them views stacked up for The Witcher 3. That's still the highest viewed.
Oh
thing,
yeah,
isn't it?
I don't know. I think it might be the highest viewed video.
Daddy, keep that running. They're going to get resurgence in 2025 as Adkins completes it.
Yeah.
But yeah, fucking just incredible bit of DLC, brilliant story, great weighted options that you have to choose. I forget how it's almost like it's better than a Telltale game. It's showing a Telltale game how you do it, the consequences that you choose, the characters, the endings you get for your consequences and stuff. It's just brilliant. One thing I've never delved into these games, which I know you have, and I'd like to. It's going after these gear fucking suits.
Oh yeah, the Witcher gear. I only did that on the second playthrough, but that was good. Yeah, that was good fun.
Yeah. See, I look like a fucking tenor, mate. I've got all sorts of fucking gear on.
Was it this that added the mutagen system as well?
Yes, that's it. Yes. So yeah, you get all them, the fucking lesser ones, and you can upgrade it to the
a whole new tree to fuck around, isn't it?
Yeah, so I suppose that in terms of that, yeah, it's just is there much gameplay? No, I suppose there's some fun missions where you fucking. Do you remember the one where you're like going around? There's like a fucking party thing. There's like some bloke painting a woman naked.
Yeah.
And there's some funny fucking side quests as well. Some real random characters. And then you can do jousting in one of them.
Yeah.
So I suppose there is a bit of like variety and added new features, but it is just more of The Witcher 3, which was an incredible game and has incredible DLC.
Yes.
Witcher 4 really has its fucking work cut out to get back to the golden age, because it's going to be fucking hard to beat, but those CDPR boys are good.
Well, once they get 2 years to fix Cyberpunk, they're good. That was one of the ones we're holding off. Worked out for me, because by the time I got round to it, the DLC was out, so, and that one is kind of interwoven into the main story arc.
Right.
So it kind of unlocks like quite early.
Does it?
It's almost natural that you just sort of go and do it.
I've just started. Well, I say started that. I'm basically just optimising at the minute where I've got that new rig. I've just booted it up to see what it looks like.
It's got to be gone through again.
Well, it does. I would like to go through, and that's what I'd like. I want to play that DLC. So
again, I think on that one you can just choose to do the DLC. And
can you?
Boost the character and go straight into it if you want to just do that.
I'm not hugely fussed by going through the whole game again. I would like to go through that DLC though, so that could come in handy. But yes, Blood and Wine. I mean, I can't think of enough good things to say about it. It looks incredible, even better now. Like now, I can play it on absolute max settings at 4K.
Yeah.
All the bells and whistles. Each fucking air flowing about and no frame dips. Yeah, I can chop fucking them drowners, cut them little cunts in half.
Yeah, teach those little dickheads a lesson.
And then run through it and get the worst ending for my terrible decisions. It's hilarious. So, brilliant. Does
it get itself into the... I'm pretty sure it does. I don't know.
It's in the in the fucking bins with fucking...
bin, didn't finish it.
Yeah. I'm debating giving it a plat, to be honest.
terms of DLC, there's really.
I mean, yeah, it's the greatest. I mean, it's the yeah, no, it's It's the greatest DLC there ever lived. It's hard.
Yeah.
I can't think of a bad thing.
No, even like it's got like vampires and shit. Like
Yeah.
it's like it's new enemy. Like it's,
Exactly. Yeah. No, it's unbeatable. No, it deserves a platinum.
I think this was like when it come out, the expansion pass. I'm sure it was like 20 quid for the whole lot.
Yeah, which is ridiculous. Like, what was Shadow of Erdtree? It was like 40, wasn't it? I mean, I know that is a meaty thing as well, a good DLC, but when you're talking about that, you're getting 20 hours of.
Yeah.
20 hours?
Yeah, it was like $24. I think it was 20 quid over this.
Is it really?
Way. Yeah, it's full the tenner each for those. But as Hearthstone and this and Blood and Wine, that's fucking unbeatable, really.
Yeah.
Terrific stuff. CD Projekt Red.
Biff went through them?
I don't know, actually. I actually don't know. I'm sure he's gone through the game at least twice, though. So
yeah, that's what I was thinking. I know he does like the game, but I don't know if he's ever done the DLC.
See if he responds.
So, Biff,
did you do this?
Did you ever do?
Wow. Platinum for The Witcher 3, Wild Hunt, Blood and Wine, DL motherfucking C. Final game, might as well see it off. It Takes Two. So this has been sitting very close to the end, as I understand.
Very close to the end.
Final
Albert
level.
Scared.
Was he?
He got to a point in the game where there was a fish. He had to go swim through something, I can't remember what it was, and there was one of those deep sea fish, and it ate us once, and he was too scared to finish it, so I had to put it on hold. That is the trouble with playing with a fucking baby.
Mate, he's smashing through those new Astrobot levels.
Yeah,
I've done them today.
Are they?
They're fucking hard.
I'm going to wait for all of them. I did this last time, played them one a week. I'm just going to play away.
I'm doing them one a week. I can't handle that stress going through. Well, it took about half an hour, but I was like, they're like those challenge runs.
Right.
You know, like the symbol
ones.
Oh,
of course, yeah.
They're more like that than the speed run ones where you can die, can't you? But they're trying to fuck you over on these ones.
Really?
They're not as long as some of those challenge levels.
That's handy. That fucking last one was a joke.
They'll all be out for people now, so
they've chucked trophies out as well, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I know. I've given up.
5 weeks.
I think it's 4 or 5, yeah. And as long as I get the bots, I don't care about the trophies can rot.
Yeah.
But It Takes Two. So how did you shoehorn him back into?
So I started this with him in January of 22. We've just finished it. Fucking hell. It's taken us 3 years to complete this game. Fuck me. So we started this thing, and it's one of those games where there was like 3 years ago. So he's been gaming for his whole fucking life, but he's obviously a more adept gamer now. But I remember at the beginning there was parts where I was fucking having to try and do 2 controllers at once to do a jump. But he's more capable now, so it was quite easy to finish.
Trained him a bit better.
Yeah, exactly. Especially for this, like the platforming and stuff. Again, I struggled to find bad things about this game, other than the experience I had with playing it with what was that, 3 years, so he would have been 5 years old when we started it. He's now 8. It's been an incredible journey. I mean, I shouldn't have took that long, but if I maybe just started it last week or something, you could have had that done in a couple of sittings.
What did you play it on? Did you have it?
We played this. Oh, I tell you, I did actually play this and finished it on the Series X.
I did get it
on Game Pass. So I did try and install it on PC and finish it on PC, but there was no cross-save progression.
Oh yeah.
I was like, well, I don't know if I can be asked to go through the whole thing with him again. Probably should have done, but. Yeah, even though it was 3 years, it was still pretty good in my memory, because I remember Yellow Boots played it, so we was like discussing it, so I sort of had it quite fresh in the memory to an extent. I sort of do remember most of it. But yeah, it was another one of those ones where I think we was literally, I think we had 3 levels left to do. And those last 3 levels were quite meaty, to be honest. I didn't realise how big they are. Probably the biggest ones in the game, to be honest.
Yeah.
And yeah, just a really enjoyable. Like it was fun time playing it. Like especially although once you get to those mini games, and when I'm beating him at them, and he starts getting angry that he's not winning,
Yeah.
and then you got to deal with that situation. You're like, oh for fuck's sake! Right, I need to play this with friends. I don't know if this is like what was that other game they released? A Way Out. Can you
Right,
play
yeah.
this online with other people?
I played it well. I don't know if you can play it without friends, but I played
No,
it.
I was going to say, yeah,
I
because you
can't
can't.
remember. I only ever played it with someone on my friends list.
Did you play this with loading or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before he was 50 minutes late.
Really ruined the fucking evening. Just spot. Yeah, so yeah, I remember trying to play A Way Out, and they were like, "No, you can't play it with random." So I was like, "Wow, fuck, I can't really play it with him because it's a bit more thing." And yeah, with this, I would. Yeah, I don't know if I'd be. I don't think it would be that enjoyable playing with a random.
No, I don't think so.
No, I think it'd be quite fun to have a.
That's why they give away the friend pass, I think. So that you buy it once and you can share it with one other person.
Oh, that's right. I see the new one. They've just announced that their new game will have a friend pass, but also a cross-play friend pass as well. So you can have anyone you like, which is a very good do. But yeah, just a real. I didn't know. I mean, I played this after it started to win like all the awards it won.
Yeah.
And, got Game of the Year and stuff. So I went in knowing it was going to be good. But yeah, I really was sort of just like, wow, no, this is really good. Just it's like very clever how it does it. It's just like a sort of a plethora of all different ideas. Like some of the parts of the story that you go through. The characters in it, the fucking book, he pisses me.
The only thing that annoyed me about this whole game was everyone in the fucking game, like the characters, like the 2 husband and wife. I'm like, oh, shut up, you annoying. Like that bloke, he's like a fucking useless cunt. And then the book, Jesus Christ,
the book,
mate,
he's like, what's his name? He's like Antonio Banderas.
Yeah.
Hello, baby. It's
I
so
think
fun.
I played it with Adcock, and I remember at one point, it was quite near the end, so it wasn't like it was halfway through and we were like looking at our watches, but I remember we were both like, fuck me, how long is this going to go on for?
I was going to say,
it's not small.
No, it's not. I think we were knocking 20 hours, I think. I was like, even though that was over 3 years. But still. But yeah, it's a meaty game for something. I'd imagine A Way Out isn't that long.
No, I don't think it was.
Nah. But no, yeah, I was going to say, even like those last few missions that we've done, they were really they really are quite meaty, and there's quite a lot to do in them, especially when you do get sidetracked. There was a few times where you get stumped. I'm like, how the fuck do I go around, get off here?
Yeah.
And because you're going around looking for those little mini games and stuff, you can sort of go off the beaten path a bit and go, what's this? What's this? But yeah, it's very charming, very very fun. It's just quite an enjoy. You sort of forget what it's like playing couch co-op. Sort of, as much as single player games are our bread and butter, and I would always love that way of gaming. It is quite nice just to like now and again have a game like that where you go, oh no, you have to play together, and it sort of forces you to do stuff that you don't normally do.
Yeah.
It was just quite a nice change of pace, really.
No, I agree. It's good. It's really good. And it's like got split fiction.
Yeah. I've got to say, it's made me more hype for that. When that comes out, is that March? Is it? So once this comes out,
so it'll actually be the day in which this podcast drops. It'll be that week, so a couple of days after.
Oh, blimey! I mean, that might have to be.
Reviews might be out. That might have to be. Well, yeah.
We've got fucking Thing and Creed as well.
It's getting fucking bit. I still haven't played that. Mirage.
Oh, cool, yeah. see
Or
things
Star
on
Wars. Just put
Star
GTA
Wars is
5
on-
in. Took his 2 games off him and played 3 old shit games that
3 old shit games.
I've
and then-
played before. 2 platinums though, Death Stranding and
Oh,
Ghost of
yeah.
Tsushima now.
collecting them both.
I'm not
The
getting
real
it.
PlayStation.
Yeah. But
So yeah, it's no, incredible game, fucking brilliant. I implore everyone to at least give it a go. If you've got
Yeah.
someone you can play with, if not, you're fucked. You
yeah,
can't.
just,
That is the only thing.
you're out
Like,
of the game.
was that Brothers? That weren't him, was it? That game I played.
It was, but it wasn't that company.
Oh,
so
it
that was
wasn't.
when
It
he
wasn't Hazelight. That's
yeah,
right.
it wasn't Hazelight.
Well, the best thing about that game was you could play it on your own, and
Yeah.
it still played as a 2-player game. That's the only thing with these games. There is no option to play it solo. So
No, you have
got to
to.
get yourself a friend and a buddy. But yeah, and do play it because it really is as good as they all say.
Yeah, yeah. It really will. I think the idea is great. I think the
Yeah,
friend pass is good if you've not got someone there and there with you in the house, and they try and because most companies or developers or publishers would say, well, you both got to buy it.
yeah.
So if you can
Yeah,
play
that
it
is
online,
true.
you don't get any trophies or achievements. At least you didn't on It Takes Two if you're the friend pass, but still,
No.
it just gives gives you just more reason for one of you to get it
Yeah,
and then share it, and then you're off to the races. So, yeah, really novel idea as well. And obviously, it wouldn't work if you did solo it. I don't think it'd be anywhere near as good, would it? It'd be
no, definitely
some of the
not.
stuff would be impossible to do because it requires timing of both
That's
of you
it,
working
yeah.
together, and the
Yeah,
bosses.
there's quite a lot of sort of platforming in it, isn't
Yeah.
there, as well, really? Yeah. Getting snarled up on them grappling hooks and fucking jumps. Especially when you're waddling around with a fucking puppet-made character. You're like, right. But no, very enjoyable. Works its way straight into the gaming gallery and gets itself a gold.
Lovely jubbly. Game of the Year winner, wasn't it?
Yeah, the game awards game of the year, wasn't it? Mr.
Yeah,
Joseph, can his new one live up to it?
Looks pretty good.
It does look pretty good, yeah.
But the novelty, well, not the novelty, but
well,
the surprise
Disney-
factor's gone, isn't it?
Exactly,
A Way
yeah.
Out was the same system, but was much more grounded and serious and
Yeah,
less joyful. Whereas
Yeah, I was
this
gonna
looks
say, this-
similar tone. There's no fucking book though to annoy
no,
me.
but
So
to annoy, so it could be even better.
could be even better. We'll have to see. Bloody book.
Interesting. There we
Fucking
go.
piping up. There we go. We done it. Got through
Done
the
it.
5 games and the backlog. Will we have
Got to complete
5 or
some
less
more.
games next month to talk
Or
about?
next
I'm
month.
surely under, but you never know.
Oh,
You
oh,
never
well,
know.
I reckon GTA will be in there. So do we review that again once we've all played
Yeah,
it? I think
of
me,
course.
you, and Biff.
Yeah.
A thing. That'll
chuck that in
definitely
there.
be done. I reckon I probably will have 2 Ninja Gaiden 2 done as well because that's another
Yeah.
shorty. Avowed, possibly. I know that's quite short, but
Yeah.
don't know. Potentially there could be 3 or 4.
3 or 4. Place your
Might
bets,
even
though.
give Rival. I've been playing Rivals as well, randomly. I mean, it's not an Adkins game, I'll tell you that for
No.
certain.
No,
But who knows? There'll be
touching that
something to
barge
talk
pole.
about. If not, we're just to talk about the games we're playing. And impressions
Well,
rather than reviews.
Monster Hunter, isn't it? That's out now as people
That's
listening
out.
to this. So we've either been... And that could just destroy everything.
We're 100 hours
Every
deep.
well-laid roadmap that I've got for lining up games, I'll be like, well, Monster Hunter all week, all month.
All month long. Give us that Defender armor. We need
Well, I
it.
know, I might have to wait. Just to steamroll through the
Especially
story.
if them Japanese boys ain't ready on day one,
They'll be there.
they'll be there.
They'll be
love
leveled
it.
up and ready for us. Just fire that flare out and get
Yeah.
it in.
Go, well, they cut it. They go, no flea. I assume
Oh.
you've not touched the betas at all.
No, I was going to, and then I was like, fuck it, I can't be asked.
Ready,
Right.
we're almost there. We're here. We're already here.
It's
We ain't even bought it yet.
No. Well, I will wait just in case the reviews and there's something
Well, that's the thing.
disastrous
yeah.
with it. But
Have you had a look at the specs? The required
what, for
spec?
PC?
Yeah. I assume you were still going to go PC.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what I'm leaning towards.
Yeah. Although it has been enhanced for PS5 Pro, I saw.
How much can you enhance that pig that you played? When you played that first beta, didn't you? Or that test? It was fucking shocking, wasn't it?
Absolute drivel. Yeah, that was bad. Yeah, I'll be interested to see the reviews. I've not really seen any large impressions. I've not read much, to be honest, just to see what the consensus is. But reviews are out now as of this pod, but
yeah,
we've got a week to go.
And people have played it as well. It's out.
Mm.
We're already playing it potentially.
Yeah.
We've already finished it.
Done, 100 hours plus.
100 hours in 1 week.
We did that. We did play. You played it quite. Worlds, didn't you? You played over 100 hours on that in a relatively short time.
Yeah, I did get proper because I went straight into Iceborne.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Did you finish that?
Yes. Yeah. Did you not?
No, I did. Yeah, I didn't know.
Oh, you did. Yeah. Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, I've still not finished Sunbreak.
Oh right. Yeah. Well.
But, I mean,
now he's in trouble.
Missing out
2 weapons.
Exactly.
You won't be able to go back to 1.
Oh, going back to that. Oh, Christ, that will be bad. Yeah, that's going to be a real... It's going to be like that fucking... What's it called? It's going to be like going back to Worlds now where you've got to run everywhere. Yeah. You ain't got a dog or a fucking... Whatever you get in this new game.
2021, the trophies started popping for that. But yeah, we'll see. That might completely derail any volume for me, but I'll be keeping an eye on it. But let's close it out. Bugger off,
it out. No text from Biff, unfortunately. We'll have to let you know in another month.
Yeah. All right. Cheers, Adkins. Everyone else.
Thank
see
you
on the
very
other
much.
side. Ta-da. Experience a masterclass in psychological horror. Lauded as one of the best in the series on the latest hardware with chilling visuals and visceral sound. Take on the role of James Sunderland and venture into the mostly deserted town of Silent Hill in its highly anticipated remake of the 2001 classic. Drawn to this mysterious place by a letter from his wife, who died 3 years previously, James searches the town for any traces of his wife. Enter a dreamlike world and encounter twisted monsters, the menacing Pyramid Head, and the seemingly ordinary cast of characters wrestling with their past. As James comes to terms with his own turmoil, he'll be left with one question. Why did he really come to Silent Hill? So Silent Hill 2 is what we're here to talk about now. Got myself, Mr. Apps, and Mr. Pac-Man, Adcock, sort of horror game aficionado. Although you were saying at the end of this, you're like, I think I'm done with these games for a little while. They're too taxing. So
it's stressing. Exactly. I'm done. Next time I say I'm going to play a survival horror, just say, Tom, remember Silent Hill? And I'll just be like, oh yeah.
Surely when the next Resident Evil gets announced, you'll be like, well, I have to go back for
Resi. Yeah, I'll go back for Resi. I will go back. I just need a break from them. I keep tending to be drawn to these games, and they're a bit much. They take a lot out of me, if I'm honest.
I think we've spoken about this before, but there's been like a slew of them, like consistently for like a good while now. Yeah, I sort of trace, and there's what I'd say is a resurgence, because it kind of seemed like it was on its arse at one point after Resi 6, and then Evil Within comes out, didn't really sort of middling. Evil Within 2, but then really that Resident Evil 7, that Biohazard.
Yeah, that's it. That's the revival.
Yeah, and then from then onwards we've got the remakes. Got the Dead Space remake, Silent Hill 2 remake, Callisto Protocol, which a lot of people. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot in this space. It's been coming out quite consistently, but I agree. Like one of these a year is like tops.
Yeah,
I think, and you could find more if you wanted to, but I don't think they'd be as good. Silent Hill history, because you come from the old class of old school Resident Evil, playing those back in the day, all the way up until the modern ones. Silent Hill seen as, I think a lot of the Resi crowds sort of like, okay, little brother, you're trying hard, but you know Resident Evil's the king. But did you ever get a chance at Silent Hill back in the day, based on what you'd heard or seen?
Yeah, so I played some, I don't remember what, and can't remember if I rented, bought, but PS1, and Pyramid Head was in it. So I don't know if he's in the first one or if he's in all of them. But I got up to like the first encounter with him, so early in the game, and then around there, binned it. I just wasn't feeling it. But I don't know if that's Silent Hill 1, 2, potentially 3. And that's it. That's literally it. You know, kind of kept my eye on the series over the years, and obviously, I guess the only other one I played was the Kojima.
PT, yeah.
PT, trailer, whatever you would call. But so different from anything here, or I think anything what the game would have ended up like. How long?
11 years ago, that PT.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah, that's it. That's my only actual hands-on with the series.
Yeah. As a side note, have you seen the film or films they tried to do? I haven't, but I know a few people.
Yeah.
have.
So back in the day, probably early 2000s, I saw probably the first one, which I think is based on this Silent Hill 2.
Okay.
I think, or maybe an amalgamation of the first one or two.
Yeah.
I think I thought it was pretty shocking. It was back in the days where no adaptation was good, and it just dumps right in with them, really.
Yeah. No, I mean, to be honest, I've got even less experience with Silent Hill. I remember playing one of them on a demo disc somewhere, and I think that may have even been the original one. And sort of awkward control. Although not a lot of games in 3D back then were awkward controls, and you know, weren't easy to play. Anyway, I didn't follow up on it, so never did.
Yeah.
And then, but always watched it from afar. I think if you were to ask most people, they've had more bad games than good. Like, it's been a lot of dross that has been shipped out, including what they did last year. Before the remake of 2 come out, they did like the short message, a little free game.
That's it, yeah.
Like, utter toilet. Like, just like that's not a good sort of. Oh, here's the revival of Silent Hill 2. Here's the sort of first of this new line of games, and it's that. I mean, it was free. I'm almost certain it was free and whatnot, but it was still just complete crap. And it's like, well, what are we doing here? And then we land on Silent Hill 2 remake, thinking, well, is this series just completely doomed? And they put Bloober team on it, which, if I read out some of the games, I'm pretty sure you've played at least one of these, but not the best resume or CV, I would say, off the back of this. In fact, let's start with this one, Basement Crawl, which came out on PlayStation 4. Okay, average Metacritic score of 27. I think it's the lowest rated game on PlayStation 4 for the whole generation. Layers of Fear, which was like the first person walking type simulator from 2016. Observer from 2017. Layers of Fear 2. Blair Witch. And then I think you played The Medium for a little while at least. Or tried it.
I might have had a dabble on the Blair Witch as well.
Oh, okay.
Actually.
I don't think
Medium.
Overly positive on either of those. It was a bit like...
No, the Medium had that... Like dual world, something about it was meant to be like cutting edge at the time, and it really didn't feel that way. It was poor.
Yeah. And then they get handed the keys to Silent Hill 2, which is seen as like the best in the series. And I'm like, they haven't done third person for many years, if at all, like in this sort of modern take. Their Layers of Fear, okay, but not anything to write home about, and also no combat really. It's kind of like first person exploration, and I was like, this is just going to be a recipe for disaster. Looking on it, I was like, you've got Konami, who haven't published a game properly in fucking years and don't seem to care, and then Bloober team, who, yes, they've made horror games, they've made pretty average and some poor ones in the past, but at a high level, happy to have been sort of wrong on that front. But I think it's understandable coming in to think that way. I was a bit annoyed by people saying, "Oh, I told you so." I was like, what do you mean? What's that based off?
And I feel like that was a general discord about it. I remember it being quite negative until the very end. I don't know then if people were getting hands on with it and actually realising, oh, hang on a minute, this isn't a travesty. So yeah, I mean, I wasn't really keeping it. I heard the revival. I think was there a third game as well announced? Maybe a all new game as well.
Yeah, Silent Hill F, I think it's called. It's like set in Japan, I think. So that's interesting, like what that'll be and how that'll be doing. So,
but yeah, I remember not really caring about any of them really, and then it was only when the reviews hit, and I was like, oh, hang on a minute, well, that's meant to be a seminal game, and now I can play it in probably the best version. I'll take a look at that. So that's how I came about it.
Yeah, same here. I mean, I was kind of like fearing the worst. I remember they released like a combat trailer and it just looked awful. Like, it got completely shit on. Then Bloober team come out and said, well, that's an old build. We're not sure why Konami are using that. It doesn't play or look like that now. And I was like, yeah, whatever. Like, complete lies. But if you look back at it, that definitely there's an element of truth to that, because some of what the enemies are doing in that were like jumping over cover and things. Like, that's not really, doesn't fit with the narrative of these like twisted creatures like slowly sort of plodding along. But that's all kind of removed in the main game. So there clearly was a big change made. Maybe at that time there wasn't a change, but based on that feedback, they went, right, we need to maybe tone this down a little bit. But thankfully, and we'll talk about it in a bit more in depth, we got a good product out of it, I think. This is a remake, and it's more of a Resident Evil 2 remake, it's not a technical remake like The Last of Us, or even what they're doing with Metal Gear Solid 3, with Metal Gear Solid Delta, Snake Eater. That's more of a technical remake. They're keeping the same maps and placements and changing the perspective, but it's going to play, the beats are going to be almost exactly the same. This is a remake of like, okay, the old game doesn't translate to modern stuff. Let's just start again and use the key points, put it into a modern engine, modern controls, perspective change, and then go with it, which I think is the way to go for this sort of stuff.
I was going to say, I'm happy to be proved wrong with that Snake Eater, but surely if it's from that era or back, it just like a ground up remake is definitely the way to go. Just right the wrongs, bring it up to date, correct viewpoint, controls, take out maybe all the quick time events if there are those dated things. It just it's an obvious choice.
The thing with Metal Gear Solid 3, from my memory, is like the zones are quite small. So even from that perspective, if instead of it being like the jungle split into 12 zones, you could have just the jungle, and you could crawl around like Metal Gear Solid 5. That you could I would love to have seen that game with a modern spin, but we're not going to get it. But at least Bloober team did that. Start with some sort of technical bits. Did you have any issues with it in terms of crashing or technical bugs?
Or maybe a couple. I had a hard crash. Quite late near the end, lost a bit of progress. In the twisty bit where you got the it was there, and something happened when I was running around that park as well. I think I got stuck in like an environmental thing and had to just do a reset, but no real progress lost. I think I just saved. So a couple of little bits. Other than that, all fine. But a little bit surprised to see that, to be honest.
Did it run okay on the base PS5?
Absolutely fine.
What mode you chose, whether it was like the performance or the
performance?
Okay. It's the first sort of PS5 Pro in quote enhanced game I've played, I think. And it wasn't flawless. I was kind of expecting it to be flawless, and it wasn't. It chugged a little bit in the frame rate mode, not consistently, but you'd still notice like drops now and again when things got a bit hectic. So it wasn't. I don't think it was a particularly good outing for 700 quid's worth of hardware. I was expecting it to be like rock solid, but it wasn't. So don't expect that. There is a bit of scruffiness to it, I think. I certainly, sometimes you'd kill an enemy in like a doorway, and then you'd down them because one of the things is they go down, and you're supposed to sort of stamp them out. How many stamps you need or when to stop, I don't know. That seemed a little bit inconsistent, but the idea is that you can sort of finish them off, because they will get back up if you just shoot them down and walk away. They will come back to get you later if you're not careful. But a couple of times I couldn't do that because there was in an awkward place where James couldn't register where they were. It was in a doorway, and then I couldn't tread on them, and I was like, oh, this is a little bit scruffy.
I did have it actually. I don't know if you saw it, where it only happened a couple of times where I would almost like stun freeze them, and I'd be like, I don't know if it was meant to happen or if something had gone wrong.
Head shaking or
it was just stuck in there. Always those mannequin ones, those like basic fucks, and it would be like just like the shot before it would have killed it. It would then just freeze it, and I'd be like, well, I can just leave you there now. You ain't doing nothing, or it's a free token shot. It happened like 2 or 3 times. That did.
I think that when you first boot the game up as well, like you're on that sort of like cliff face, cars parked outside the bogs. I think it's raining or it's been raining. There's a lot of puddles and whatnot. Like there's a load of like shimmering and weird like walking around that bit. I was like, cool, this just doesn't look very good.
Yeah.
Fortunately, most of the game isn't like that at all. It's very dark and it's inside and whatnot.
Yeah.
And there's fog, which kind of takes away some of that. But I think it made a bit of a bad impression. First of all, for me, I was a bit like, oh, what are we doing here? But I didn't have any problems technically, like crashes, just those sort of little annoyances and some of the controls being a bit off, which I'll probably get into a bit later on. But I think when you're inside like a building or going through like what I'd consider to be like almost like a dungeon, like if you think of the apartments, it's like you go to a dungeon, you do this, do that, and you get out, and those look very, very good. I played in the dark mostly, and if you turn the light off, like the screen was like pitch black, like it was properly dark in there, and I was like, this is some good stuff. So I think it's a bit of a mixed bag, but positive. I think the facial animations and characters all look up to snuff. So this is quite a... We'll get into the narrative, but there's a lot of narrative beats to this, and I think that's helped by the animation and the facial expression. You can kind of read the emotions of certain people. But anything else to say on the technical front?
No, not from me.
No. So a lot of these games are made up with combat encounters and enemies, and there's always action towards these horror games or survival horror games. This is more in the camp of like a lower action base. There's actually a lot of enemies, I think, when you count back, but it felt at least a bit more of a slower pace than especially like a Resident Evil 4, and even like the back end of like, or Dead Space after like, a little while they seem to throw more and more enemies at you. But you are doing a lot of it still. It's not just, a couple of encounters per hour. Like you're going to regularly run into these mix of different enemies. What did you think of the base combat? You've got a gun that you will get and other weapons that you'll get throughout. But there's a lot of melee focus if you want to use it. You've got a dodge that you can use to avoid incoming attacks. What's your thoughts on this part of the game? Because it does make up a core component of it.
It's probably my most polarizing point in that there's bits I really liked. I like the simplicity. I like the fact you only have a couple of weapons, throughout. You don't end up with hundreds of weapons and choices to make about crafting ammo or skill trees or crafting. It's all that's all gone.
There's no upgrades on guns, on James, on anything. You've got the tools, and that's it. You pick up your ammo and your health and the other items, and that's it. There's none of that other stuff to consider. There's no weird merchant upgrading your gun, or you'll deal with it with whatever you get throughout the game.
Yeah, and I tend to depending on the complexity of those sort of things, I do struggle, and I struggle sometimes then what I should be doing, and if I'm kind of hamstringing myself somewhat. So it was refreshing and felt kind of old school just to go back to basics. I quite like that. Has a very kind dodge functionality, James does, forgiving, which I quite liked because I could spam that and kind of, it did take some of the fear away because you can kind of, pretty much dodge around a lot of stuff, even if you are kind of in a tight corridor. The downside for me though was just like the enemies themselves. I thought they were, I don't know, I think maybe this is what put me off originally, back in the early Resi days when zombies were just having their kind of upsurge, fighting like mannequins and whatnot just wasn't as interesting. And there's just, what I found was I didn't really find the enemies particularly frightening or interesting, and there wasn't that many enemy types throughout the game, so that was a bit of a low point for me, to be honest. And even boss encounters, again, not really particularly interesting for the most part. So swings and roundabouts on that combat front for me.
Do you think the game, I think there's a common criticism of Silent Hill 2 remake, is that it's just a bit too long. In general, do you think if it had been tightened up a little bit, and I'm not saying remove entire segments of the game, I'm saying shorten each segment by 20 minutes, and you've shaved off a few hours potentially there. Instead of having to get 4 items to unlock a puzzle, maybe get 3, maybe get 2, do that sort of stuff. So the runtime's shorter. Do you think the enemy variety would have been a bit of a less of an issue because you've got it does? My playtime was 18 hours. and yours was 16 hours. So it's on the longer end of one of these, more closer to Alan Wake and Resi 4 than Resi 2, for example, or even Dead Space. So do you think that could have helped kind of
if they got it down
mask
to like between like 11, 13 hours, I think that would have been the sweet spot here. It probably is, unless, like you said, it is long in some respects. And because it's a lot of the environments are indoors, they are all very good. They are very similar, hospitals, prisons, everything's kind of really shot to shit in them as well. So, it's sometimes hard to distinguish, really. It's not like, I don't know, it's not like the prison in Resi 2 where it's really sort of iconic and, you're kind of remember, you do kind of learn your little roots through and stuff, but they are just more similar, so slightly less interesting. And in most part, I was like, in quite a few of those environments, I was like, surely I'm nearly done. And
you're not.
No, you're not.
Yeah, it's. I think the formula of what makes it slightly exaggerates kind of the issue on this front is particularly like the first two locations, like apartments and hospital, like those almost back to back. And there's like an interstitial period where you go through Silent Hill, but going to those two areas, they are very similar in aesthetic and layout. There's corridors with rooms and doing those back to back, and they've both sort of got an otherworld component to them as well. You're like that. I think kind of upsets it just puts you in the space of, this is very similar so far. And I think it kind of branches out a bit more as once you get past that bit. There's a bit more of a variety there. But I think the damage is almost done because you've just gone through two probably the two of the longer sections as well, back to back, and they're very similar. And the formula is almost identical as well for how you go through. There's like a puzzle, object that you need to find items for, come back to, unlock the puzzle item, then move on to the next bit, and then you've got an otherworld component to them, and it's almost like they're a mirror of the same kind of request to get through, and it's a good third of the game almost. I
quite like it. Yeah, I quite like again the simplicity of that sort of gameplay loop of finding that main puzzle. And then I was like, okay, right. After a couple of times, I was like, I know okay, so find this item, find the sort of 4 components that repair it, and then work the puzzle out.
Yeah.
Boss. It felt kind of old school and very video gamey, and I was like, it kind of felt like familiar and safe in a very sort of dangerous world. I liked it. I was like, okay, I know what I'm doing always.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I do like the formula of it. I just think that those two parts are a bit long and samey. I guess this is the other thing about doing the remake is you're kind of tied into certain, I don't know, like tentpole moments or locations or order of things that is really a problem with the original game really that's come and bit them here. Because if you start moving things around, people will start crying and complaining.
Exactly.
And all that stuff.
Absolutely.
So you are kind of hamstrung into it, but the actual loop of going off and finding things is cool. But again, like some of those, it's like, do we need to do this 4 times? To unlock can we just do it twice or once?
Yeah.
But swings and roundabouts, as you said earlier. I did get annoyed with some of the control. Well, these are very small things, or a small thing, I should say. Like the R3 switches your light on and off. Like if you click the right stick in. I don't know about you, but the amount of times when I'm moving, that would just be clicked off by accident in the middle of a fight, and I couldn't see bollock all because it's pitch black as it should be, was something that I just found infuriating. This is not even something that Silent Hill 2 has on its own. There's plenty of other games that map that specific action to the R3 clicking. Yeah. But I just once again found myself in a right old pile of pain a few times where it would just click off. And I thought the light had gone off or broken because of an enemy, but it wasn't. It's because I just accidentally clicked it. Is that another... Do you suffer from that same accidental click of the R3?
Look, I panic so much, and then sometimes, like you said, if I'd run away, I wouldn't notice. I'd be like, "Why can't I see anything?" And it's like, "Oh, hang on a minute, flashlight's off." Yeah, happened a lot.
Yeah, I tell you what I will say. I do like the mannequins hiding.
Yeah,
like they hide, or sometimes they're hidden in rooms, and it sounds like a really small thing. You think, well, why is that even a thing to call out? But it's just the amount of time. It didn't matter how far I was into the game. The amount of times that I would be coming to a room, sort of scan round, and then sometimes I'd spot it really early and from a distance and think, oh shit, there's one hiding under the desk there. You can see its like leg like moving slightly. And okay, I can get the jump on this. But there's a lot of times when I would like sort of swing round and one would be very close to me. My brain would process, this is an enemy. And the light, if you shine it on there for about half a second, it flickers and then sets the mannequin off to attack you. And every time I'd swing around, I'd sort of freeze and be like, and by the time I tried to respond, the thing would attack me. But I just found something really creepy about just seeing them hiding somewhere. I'm like, why are you hiding and not attacking me? Like, this is...
Yeah, I always found it quite interesting when you go into a room and you'd see one kind of dash off to hide.
Yes.
And you'd be like, oh, he's gone in that room on the left. And I'd go in there, and obviously you've got 4 corners.
Yeah.
It'd always be in the bloody last corner I'd look in, or I'd look left and he'd jump out right, and I'd be like, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. I just found there's something disturbing about just sort of catching one of those at the corner of your eye, or not even catching them and then them jumping you. That would always, give a little jump scare there. I think on the enemy front, they're quite fair with the amount they give you in one combat encounter. And I liked they didn't... it might be a bit gamey, but the fact that you start engaging with a couple of enemies or an enemy in a room, like the other enemies on that floor don't all come rushing towards the room and flood you. Like they sort of stay in their designated rooms and keep mind their own business. I like that, because a lot of games... They're not. Once you've kind of given away your position, everyone's up your arse and you've got to deal with them in that sort of one room. So I liked the kind of segmentation of the encounters for the most part, and the fact they didn't just say, right, now you're going to have... They didn't just artificially make the game harder by just putting more enemies in rooms.
Yeah.
Like there's a couple of scenarios where there's a few enemies to deal with, but they're quite rare and they're sort of specific scenario moments, but generally they were very fair with the amount that you'd ever need to deal with in one go. For the most part. Only thing I didn't like is some of the scenarios that they trap you in, where there's bodies on the floor. So I went round stamping on them all, going, right, they're all dead. And then once I've done the put the key piece in or whatever I was doing, they all magically sort of got back up. And I was like, that's a little bit... There's a better way for you to have set that up rather than have them there, where I killed them seemingly by stamping on them. And they've all come back to life. So I thought that was a little bit cheap, but other than that, pretty fair on that front. We mentioned like the structure of it and the formula, and you touched upon like the puzzles themselves. These puzzles are not gimmies, which I like. They're not like Resident Evil puzzles where it's like solve this simple, puzzle piece almost, and it's quite easy. It's like 4 pieces, and it's like that's quite easy. Like you kind of have to read what's being said. There's like a riddle sometimes, and then there's ordering things around. There's number-based ones. There's interact with this, set the clock to a certain time. There's all these ways of doing the puzzles, and I can see some people getting a bit frustrated with this because they're not. I think it's quite easy to get stuck for.
Oh yeah, I did get stuck on a couple, and where I've got little patience, I just kind of googled the answer. I think for 2 maybe, but for the most part, they were the answers were there, weren't they? You just in other spaces in the area you were in, you just had to really kind of take note of everything and realise that everything's going to have a meaning. And there's a couple of really abstract ones we spoke about afterwards, which aren't necessary for getting through the game, but will give you a bit of a boon if you've kind of figured them out, which was lost on me a bit, if I'm honest, because it kind of just throws you into the, starts giving you information. If you're not really ready to kind of take note, you are going to miss bits. But yeah, from what I read afterwards, they were in the original game and were thrown over to this. So yeah, it's a good little mix of the puzzles. It reminded me a bit more of like Alan Wake 2-esque puzzles rather than sort of the Resident Evil, like you said.
I think in general this game is more Wake than
100%.
Resi, or even Resi, Dead Space, Callisto Protocol. This is like surrealist type theming. So,
which, from what I understand, is different to the other Silent Hills. This one kind of stands alone as a more of a psychological experience rather than out and out horror.
I've seen a playthrough of like the first one, and it's really about like a cult that's in, within Silent Hill. So, but this is much more, as you mentioned, psychological. There's a lot of more fuckery going on, and it sits in the Alan Wake camp. Whereas, Resident Evil, it's a pharmaceutical company built a strain of a medical thing. It got out, and it's you know what you're dealing with. It's like it is what it is. They are zombies because they've been turned into them, etc., etc. As this is like, we'll get onto the narrative in a bit, but this is much more ambiguous, and that comes with its pros and cons. You mentioned the checkpoints there and actually losing progress.
Yeah,
this felt like it got better, but initially I remember I was messaging you. Like, I didn't. The first 2 or 3 hours of this game, and really until I got out of the first apartments and dealt with that, I wasn't that. I was a bit like, this is okay. Like, I'm not seeing this sort of 89s or whatever the aggregate score was. And maybe my slow pace made it worse. But there were times when I lost good 10 minutes of progress, and I was only exploring. And I think that's where this game in some parts struggles. If you go off the beaten path or doing things that aren't key to advancing the story or the actual campaign, it doesn't checkpoint. You go off exploring some shops in Silent Hill that are just like a little side. I don't know. Maybe you found a box that you want to open and you want to go and get some ammo or whatever. It's like there's no timer for it. It's all event based, but there's no event for the game to trigger it. So I do think the checkpoints were a little bit unbalanced when I kicked it off, and maybe it's because I got more comfortable as the game went on. But I felt like sort of over time that subsided a little bit. I think it got to a point where I was quite comfortable that I wouldn't die unless I did something really stupid, like not healing, because I got an abundance of healing items after a certain point. So much, 20 odd of those syringes, 30 bottles of health. Yeah, I was one of those people that when it first started, I wasn't healing unless I had to, so I was sort of running around on low health for quite a bit of it, and then now and again using it. But then after a certain point, I just got to the point where I just used what I grabbed, and if I needed to, and then I was kind of safe.
I always had a shit ton of ammo, but I was never more than maybe 5 or 6 of the.
Oh really?
The syringes and the bottles. Yeah, strange. I could never seem to kind of get that surplus going on those.
Yeah.
But I think especially at the beginning, even when I got my gun and stuff, I was just using the melee, the pipe and the wood to hit things, and I've done that for a long, long time. And even then later on, I would kind of shoot. Kneecap one of them and then finish them off with the melee weapon just to kind of conserve. So always had a massive surplus of weapons, but not so much of the health side of things. So yeah, I definitely had times where I would die, especially when you've explored a lot to get to the point you're at, and you're like, hang on, where have I been? Because there was health there was ammo there. I kind of want to get it all, because that's the thing. It's not like you start with the things you've got. It's like a sort of hard reset from your last save point, so you got to collect all the same items again, and consumables, and then get past the bit you're on. So I just ended up knowing where my sort of nearest save point was, and it just kind of scum saving quite often. Yeah,
going back.
Yeah.
There's a few times I did that because I was like, this is just going too long. And it's one of those things. It's I get why they do it, 'cause it's you'll lose progress, so you get a bit more tense. But when I restart the game and replay that part, I'm going to run through most of it because I know what is and what isn't a threat, and I'm just doing the encounter just to get through it and then get into where I need to be. It doesn't have
it doesn't have what they want. It just makes you frustrating, and if it happens twice, you're just like, I'm just bored of this. Just like you said, I'm not scared. I just want to see the next bit of the game now. Come on.
Yeah. It's a mixture of checkpointing and auto-saving and manual saving this, so not dissimilar to how a lot of the games are working kind of these days. To help you with your exploration, they've got this sort of map, which I like, that James brings up, and when you interact, say, with a locked door or I don't know, a locked box or something, he will get out the map in game and put a little red marker on it, and then when you open the map in the inventory, or just he pulls it out of his pocket, I think you see it in game, it kind of has those markings on there. So the map itself is not like Resident Evil 2 where the room will be coded red if there's still items in there for you to get, and green if you've got everything. So it's not like one of those super collectible find everything type maps, but it is a really good indicator of where to go, what to do. And I like the fact that it sometimes just translates the key points of a note. So it might just be a code that's been written on a note somewhere, and he just writes it on the side of the map and points it to like the locked part. So you haven't got to go through all your inventory and find all the notes. But I think the map is because I always back that sort of Resident Evil map that has the green and the red, but it does make me like just going around the route, like constantly just hovering around to find stuff, and it's actually a bit too much information. I kind of appreciate being able to just, you know, ignore that for the most part. If I miss something, it's not the end of the world. Whereas that game was like telling you, it's like, no, you know, it's still red. What have you missed? I'm like, oh, might be a key item or something. But
I'm the same. For me, that is top tier because I'm useless at finding things. So just to know if I've cleared out a room, I can just forget it. That was really helpful in the Resi game. So this is a very good map. So one rung below for me, but
it depends what you're going for, doesn't it? Yeah, if you want to get everything, that Resi map's just unbeatable. But if you want to just sort of not worry about that, then this is actually a good map. It tells you where you need to go, shows you where you locked doors, shows you where you can't go, highlights things that are of interest, and then you can kind of use that to plan your next kind of movement. Did you play with headphones on or off?
No.
So the radio static's another sort of element they've got to this game. So there's a radio you pick up, and it statics when there's enemies nearby. Essentially, is the way it's supposed to work. That comes out of the DualSense, which I didn't hear most of the time because I had headphones on. But when I like had a session and just listened to it, I was like, that's actually really like cool use of it because it's in the area where sort of his radio will be clipped sort of down by his belt somewhere, and it's coming out of the controller. I just like that little touch to it.
I did use headphones once for one encounter. You probably know which one. It was a boss fight towards the end. And I died a lot of times on that, actually. And I was really struggling. And I thought to myself, hang on a minute, this is probably going to be easier with those headphones on. And it made a big difference to me. And playing it in the pitch black so I could actually, completely see as much as I could. Yeah, but I really struggled with that encounter.
Headphones are a bit of a cheat code in games. Like the amount of times, even like just wandering around the corridors, you just hear where things are nowadays. Like you can just map it in your head and be like, okay, there's a noise coming in from that room, for example. I know what room it is. Let's get ready. And particularly in boss fights where they move around a lot and they might get behind you, you want to know where they are rather than flapping around. You've already turned your light off, as we've discussed 3 times, and it's just one of those things. But I like that little radio tip-off. What do you think of this as an element? When you kill the enemies, I'm almost sure this is correct. At least I didn't notice it. They don't drop any resources. No health, no ammo, and all your health and ammo is picked up from opening drawers or things lying around. What do you think of that? Because I'm so used to like Dead Space, you'll stomp an enemy and it will drop some ammo for you. Or Resident Evil, they'll drop, I don't know, grenade. They drop stuff for you when you kill them, so you're not burning through your surplus of ammo and whatnot.
I don't think I was really sort of cognizant of it at the time, but I know that it definitely made me, especially in the town where it's open, I just avoided everyone. I didn't engage because I did, I guess, abstractly realise, hang on, there's no point in me, there's no benefit for me fighting you, like it's not like you're in a building, you're clearing an area that you've got, high traffic area you're going to have to go through. It was just like, getting offered nothing here, so I'm just gonna leave skidoodle around you. So like I said, never really thought of it until you said it, but it did, I guess, change the way slightly that I played the game because
I was still pretty much into killing everything for the most part, especially inside a room or something. So I just didn't want to have to come back there and deal with. My fear is like something happens, there's more enemies from somewhere else that you put in, and the enemy you ran past the first time, and I was like, and some of those enemies that slide on the floor, they follow you for fucking ages anyway. They're not nice to have to deal with. The game's called Silent Hill 2, so it's set in Silent Hill. I was somewhat surprised that you do spend a lot of time in the town, sort of out on the streets. Like everyone knows there's fog, sort of obfuscating your vision and whatnot, and what you can and can't see. So you can only see 5-10 feet in front of you or whatever. But I was quite surprised at how it was just a big, for the most part, a big corridor for you to go to the next location on. Like, there was no... You can explore. There's definitely moments where you can explore, and I remember I got like a trophy for finding something like quite far away from where I was supposed to be going. But the constant kind of narrative is, oh, Silent Hill's kind of a character in itself, and I was like, I didn't really feel that in this, because you spend, I don't know, 15% of your time perhaps critically on that path, and it is just used as like, oh, we need to get to the next location, and that's where you're going to spend the bulk of your time and where a lot of the story is going to take place. Was you expecting more things to be getting on with, or like a whole section dedicated to exploring the town? Because it just felt like it was there to get through rather than there to explore.
Yeah, like that map was like as big as like one section of like an Alan Wake area. I found just like a sort of T junction, two roads really, and that's the town. I think that it really. I spoke to another mate of mine who played it. I think he binned it, and he said he was really disappointed. It sort of presented itself as like semi-open world, but then there was nowhere to actually go apart from where you needed to go. And I was like, well, yeah, but it's a PS2 era game or PS1 era game. Like,
yeah.
What would you expect? And I think that's the thing for me. I guess, when you think of what it's made from, and it is, although a grounds up remake, it is beat for beat, hitting those beats. It's not going to be anything else. So, no, I was all right with it. And I quite, like I said, the simplicity of it, I don't know. I like it. There was definitely a strong point for me where it was really not overly complicated. And I don't want to be going into these horrible locations if I don't need to be going there. So,
true.
For the most part, I know, like you said, there's a couple little side bits where you might get some resource and stuff, but if you don't go somewhere, you're not going to miss out on too much. And I kind of appreciate that, if I'm honest.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Let's move on to like the narrative piece. This is like one of the stronger bits, and the atmosphere and whatnot, I guess, because that's kind of all tied into Silent Hill 2. I think it's like I said, it's more of a Alan Wake 2 than a Resident Evil. If you compare the two narratives between those games, it's night and day in terms of how they interact with you as a player and how they communicate to you, and what they communicate when is a lot different. As we mentioned, Resident Evil, it is what it is, and at all times, other than maybe like a character's intention, like, oh, what's this? Why is this castle king? What's his motivate like? But for the most part, why things are happening and when. There might be a twist somewhere along the line. Whereas these games, these atmospheric and these psychological, as they kind of paint themselves as, straddle or try to straddle this sort of fine line of ambiguity so that it fits in that mold and you're not being spoon-fed everything, but also a level of confusion. And I think sometimes they get it right. I think a lot of times they get it right, but also there's times when it doesn't. And I felt like I just need just a little bit more, not much, just a tiny bit more in some areas. But once I got through it all, I was like, okay, I kind of think I get what's going on here. But it's hard to recommend games like this because people want the story and want to be told what's going on, and that's fair enough, but this just isn't one of those. Don't come into this game expecting to be spoon-fed with clear objectives and outcomes and motivations. Like a lot of the stuff is sort of backloaded as well, so in the early goings you're kind of just you don't know not why you're doing it. You're going there to find your wife, but as to why things are happening, you're like, what's going on here? And even once it's all concluded, there's still questions people have. But where do you sit on this narrative direction that some games take, and I guess with the wrapper of Silent Hill 2, and whether it does a good job of delivering that?
Yeah, I think especially when you consider like the year this was made in, it was definitely ahead of its time narratively. I quite like it, and this is probably my preferred storytelling, where big picture, broad strokes, I could tell you what was happening, and then the game finished, I had my take on it, but then you read other people's theories and you pick up on the bits that went over my head. And like how some of the interactions were actually being perceived by other people and their theories, and it kind of elevates it all for me then, because I'm like, oh yeah, do you know what? And I probably wouldn't go through it again, but that's the kind of bit where I'd like think to myself, I wouldn't mind going through it now, knowing what I know now. What you know, I know there's probably not any. I don't think Konami have ever stated what's everyone's motivations are, but you know, when you read people's reasoning, it kind of makes sense. And it'd be kind of nice to see it, knowing the sort of outcome, really.
Yeah.
So it definitely was a strong point for me, especially when you think it's a, I don't know now, 20, 25-year-old story. Like, it still did hold up for me.
Yeah, no, I think this is definitely a strong point, and I understand people don't like these type of games because they feel it's a bit of a cop out or it's too pretentious or whatever. But I think like you said, it's nice. I do love it when I finish a game and I feel like there's interesting things to go and read about afterwards.
Yeah, I ended up watching every like ending, for like 45 minutes just to sort of see what was going on. And I was like, I don't normally do stuff like that. And I was like, I just want to know what can happen and how you kind of achieve those endings.
Yeah, there's like a GameSpot video. I think it's like psychologist breaks down Silent Hill 2 remake. That's it's only like 20 minutes long. That's quite interesting just to kind of get like I guess a professional's take on what's going on. He's a fan of the game and the original as well. But I do like it when I finish something and I want to go down a rabbit hole and find more about it. And Alan Wake 2 is kind of the same. Whereas you're just not going to do that with Dead Space. There's no real need to. There's no need to for Resident Evil. Even the Evil Within, there's no real need to. They kind of explain that in simple terms about what's going on. In what actually, when you first start, you think, oh, this is a bit... what's going on here, but you get to understand all that, whereas this does have some elements that you're, like you said, broad strokes, you're like, yeah, that's my version of events there, and you sort of read up and go, have I inferred that, not even incorrectly or correctly, but differently to someone else?
Yeah.
I think that is a positive. And the thing that helps is just the atmosphere of this game. Like, it's super, like the music, the sound design, and the visuals, that once you're kind of inside an area, it's super tense at times. Like, it really holds that atmosphere strongly, I think, whereas a lot of games lose it throughout. This does a good job of keeping it. And even in like parts of the game where it's like daylight still, like it's a bit lighter, and you're like still not at ease here, because there's just something about this game. There's always some subtle noise going on in the background. The music's not really like one of those soundtracks that you hear. Like Alan Wake 2's music is like a key point. It's like, there's bands and whatnot. Whereas this is like very low key on that front, but the sound design is, I think, incredible. It doesn't rely on like cheap jump scares as well.
That's it.
For the most part.
Atmosphere is probably its best point for me in that, because I found this quite hard to play, and it was so like dark, and like areas are so awful to go around. Like, the enemies didn't bother me, and that's what's interesting about that dodge button. I never felt particularly scared, but every time I got to a new area, I was like, this is just more and more decrepit. I'm going deeper and deeper underground. I'm like, what? In one section that you go comically down like this stairs where I thought something had gone wrong. I was like, I must have gone down about 200 stairs into the ground here. It was very, 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 like, the atmosphere, it was horrible, but good. Like, real strong suit for me.
Yeah. I think that they've done a good job with narrative and atmosphere. I think narrative not so much, because I don't think that necessarily has to be on point for a horror type game. But it does elevate it when it's right, and obviously the atmosphere is completely key, and the game functions in a modern way and has tight enough controls where it all kind of comes together actually quite nicely when you take a step back. Have you got any other notes or comments or thoughts flying around in your head? Because you could do a whole spoiler cast on this as well. People talk about their theories, but we won't do that because people still want to play it. But is there any other kind of areas of the game that you don't think we've touched on, or little stories?
No, not really. Just that I'm glad I played it. I enjoyed it. It was definitely a higher. I probably came in, I didn't think I was going to enjoy it as much as I did.
Yeah.
Interesting to see how much a game like Alan Wake kind of riffs off of this, and in my opinion, maybe expands on it and like improves upon it. But I'm glad this is like, I like this sort of remake. I don't mind any remake, to be honest, because I feel like you can either let it pass you by or
Yep.
or like this. I'm like, I missed that one, and now I can play it in modern way. So I was really glad it happened actually, and that they didn't fucking drop the ball on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it really from my point of view.
Yeah, I'm happy that we've got this, what's seen as like a seminal game. Not even at launch. I mean, if you look at the reviews, actually, they're not actually that high. It's one of those things that over time people have, they scratched further beneath the surface. I was like, oh, hang on, they're actually doing something very good and clever here. It kind of got more of a cult following.
Yeah.
And it's always, every time there was a re-release, they fucked it up, whether it be the HD remasters, but they completely crapped all over the visuals and changed some of the dialogue. I just thought they were never going to. This is one that will never get back, and they have, and they've done a really good job of it. So you've kind of got this modern version that can be ported forward, unless there's some massive advancement in controllers or how we perceive games should control in third person. This will work for generations to come, in theory, because the control scheme's modern enough.
Yeah,
and we're kind of getting to that space where we're getting some of these old games back and they can kind of live on. We're still missing Resident Evil 1. I know we mention it all the time, but that GameCube remake's not it, unfortunately. But
no, and I wonder if they should have just done that before too, because I feel like the way they've done it now, it seemed a bit of a backward step to do that, but you never know. A complete remake might be a good thing.
Yeah, I'd absolutely take that. But let's do the grading then. Silent Hill 2, Bloober team. Did they pull it off? Does it go in the gaming gallery for you?
It does for me, yeah.
Yeah, same for me. It was it's an easy... Something that I came into with arms crossed as well, and then was won over quite well, not easily, but was won over by, certainly by before midway. But I said those open few hours, a bit like, it's all right. But when I finished it, I was like, yeah, that was really good, actually. Where are you going to put it? You can give it a platinum, gold, silver, or bronze. I don't know if you want any references for older stuff, but...
No, I know where I'm going to put it. It's like, it might seem a little bit harsh even because, but my reasoning is this. So it's going to get a silver, and purely because I gave Alan Wake 2 a gold, which maybe in hindsight should have gone up to platinum, but it didn't. It's gold. And like I said, I felt like playing this, I think I said to you after I played it, I was like, just made me fall in love with Alan Wake 2 even more, because I was like, that is very, it's not very similar, but it's got very similar vibes to this, but they've just improved, in my opinion, in every single way. Like, truly is an incredible game, and this is a very good game, but it is obviously based on old bones, and they've done an admirable job to bring it up to speed, but it feels... I liked it. I enjoyed it because it was such a throwback. Like the gameplay loop, the combat, the lack of, weapons, skill trees, and anything sort of semi-complicated. But yeah, I just feel like a game like Alan Wake 2 that was a lot more complicated, but in really interesting and new ways. If that's getting a gold, this is a silver, a very good silver, banging on the door of a gold.
Yeah. That's fair enough. I'm going to give it a gold. Alan Wake 2 got a platinum for me, so it's not even a dissimilar thing. No. But I think it's a really, really good game. If you're into your horror or your survival horror, however you want to categorise these games, it's kind of like, I'd say a must play. If you're on the fence, I'd say give it a go, but just keep in mind about these stories not being spoon-fed to you, so you're going to have to deal with that at some point. I can imagine Biff playing this and being like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, so I'll stop playing. I can see people getting to that conclusion, but that's the same conclusion a lot of people would get with Alan Wake too, which is arguably more of a mind fuck, because it's so deliberately trying to fuck with you, and it's not ashamed about even, telling you that to a certain extent, that, I can see people getting wound up with that. But this, from what could have been, and on paper, if you add up all the elements, looked like it should have been like a bit of a shit show. They've pulled it out of the bag and done a really, really good job. So happy to see that. Happy that Bloober team finally get some good recognition. Although I didn't like their arrogance of like, oh well, what did you expect? It's like, well, do you not know what you've released before? So you're then going to third person with, but fair enough. They've done it. Wish list of sorts for a future Silent Hill game. Doesn't have to be done by Bloober Team, but I'd actually like to see them do their own effort at Silent Hill, not attached to any remake, not attached to 2. It's like you come to us with some ideas on your narrative and whatnot. Take inspiration from where you want, but have a go at it. I'd like them to do a Resident Evil Village style. I mean, just in structuring where, you know, there's a central hub, the village.
Yeah.
You go to your areas, you go to the castle, whatever it is, the start of the dungeon areas, I guess. Do that, come back, it opens up new paths, a bit more of exploration, you learn more about the town. Like, having the town to be a central area rather than somewhere you just transit through. I'd like to see that take on it. And I think Village actually is a good blueprint for that, because there's a lot of that in that game. The only thing I think would have improved Village is if you were able to do the locations in any order you like. Yeah. And maybe that's something that a future Silent Hill 2 game could do. But I'd like to see that at some point, someone have a go at that, and then make Silent Hill the actual character that it's claimed. But any wish lists for your future Silent Hill games?
I don't know really, because I don't know enough about it. To be honest, like I said, that rabbit hole, I went down it with Silent Hill 2. I probably need to go through it with the series, because I still know nothing about, you know, anything about the other games particularly. No. So
there is a lot of dross though. I mean, they've done it to themselves.
Yeah. Like, I wonder if there's anything else. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, obviously the Kojima game we're never going to get would be the wish list one, to see what he would have done with it. I guess we probably never would have got this had they.
No, yeah, I mean, there's no, and that would have been first person as well, so it would have been more like Resi, 7 and Village, which isn't a bad thing, but
no,
it would have been a different game, that's for sure, and whatnot. But yeah, I suppose all's well that ends well. Kojima's off doing Death Stranding and Death Stranding 2, which I'm a big fan of, and we got to see Silent Hill 2, the classic, remade and executed up to a very high standard, so...
Yeah, it could be worse.
Could definitely be worse, that's for sure. It's just Alone in the Dark that's been left behind now, their sort of reboot that didn't really do that well.
Yeah.
So I might put that on a list somewhere and just go through it just to have it done.
But
if I can get through the Callisto Protocol, which I don't think is as bad as what the scores are, then surely that will be okay.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We will see. Anyway, Silent Hill 2, the remake, gets itself a silver and a gold. And we'll be back with the next segment of Idle Game Chat. Ta-da. Biff. Games.
Yeah.
Good, didn't they?
Excellent. Can't get enough.
Well, sometimes. We'll see. Got 3 games on the docket here that you've been playing. Been a while since you've had you on. You actually played more than this, I think, but...
Yeah, these are the 3 main ones.
These are the 3 main ones, and the most recent ones. I'd say you've been playing Astrobot, but I know that kid's been nicking all the time on that, so...
Yeah.
There's new content coming every week. I hope you've been sharing... There? Yeah, there's loads of new... If you've not played it since launch, it's probably about 5-6 new levels. Like, did you play the Christmas one?
Yeah.
Right, okay. So after that, there's been like a couple more. But they're those speedrun levels, they're quite fucking hard.
Yeah, Quinn don't like those.
I don't like them either. But I expect he's not throwing his controller at the telly. I hope he's not.
Yeah, I hope he's not either.
No, he's got no hope. But got a few games to speak about from all different time zones and time periods. We'll go with the most recent one in terms of when it was released, because this one was... You were looking at this, it seemed like for years. It's Black Myth Wukong. Now, This is the game that on the trailers looked almost unbelievable. Like, I looked at it and I thought, that's not real. It won't look or be anything like that. So I'm interested to see how this pans out. But just from that perspective, you were seeing the trailers as well, and I assume that's what kind of got you interested into it. Does it look as good as it was shown, or is it a massive downgrade, or is it a little bit of a downgrade but acceptable? Because I feel like no game ever looks as good as it's first shown, but this had some very interesting stuff going on.
It does look pretty good. I'll give it its due. It's not as good as what I thought it was going to be from its launch. It's not a million miles away, but it's far enough that you'd notice it, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it does look pretty decent.
Well, it came out in 2024, back end, what was it, August time, I think, and there was no planned physical release of it at the time. So I was very surprised to see you make a purchase because you're normally physical only, and this came out and you went off and went, right, no chance, I'm going to just get it close to release, if not maybe a few weeks after release, but
yeah, a little bit after.
Didn't get any discount, I assume, on the digital release. It was too soon, so I had to pay full whack for it, and then couldn't even trade it in once you were done with it. How painful was that?
Agony. I like to just play it and trade it, especially because I knew the sort of game it was going to be. I thought if it's really hard,
there's a chance.
I'm just stuck with this now. And there's nothing I can do. I can't even shift it on to let somebody else have the misery.
Yeah, I mean, even more sickening for you is in December they released a physical version of it. So
yeah, thanks for that. So,
I don't know why I don't know what that's all about. It's annoying because you just want to know, don't you, as a consumer? You want to know either way, is it coming? If they'd said it's coming in August, but in December there'll be a physical version, you'd have just waited, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But they revealed it after
maybe
the fact.
that's probably why they've done it. So I'd definitely buy it.
Yeah, absolutely. So this has been described as perhaps a Souls-like game. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but one of the things that I think has turned people off, and not to say that it's not done very well, it has done very well sales-wise. It's absolutely blown up the charts. It was nominated for Game of the Year in several different awards ceremonies. So it's one of those kind of breakout games. But one of the things that were concerning for some people was the difficulty level of this game. Put it to bed, is it hard?
It is hard, yeah.
How hard, though? Because we've played rock hard. I mean, you've had a dabble. Elden Ring, did you ever dabble at that? Or Bloodborne and those types of...
Yeah, I've done Bloodborne and Elden Ring. I didn't complete them, but I had a go at them. I've done Sekiro as well. I completed that one.
You did that? It's the hardest one of the lot.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I thought with Sekiro there was a little bit of logic to it.
You're right.
But with some of the others, I just find there wasn't any logic. I remember just fighting some of the bosses with like a massive crab, but you could roll under it, and I'd be like, well, I can't do that in real, but yeah. So I had my beef with them, and this is a little bit more in that category where sometimes the boss fights aren't very logical.
They're just too big sometimes, I find.
You can't. The camera can't cope with how big the boss is, and you can't turn the camera to see where it's coming from, and sometimes it's on top of you, and you're just like, oh, now what? I don't know.
Yeah.
Really struggled with a few of the bosses on it.
Yeah.
But it is fucking hard, yeah. It is hard. I found it hard anyway.
Okay, so you'd say it is in that difficult category if people are looking for that. Does it have the same sort of punishment of when you die you lose XP or souls or whatever they were called? And is there like a punishment of... I remember on Bloodborne getting sick of having to run to the bosses each time. You run through half a fucking gauntlet to get there and only get killed in 2 hits by a Bloodstaff beast and have to run through the village again. Those cunts with fucking flame thrown at you and all this shit. And it used to just bother me having to do that cycle. Whereas Elden Ring, they put those stakes of whatever they were called outside the boss room so you could just spawn there and have another go at it. What's the sort of punishment for dying in this? Are you losing XP and you also losing ground made having to go for a gauntlet just to get there?
No, it's been so long since I played it. I was just thinking to myself, I can't even remember it now. But I think there's checkpoints basically before some of the big boss fights, and I think you can. I don't think you do lose. Or do you lose XP? I think
do you level up in the game? Is it like a typical like?
Yeah, you do. You do. You unlock sort of weapons and things like that, and when you beat bosses, it gives you new bits. But it's been so long since I played it. I'm struggling to remember it now, but I'm pretty sure there is checkpoints because I remember it kept me in the game a little bit longer. But some of the checkpoints, as in some of the other ones, they're quite far, like quite big distances. So sometimes you have to go through a lot of shit before you get to the next checkpoint, sort of thing. But it does. It has that sort of frustration with it as well that you can get killed by something really minor on your way to try and do something quite large, and you just think, oh, I've got to go fucking
or it just
back
fucking
now.
dicks like a third of your health, and you start the boss fight with less health than you would do. You're like, well, I'm already on to hiding to nothing here. So that is an irritant. Is it is it open world or is it linear? Like, you know, Elden Ring, that was just like a big fucking world that you wander off and do, whereas Bloodborne, you could explore, but there was like a path that would get you from A to B, and you'd unlock maybe a shortcut and whatnot. How's Black Myth set up?
So it's a little bit more similar to Bloodborne, where you there are shortcuts and certain things you can take, but it is linear. You're meant to follow a certain path. There are levels as well. So there's like the first bit, you're in sort of a forest, and then once you complete the last boss of that, it unlocks a new world, and you go to a desert. And then I remember there was one where it's like cold, and there's like you're in the mountains and there's snow, and you have to follow that path. I think there's like 5 different levels overall. I think I got to the 4th one or 3rd one.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it's not fully open world, but you can then go back and then do it again if you wanted to. And
okay.
Because then you unlock an ability. So there's basically bosses and mini bosses. So sometimes you don't attack or do all the mini bosses, and then some of the mini bosses have like powers that you can use to help defeat other bosses, and they can be quite handy. So if you don't get it the first time round, you could then just go back, do it again, having be a little bit more powerful, and upgraded your staff and upgraded your sort of your armor and things like that.
Can't you like take the form of some of the bosses or get abilities from them? I saw him turn into a snake or something, and I was like, "What the hell?" I didn't realise that was even in the game. Like, is that any good, or is it one of those things that when I say it, it sounds really cool, but then when you actually try to use, turn into a wolf or whatever, it doesn't actually help you. You want to it's easy just to stay with the staff and dodge and stick to the basics.
So there's 2 sort of things. There's like the mini bosses where you can absorb one of their powers and then use like a small power, and then there's some of the bosses give you something massive where it totally transforms you and you turn into something completely different. And it is good when you transform into the big bosses, but sometimes because you don't do it that often, the first time you do it is when you're having a big boss fight and you think, I don't know what I'm fucking doing here. And I do think to myself, I probably should have tried this out before, because I'm so frightened to use it, because I think, I don't want to use it because I might need it further down the line.
So you can only use it once, or is it like refill? You have to like use like energy or something to...
Yeah, it does refill. It costs, I think it's like mana, basically, like sort of a magical like bar, and it costs so much. So I never used to use it because I was so frightened that I might need it because there might be some bigger and badder person. And by the time you actually get to use it, you think, fuck, I haven't even used it, I don't know what I'm doing, and you end up just squabbling around. So some of the time I did just stick with the staff, but it does like boost your health and things like that. So it's like just it gives you a breather if you're getting an absolute thrashing.
Yeah. Okay. And then you mentioned the staff that you can use as a weapon. Is that the only type of weapon you have access to, or is it like a sword and a shield that you can get, or I don't know, chains, or is it different versions of the staff that you're going to be unlocking?
Yeah, from what I've done, it was just different versions of the staff. You only ever had staff, and it does look slightly different, but the sort of it is the same staff. It's just the stances that you sort of change.
Yeah. And can you block and parry, or is it a dodge type mechanic?
I was just thinking that. I don't think you can block. I think it's dodge. Yeah. And I think that's what I didn't like, because in Sekiro you could block, and I always found that really useful, because I don't think you could block in Elden Ring, could you?
You could equip a shield and block, but then you'd have to equip a shield, and that comes with its own drawbacks in terms of so it was one of those kind of trade-offs.
Yeah, I always liked the idea of blocking and parrying, but I don't think on this you could. But it's been so long since I played it. Someone's probably going to go, no, you can. No, you're fucking idiot. You've not even played it. But yeah, I'm 99% sure you can't. I think it's just dodge.
Yeah.
You're just going to Google it now.
Yeah, I was going to have a look. Well, so in terms of like the combat itself, do you use the triggers to do like light and heavy attacks, and then the face buttons help you dodge? Like, what's the combat like? Yeah, there is no traditional blocking in Black Myth Wukong, but you can deflect enemy attacks with a spell called Rock Solid.
Yeah, that's quite cool.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure the triggers don't actually do the fighting. I think it's like you have like fast attack, slower, like heavy attack. I think that's just the two you have, and it's just trying to muddle them with things like turning yourself into rock, and then upgrading that power, and then turning yourself into sort of, I think there's one where you can turn yourself into a snake and it spits venom, and then it's just like trying to ease these things in and find a way that you think is best. I was just sort of all out attack, whatever was heaviest, the least amount of hits, and done the most amount of damage. That was sort of my form of attack, which didn't fare well in most fights, but you live and die by the sword.
How does the game tell you that you're doing more damage? Is there like a screen, like when you equip something, will it tell you like the damage output that it will do, or is it just from learning, like attacking enemies, that you kind of figure it out?
Yes, the staff, when you upgrade it, will have like how much sort of power it's got, if you want, and the damage it will do. And it's the same with the armor as well. You can change his clothes, and then it gives you sort of how resistant he is against like poison or fire, or I think ice is another one, and how much he's resistant is to damage. And then there's like certain spells you can use where the power is quite high, but they don't last very long. And some of them are sort of more of a slow burn, where it sort of takes the enemy's health away slowly, but it lasts a lot longer. But yeah,
poison
like
or something over.
Basically, yeah.
Interesting. So how much time between bosses and sub bosses are there? Is this purely like almost like a boss rush game, in that you'll run through a small bit of the landscape? There'll be the enemies, the fodder enemies. They put up a challenge once you get there. But what's the sort of, how quickly are you churning through these bosses? Saying if you just defeated them quite handedly.
I mean, there's sort of one at the end of every level that's like a massive one, and there were sort of two sort of bosses before that, and then there'd be sub bosses, and then probably another 2 or 3 sub bosses per level. Some of them are optional, some of them you can't.
You're out
and
the
then
path.
Some of the enemies are sort of, they are fodder, but you sort of have to learn them. So even the fodder ones at the beginning, you're still getting battered. So you sort of have to learn it, die, go back, and then give it a thrashing.
Is there a map for you to like help navigate, or are you just left to follow paths that are kind of there, and you have to sort of bumble your way around to get to the end of the level? There
was a map, but it wasn't very useful. I didn't find it that useful a thing. It's sort of
like God of War's map, where it's like
it's
been drawn like beautiful to look at, but useless because you can't tell where you fucking are.
Yeah, basically, it gave you like a rough idea of where stuff was, but it wasn't. I don't know. I think I'm too used to like a proper map where you go, that's where that is. This is like, it's in this area, and you think, fucking hell, this is a maze around here. And you're also trying to dodge everything that's trying to kill you as well. So
yeah, what's the story like? Because I remember you mentioning that there was like these Chinese like folk tales is the right way to kind of describe them, but at the end of each, I don't know, level or chapter or boss, there would be like a little story about a traditional Chinese tale of sorts. Talk to us about the narrative, either from that perspective or just like what. Because is he a monkey? You're this fella's a little monkey that you're controlling, right? Okay, I didn't want to. Because I know that's offensive, so I didn't want to make sure that's definitely correct. What's he doing, and how do these tales link into it? Or are they just little separate Easter eggs and nice things for people to watch?
So again, it's sort of, it's been so long. I really should have done my research, but basically, there is like a story where he's trying to be. I think he's like trying to be the top monkey in the gods, and it's something to do with like an Asian sort of folklore tale where things have been sent down to test him, sort of thing.
Journey to the West, isn't it, or something like that? There's like a famous, it's that famous that I don't know about it, obviously, but there's like a famous like novel, I think it's based on, called Journey to the West, is my understanding.
Oh, okay.
If I remember correctly. I think it's called that, but I could be wrong. But anyway, go on, I'll cut you off.
And then at the end of every level, there was like a little miniature story that was done, but it didn't, I don't think it had any words to it. It was just drawn. So the first one was like a cartoon, and then the second one was like a stop motion sort of Wallace and Gromit sort of thing.
Okay.
And some of them are like, I was just watching, just thinking, it was like beautiful. Like some of the most amazing little stories, like literally like 3 or 4 minutes long. But one of them like went out of a wolf, bought a wolfing, and then he hurt this wolf or something like that, caught a wolf in a trap, and then he put the wolf in his house, woke up the next day and the wolf was a beautiful woman, and then they got married and had kids, and then he woke up one day and a wolf had come in and killed all his family and all his kids and that, and I was just like, what the fuck? It was like mental, but it was sort of like a bit of a Chinese folktale, I believe. But yeah, it was drawn like so beautifully and done so sort of, but there wasn't like a single word in it. It was something that without language, it just sort of transcribed sort of, it was fantastic. But I sort of actually wanted to sort of do as many levels because I couldn't see these little stories because they were just so amazingly done. I dare say if you YouTube it, you'll be able to find those little clips that are like a couple of minutes long on there. But yeah, they were fantastic. But the story was a bit sort of, it's weird, and I think a lot of it, like I say, is Chinese folklore. Where it was, if you think about like British folklore, like if you told someone in China about Humpty Dumpty, they go, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Well,
and
I
it's
know
a bit
what Humpty Dumpty is, but I still say, "What the fuck is that? What is that?
Exactly.
Is he an actual egg? Was he human?"
I think it's named after a cannon. I could have sworn someone told me that it's named after a cannon, Humpty Dumpty.
The kids are fucked up these days. They teach them that.
Yeah, and there's like Jack and Jill and things like that. You think these are really weird stories, but it's the same. Like there was like a rat and a giant rat and then a little rat, and they're all brothers. And then one of them, the rat, eats its own brother. And I think it's like, again, like a Chinese folklore. But when you're watching it, you're thinking, what the hell am I playing here? This is weird. Yeah. So there is a lot of that in there. But I imagine if you're sort of familiar with those sort of fairy tales and folklore, it would make a lot more sense to you. But it is quite interesting.
So people will have probably picked up on the way you've been talking in the where I got to, etc., making comments like that. They may have cottoned on to the fact that you didn't get through this, so it automatically goes in the botchling bin, so you don't have to worry about scoring it. I mean, that's the way it works. That's the first time it's been used since we've introduced the botchling bin. But it's there for you specifically because we know that you don't finish. I don't know. There's a good 20%. I'd say that's a low estimate of games that get dropped. So yeah. I'm happy to have it there because it means that they get some sort of coverage, even though it's not a flattering one. A botchling bin is not a great area to be landing in. But what ultimately stopped you in your tracks? Because most of the feedback I was getting as you was playing was pretty positive, but I assume at just some point you was like, I'm just sick to my back teeth, or I've hit a wall, or I don't know. What ultimately made you think, oh, I'm done with this? Because I did ask if you were going to go back to it, and you was like, nah. Almost because I guess you've got to relearn the game, and you don't. You can't just step back into these games halfway through and think you're going to finish them off. Like you have to go back and start from scratch almost. So it's a bit of a daunting task, but go ahead.
But that's basically it. I got to a point where I was just sort of. You would turn it on and then get to a boss and you go, oh, fuck, this is going to take another hour and a half to try and learn this, get battered. And there's only so much you can take, like, morale-wise, where you're just like, oh. And I got to this boss and I just couldn't do it, just could not get past this boss. It was just like this massive caterpillar with a human head. It was really weird. And no matter what I did, I just couldn't. But it wasn't like I would. And then I would give it the same amount of time where it's like an hour, a couple of hours, walk away, another couple of hours. But I wasn't even getting close to it. Like there was no light at the end of this tunnel. It wasn't like I was thinking, I was only 2 or 3 hits away from doing it.
Is there a health bar you can see?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so you could visualise and see. I'm not even.
Yeah. But I think like after about 5-6 hours of this one boss over like 4 or 5 days, I think I managed to get it like 3/4 down. And it was that only happened once. And it was an absolute fluke where I thought, I think it sort of got caught on something. And I was like, fucking give it a good hiding. But yeah, apart from that, it was normally like I'd get about halfway, and a lot of the bosses as well in these games, you get to a point and then you sort of do it and then it transforms and everything changes.
Yeah,
and now I've got to learn this section. Yeah. So and it just got to this boss and I just lost interest in it because I just couldn't do it. And then I even YouTubed it and I just thought no,
doesn't help. Unless you're doing something like, and this is like a secret, like a tactic or a specific. Some of them have like, I don't know. There's like a certain way you have to intro or a certain weapon maybe. I don't know, but I remember doing that for Bloodborne several times. I was like, I can't do what this geezer's doing. So therefore, what I'm watching is just infuriating me because they're making this look fucking easy, dancing around the fucking blood-starved beast whilst I'm getting spat on with all its green shit. That actually it made me worse. I was trying to copy and imitate what they were doing and didn't have the skills. Yeah, exactly.
And the thing is, you'll play a game a certain way like that, and then you're then trying to change the way you're playing it, so it's just never going to work, is it? So I agree. But even YouTube didn't help because I remember watching it just thinking, well, I don't have the capability to do that. So yeah.
And that was it. So was you intending just to bin it at that point? Or was you like, I'm just going to pause and maybe come back, and then just time slipped away, and you're like, that's gone now. That particular. Yeah,
that's basically what happened. About a week and a half later, I went back to it.
Okay.
And then I think I hit it once, and I just thought, no, fuck this. That's the reason I walked away a week and a half ago. And that.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, look, we don't need to go through the formality. It's in the botchling bin, but Black Myth Wukong, The only
It's worth
person.
playing. It's worth playing.
Okay, well there you go. It's worth playing, even though you just I mean, there's people out there that will bang their head against a brick wall for weeks and get through it if they need to. Yeah, I've heard. I was kind of on the fence about it, and then I was like, I can't be just sort of. The interest just waned. Maybe later on, but you have to be in the right mode for those sort of games that just kick the shit out of you. It's like
it's a mind. It's like a mental thing, that is.
Yeah, but it got pretty good reviews overall, and like I said, it was nominated for some awards and whatnot, and done really well. That's it's not a debut game from Game Science, but the games that they released before, Art of War, Red Tides, and 100 Heroes, never even heard of. I don't think anyone has even got a wiki page. So this is their big game that they've put together, and it's taken them all of 8 years. But graphically it looked nice, and for those that are into these harder games that live and breathe by them, they've probably something good here for them to churn through. But that's it. Crapped on Black Myth Wukong in the botchling bin. Will Wolfenstein the New Order follow? So I remember playing this back in when it came out, which was bloody hell, when was it? I feel like it was 2014 this came out. So it's like 11 years old, this game. And I found it fucking hard. And I fucking hated it, really. I got through it, but I fucking hated this game. And then I played the second one, loved it. So I don't know what was going on there, because they're much the same. There's a few design choice differences. I think there's a hub world in the second one on that, a submarine or something, and you wander around. But the New Order was like this kind of, not a reboot necessarily, but it kind of was, of like Wolfenstein coming back. And it's Machine Games who have done all manner of things, but Wolfenstein's the more regular. They've just done the Indiana Jones game, in fact, which will be coming to PS5 in the spring. So there might even be a date for it by the time this drops. But talked about going back to Wolfenstein: The New Order because, like I said, it's 11 years old, and I know you've played it at least once, maybe more. I mean, this may have been a third run through for it. But what's the thinking behind this? How did this even? Because these games are so old that I just think, where's that even got in his head? Where's he got to?
Basically, what it was is I was on PlayStation Store and I saw it. It just popped up saying it was on. It was really cheap. It was like three or £4.
Yeah.
Sort of just at that stress point with Wukong, and I wanted something where I could just play it and not have to use an ounce of my brain and not have to think this is going to be a struggle. I could just point at something and just blow it to pieces. That's what I wanted, and it did sort of solve that itch quite easily because it is a really basic and it looks old now. Like it really did look age. It looked ropey, but for I think I paid like £4 for it. And yeah, like I say, it was just that thing. I just wanted somewhere I could just point at it and shoot and not have to worry about a story or a boss that would be like rolling around and trying to fucking change halfway through and all that sort of thing. That's all it was really.
Don't know. There is a boss in that game that drove me up the fucking wall. I won't say what it was, but honestly, I nearly quit. That'd have been like the ultimate Biff maneuver if I did get through it. But people say the second one's hard. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that. So yeah, it's 11 years old. It looks its age. You're telling me. Did it run? I know we had this because he was playing GTA 5 on fidelity mode. Then I said go in the visuals and put performance mode on, and it obviously makes a world of difference.
Yeah.
Does this run like old tar, or is there an option to have it run a bit faster?
Do you know what? I didn't even look. But did
it felt okay-ish though? It didn't feel.
Yeah, it didn't look. No, it just looked graphically like the faces and the hands looked like clumps
They've got no
together.
fingers.
Yeah, basically. And the backgrounds looked a bit ropey, and you can only see. I remember there's like a scene where I think you crash on a beach or something like that, and you look and you can only see about 100 yards. Like there's just nothing there. You just think, oh, it's come a long way in that amount of time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it played fine. It's fast. It kept up. Just looks like just a bag of shit, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it did actually come out on. I got it on Xbox One, I think, or maybe I got it on PS4. I can't remember now. But there was a PS3 and an Xbox 360 version of it, so it does port back that far. So I mean, it's never gonna be an absolute godsend when it comes to the graphics. Did you get through all this? Smash through?
Yeah, I completed it. Yeah.
Is that the first? No, not the first time. Is that the second or the third time? Have you done it?
I think it's the second time. I remember a lot of it. So, but yeah, I think it's the second time I've completed it.
Did you save the American or the Scottish fella at the beginning?
Scottish fella.
Again, so even though you'd done a second playthrough, you didn't think you were here or tried as a different story?
No, I don't know why. I like the Scottish fella.
He's old. He's had his life as a young American, just starting his military career.
Yeah, no, can't stand the Americans.
What do you think about Wolfenstein as like a franchise? 'Cause it's interesting that it's like an alternate history, isn't it? Where Nazis won the Second World War and are like smashing the shit out of Europe. And yeah, it's just an interesting set. And they fused it with like technology, and they've got like, you know, not robots necessarily, but like they can fuse people with like mechs almost, and there's dogs that have got metal on it. It's all like technology based as well. But does that interest you, or do you just, because I know you're a bit of a Nazi yourself, so it must feel a bit bad, you know, having to blow your brethren away, you Musk and Trump with your salutes.
No, yeah, it's sort of interesting because it's a bit of a change up from sort of COD, where everything's just it is what it is. This is a bit more, But
COD's just going to the Middle East and just blow everyone away there, and it's like, well,
yeah.
How long are you going to get away with that for?
It's more sort of, they're more trying to be based on real life, aren't they? Like they've done World at War, it's World War II, and they try and use proper regiments and things like that. This is completely make believe. I mean, they could get away with just not even mentioning World War II and just saying this is just an alternate universe, couldn't they? But yeah, it is what it is. A bit of fun, isn't it? I can't, because I did play. I downloaded, because with the deal I got the new Wolfenstein as well, which is called New Blood or something like that, isn't it?
Oh, Young Blood, yeah.
Young Blood.
Yeah.
And then there's a bit on it where you can play, I don't know if it's this one or that one, I can't remember which one it was, but you can play the original game. There's like an arcade in the corner.
Yeah, you can.
The original,
I think it's in this one, I think it's an arcade. Yeah, I remember doing it on one of them, either this one or two. I forgot about that.
Yeah, and it's really weird seeing it, and there's like, you're walking around this like really boxy, flat place, and there's just Nazi flags strewn everywhere. Yeah, it's weird.
No, he's not letting up. So you wanted something that was brainless, that would let you just operate on just a simple level. You can dual wield fucking machine guns in this and do all manner of carnage. There is something appealing about this franchise. I love that it's just chaos and you can just inflict absolute carnage. 11 years later, this, right? Yeah.
It's that sort of. It's not as good as Doom, but it reminds me of that sort of just double shotgun someone to the head and just watch them crumble away.
Yeah. No, I do like this. I wish they'd done a third one. I know they've done that Young Blood, but I want like the third entry because I don't know. I feel like there's another game to be had out of this, but they're off fucking about with Indiana Jones. What's any drawbacks of this? I mean, graphically it's not great, but did you notice any other drawbacks in terms of gameplay or? I think the story's fine for what it is. It's like a bit out there, but the design of the levels or anything like that. No,
it's fine. It is what it is. I mean, like I say, I can't really grumble for, like I say, I paid £4 for it, and it's like you say, 11 years old now. So, it's telling of the time, but it is entertaining if you want to just switch off, play a game, and not have to think too much, and just follow a really, quite a silly story. It is what it is. It is quite good.
BJ Blazkowicz, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's the main man. Okay, in terms of the gallery itself, you can put it in the gallery and then you've got to give it a platinum, gold, silver or bronze, or there's like a little self-storage skip outside that you can put it in there. It's not quite as bad as the botulism bin because it's been finished, but it doesn't go in the gallery. People just sort of walk by as they park up their cars and they're like, oh, a bit unsafe.
I don't know, because it's quite harsh, because if it got released now, you wouldn't give it, I'm having to sort of tell it because of the time it come out and things like that. But
did it feel that old then? Does it?
It does. Yeah, it does. It does feel old. I'll probably give it a silver in 2025. Worth a play. If you can pick it up for cheap, it is a bargain. And like you say, just entertaining, isn't it? Just sit there. It's like watching it's like the Expendables or something like that. Where you put a film on and you think this is not going to challenge me, but it's entertainment.
I got to the second one, and I was like,
I've never watched. To be fair, I've never watched one, but I just know. You know what I mean. That sort of film.
brain dead. That's what you need.
Yeah.
That's sometimes what you need. So Wolfenstein: The New Order gets a silver. You did mention you might go through number 2, but that didn't happen. So I don't know if that's still on the docket at some point for you to go through New Colossus.
Yeah, I've got it downloaded. And I think I
Okay.
put a couple of hours into it, and then I just thought I need to come off this. Again, it was just that fatigue of just
You need something different, yeah.
I needed a bit of a palate cleanser.
Well, palate cleanser and change of pace is exactly what this next game is. Red Dead Redemption 2, the absolute 50-hour Western saga of a game. If you want slow pace and a change from blowing Nazis' heads off, this you can't get much more opposite, I don't think, than Red Dead Redemption 2 with its, it's kind of like lackadaisical, walking around the camp, etc., etc. But you've gone back to this on PS5. Thoughts? Because again, this is from 2018. It's on from last gen. Came out the same year as God of War. Does Red Dead Redemption 2 still hold up in today's gaming landscape?
Yeah, it's so good. I mean, literally, if that got released today, you'd play that and go, "This is one of the best games ever." I just don't know how Rockstar do it. I don't know what other companies are looking at and going. It's like they've never played a Rockstar game and gone, "Fuck, we're nowhere near it." And this was like you say, 6-7 years ago now. It came out, and it's just so good. It's just so good. I don't think I've played anything open world that's come close to it since that's been released. Well, I know I haven't. You look at something like Days Gone or that sort of trash. It's awful. So yeah.
Poor old Days Gone, and what's that fucking geezer's name in it? I can't remember now. He's got a really funny name. I'll look him up in a minute. But yeah, I mean, Rockstar, obviously we're in the year where we're told that GTA 6 is coming out. We still don't know dates or anything as we record this. Deacon St. John.
That's it.
Who's better, Deacon St. John or Arthur Morgan?
Yeah, fucking hell.
I mean, you compare what goes on. Yeah, it's embarrassing really when you do that. Even like playing like an old Assassin's Creed game where you're like running around on a horse or something. Like it's just there's levels and there's a level of Rockstar seemingly that most get nowhere near. Yeah, these type of games. It's funny, isn't it? Because this is a prequel to the first one. I remember when it was announced, everyone was like, "Oh, why are you doing a prequel? We want Morgan, what's his name? Marston back. We want John Marston back. Who's this Arthur cunt? Blah, blah, blah." Nearly everyone, but what if they got through Red Dead Redemption 2 and played it? There was like, Arthur's like legit, like one of the best game characters ever. Like, it's insane for a prequel to do that, because in theory, you know what's going to happen. You know the outcomes of certain things, and yet they're able to craft this, I don't know, 40, 50 hours. I mean, I took 100 hours to go through it the first time. I really just soaked myself into it, but you can do it a bit quicker, obviously, if you're just sticking to the main quests. But talk to me about story, Arthur, world, whatever you want to talk about. It's just there's a lot you can pick into.
It's just like, you just cannot get over how good the game is. If you took the story out, you took the whole story out, like you've mentioned there about how good Arthur Morgan character is, and sort of the arc that he follows, where he's sort of an outlaw and he doesn't like the way Dutch is doing things, falls out, that sort of whole thing. If you just took all that out and just was like, right, it's just a bloke on a horse, you're just pottering around, you do like little side missions. It's just phenomenal. Like even the little missions you do where you'll meet someone and there's someone getting robbed and you can shoot them both and rescue her and take her out of the cage and then take her back to a town, and then 2 hours later you'll walk into a shop and she'll be sat outside and go, "Oh, thanks for that. Here's a discount," or here's, and you just think that's incredible. Just these little bits, and there's like missions where you meet someone that has really nothing to do with the game or the main story. There's one where I don't know if you played this, but you go and capture, there's like a runaway circus.
Yeah.
And there's like a donkey that's painted like a zebra.
That's it,
And then
yeah.
I think there's a cat that's painted like a cougar or something.
That's
and then
it,
eventually
yeah.
you have a lion, and it's actually a lion. You
Yes,
have to
a real-
fucking
yeah.
kill a lion. Yeah. And just something like that. It's so silly, and you just think, God, this is so good. But it's nothing to do with the story. You might play the game and never actually do that. You don't need to do that. It's not part of anything. But it's just things like that I like. That, I mean, we've spoken about, like, we're both big fans of The Witcher.
Yeah.
And it's the same with that. Like, they're just the little side bits, the bits you don't even have to do. They're so good
Yeah.
that if you compare it to like Assassin's Creed Valhalla, where it's that massive open world, I couldn't tell you one little side mission from that game I played. And I put sort of, I don't think I completed it, but I could put a good 30, 40, 50 hours into it.
Probably got a quarter of the way through that big bloater. That's fucking ridiculously long, that game.
Yeah. But there's no, even though Red Dead, you say you put 100 hours in, there's no bloat for bloat's sake. You're doing stuff.
I made it 100 hours by fucking disappearing from the camp for a week and end, living out. Because the thing I fucking loved about the game was just stupid things like your hair grows, not in real time, but in game time, your beard grows. So I remember I'd shave my head, clean shave, and then go out to the wilderness to like hunt or explore or whatever. And I'd come back maybe 3 or 4 days later, maybe a bit longer, and I'd have like long, horrible hair. I'd stink of shit. Like, there's a real like persistence and existence in the world if you want to go off and do that stuff. But you don't have to. You can just play this as a straight action western if you want, or you can do what I was doing, just disappearing to bring meat back. And you know, I fucking stumbled across what seemed to be some sort of serial killer lurking out there. There's like a whole side quest for that, and it's like, this is crazy.
Yeah,
what you can do.
It is, yeah, like you say, it's just fantastic. It's so good. And I was the same. I'd go off and go hunting, and then there's like challenges where you can become like the legend of the West, and
that's it.
You know, trying to kill a cougar with a fucking bow and arrow is one of the hardest things you'll ever do in your life. But it's just fantastic. And you know, like I say, 6-7 years later, it's still just phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal.
I still love that Deadeye mechanic. Like once you've got to like the top tier where you can tag people, you can just really just make a mockery of some of the encounters by just knocking that on. I don't like it when you're stuck with that sort of in between part where it tags anything you scan over automatically. The amount of times I blew someone's head off that I didn't mean to. I was like, fuck! Shut a fucking face off.
Just as the bead goes over, he goes, you're in the crossfire there, mate. Sorry, you was not meant for that bullet. Wasn't meant for you, but unfortunately the mechanic has led you down a path I can't do anything about.
No. Did you play through the whole story again then? Go from stem to stern? Yeah. And did you spend time doing all the sides, or not all the side stuff, but the side quests and whatever, like a proper deep clean of this?
Yeah, really did. I went John Marston, done all the end bits with John, done the whole lot, the full shebang. Yeah, really cleaned it down from start to finish.
Excellent. Any other comments on it? I mean, it really is one of the great video games, I think.
Yeah. It just looks so good still. Even, you know, you're wondering when you go into like the swamps and the bayou.
Yeah.
And there's like the mist comes up and you're between the trees and you just think, fucking hell, it just looks so good. You know, even now.
It's fucking massive as well. The map is like,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But no, there's nothing really to add. I mean, everyone, you know, no one's going to listen to this and go, God, what's Red Dead 2? I've never heard of that. What's that? So, but yeah, just played it, still fantastic. And if you're stuck with something to do, it really stands the test of time.
Yeah, I really want them to do like a PS5 upgrade for it, like a remaster or a re-release, or just to unlock the frame rate, because I think that'd be nice to play that at 60. And if they could do a remaster of it, then I'll take that as well. I know people don't like it.
The only thing I was gutted about is they've never done because on the first one they've done that Red Dead Undead.
Yeah, the DLC, yeah.
That was so good, that was. I love that. The Horses of the Apocalypse and stuff like that. That was fantastic. Yeah. So I always thought, I was sort of hopeful they might do it with the second one, but unfortunately they didn't. But that was my only disappointment. But yeah, I've always wanted that.
One of the things, because this is post GTA 5, obviously, which was 2013. This is like their next big game. And what I love about GTA 5, I know it's divisive because people think he's an annoying cunt, but Trevor, just in the fact that you can take charge of Trevor, and if I decide to just go mental and like kill everyone, go on a rampage, it makes sense because Trevor is a psychopath. Whereas always felt in Red Dead, I wanted to kind of do that with John. I wanted to do that with Arthur, but that didn't feel like they would ever... They wouldn't tie up a woman and put her on the train tracks and watch the train run her over just to get the achievement. Like, wouldn't...
No,
that doesn't... I wanted like a Trevor... Because I know there's like a character called Micah, isn't there? And he's a fucking nut job.
Yeah.
I really wanted just to have that other side of the coin where if I wanted to, I could go off and do that and it would feel right. But it's particularly with Arthur on the journey that he goes on, it just felt all sorts of wrong to do things like that. So I'd never save if I ever decided to do that. But yeah, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, it would interfere with the story here, which is one of its great, pieces of brilliance is Arthur. But there's this part of me that, like you said, maybe a DLC where you get another character that's just a nutter. Because you can cause some destruction in this and be like, you could be like the ultimate like villain of the Wild West. But
I mean, don't get me wrong, like, I do get what you mean, because there's that sort of honour rating, isn't there, in the game where you can be an arsehole and there's few decisions you can make and, giving blind people money and et cetera, et cetera. But I mean, there was a few times where a bloke would knock me off my horse and that I'll just go, that's the fucking end of you, I'm not having that. And I'd blow him away, his horse would be dead, the whole lot, the full shebang.
Would you get bad karma for that, or was that...
Yeah, of course you would. Yeah,
well, I don't know. I thought it might say he started on you.
No. And there was times where someone would just bump into me and I go, well, I'm not having that.
You can start chatting to him, can't you? You can like respond positively or negatively. And you can. I remember doing that to people, and sometimes like if they're a bit arsey with me, and I'd like be arsey back, it would start like a fist fight or a duel in the middle of the fucking streets. Yeah.
But yeah, I do get what you mean, like that sort of carnage. But I do think as well, because of the sort of time it was and the year it was, you can't cause as much, like, on GTA 5 is a bit more bombastic, so you've got machine guns and fucking rocket launchers. Steal, exactly. Whereas this is a bit more, after you've killed 20 lawmen, you think, well, what am I doing now? That where am I going to go with it?
They're no fucking joke when they start fucking piling after you.
No, so it is sort of like, where do I go from here? But with GTA, it does sort of escalate where something small and you go, I'll shoot him, and you go, fuck, 2-star, and then the fucking National Guard are getting called and you go, right, I've fucked this up now, haven't I? I need to get out of
here. Any interest in going back to Red Dead 1 off the back of this? I know it feel like a bit of a step down. I think there's so much interactivity that's wedged into 2 that you don't have in 1, but I'm wondering whether that will hold its own still, going all the way back to like 2008 or whatever that was.
I think I would have done if I hadn't played Red Dead 2 first. Yeah. Maybe if I'd have gone Red Dead, then Red Dead 2. But the thing is, with Red Dead 2 as well, there's even characters that are in Red Dead 1. You meet a couple of people and you think, I could have sworn they were in Red Dead. I think there's like a legend that you meet, and then, there's a few sort of links to it and that. So possibly, but I don't think I would now, just because I think it would be too much of a downgrade and things would look a bit too shitty.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Do you think the game's too slow at times? There's like times when you're just like shoveling like horse shit around, like that's like one of the mission things to be getting on with. And I know people are like, it's just too slow, I want to get on with it. I mean, I like that sort of stuff because it just breaks it up. But I know you're a bit more of a we just pop Wolfenstein on to blow some heads off. This is the opposite to that. But there are ever times, particularly on a second playthrough, you're like, just want to get past this fucking snow area at the start. I wanted to get on with things. You want to get to like chapter 2 and get things moving. Or did you appreciate it still?
No, I do get why people, sometimes there are certain games where there is that sort of like, fucking, come on, I don't want to do this. I just want to crack on. But I don't ever get that with Red Dead. I just never got it. Even with like Last of Us 2, like it's one of my favourite games ever. There's bits where you have to walk into the village and you think, I've got to do all these fucking conversations. I don't want to. I just want to play the game. But I never sort of got that with Red Dead 2 because it's all sort of, it always leads to something. Even if you're shoveling shit, you think, I'm not going to be doing this forever. This is going to lead to me doing something. Even the snow bit, as you're doing the snow bit at the beginning, you think, I've got to rescue John in a minute. And then you find out how his wolf bit his face and all that sort of thing. But with Last of Us 2, you're sort of doing that and you think, this isn't going to lead to anything. This is going to lead to a bit of gameplay that I want to do, sort of thing. So I never really found that with Red Dead, no.
No, that's cool. So Red Dead Redemption 2, I guess we're putting it in self-storage. What a shambolic game it is.
No, that'd still be platinum. It's just, it's got to be at the top of the top, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Like I said, I really am hoping they either unlock the frame rate or do a brushed up version of it, because I want to go back to the game. I could get it on PC and it would run like that and I'd get what I wanted, but I'm like, do it to console, please. But they're not going to do anything like that until GTA 6 is done and dusted, are they?
Yeah, they're going to have all hands on deck for that, aren't they? So,
if you're a betting man, are you putting more money on it landing in 2025, GTA 6 this is, or getting delayed to 2026?
I'm going to go 2025. I'm going to nail I just got a feeling, because did Rockstar normally delay games?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Kind of, yeah. I think GTA 5 definitely got knocked 9 months to a year. I don't think they announced a date and then moved it. I know they delayed the online for that, didn't they? Because they couldn't get the heists working back in the day. But it's many years ago. But they seem more bullish on this one. But I just think the thing is, they need the time. They'll get the time because the publisher knows it'll be a fucking money printer, and they don't want to.
Yeah, exactly.
If there's a sniff of it going slightly wrong, they might as well give them 6 months to really clean it up, and then come out again and say, "Look, this is the new watermark." So
it's like talk of this being like the biggest release ever for anything of any entertainment, isn't it? Basically, like film, every music, film, tour, comedy, video game. It's the biggest thing ever. So if they've delayed it by 2 years, I don't think it's really going to affect sales, is it?
No, I mean GTA 5 sold 210 million copies.
That's not bad. I probably bought 5 of those.
I bought it 3 times. So
exactly. So
Xbox 360, PS4, and PS5. It's been. I think I might even have it on PC somewhere.
4 copies of the same game.
I know. Well,
Still good.
210 million. That's where that's coming from.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh, I hope you're right. I hope you're right, and it's because it's Reading. There's no blower for it. But I don't know. Just think that it can't. That's one where I'll be like, right, can we get time off work? What's right. You want at least a long weekend with that if you can get it. It's
been a lot. I mean, the last sort of excited game was probably like Last of Us 2 for me, or Red Dead 2. Like, I can't think of a game where I'm like, I'm really excited for this. This has got to be bought on the day of release. It's been a long time since this sort of excitement or hype's happened around a game. I remember things like
to this level.
Gears of War 2 was quite a big hype game for that, and you'd have like, I don't know. There seemed to be a glut during like the Xbox 360. There was sort of a lot of big releases, and people were really excited for them, and it's sort of dried up a bit now. I think there's been a lot of letdowns with franchises that have just pissed themselves away, haven't they?
Yeah. Yeah, I think back to like probably like this gen. I really was looking forward to God of War Ragnarok.
Oh that was that. Yeah, that's one.
And I wasn't really looking forward to God of War the reboot original in 2018 because I thought that'd be a load of shit. Like, you can't even jump with Kratos. Like, it's not going to be like the old games. And then how wrong was I there? And then once Ragnarok come around, I was like, yeah. And then Last of Us Part 2 before that was another one that you just think that's one to look at. But yeah, GTA is its own beast. So GTA 6, if and when it comes this year, will be... The industry will start. If you're releasing a game anywhere close to that, once they drop their day, you just got to go, right, let's just move this, because it's going to get swallowed up, isn't it? It's not even... It's not even
Imagine if you've been developing like a game for like 6-7 years, and then you go to your like boss and you go, we've accidentally released it the same week as GTA 6. They go, well, you've just shut the company down. You just shut the whole lot down. You just piss that money away.
Don't even release it. It's just do it as a tax write-off now. Flush it all away.
DLC with GTA 6 will release it as just get free.
Well, there we go. We've got a botchling bin for Black Myth Wukong. We've got a silver for Wolfenstein The New Order. And then we've got a platinum for Red Dead Redemption 2. Thank you, Mr. Biff. We'll get you back on next time there's another collection of games. Because you seem to rifle through them either by playing and stopping and binning them or finishing them. So you're always playing strange stuff, like just going back to Red Dead randomly.
I thought about going to Bioshock the other day. Don't know why. I like Bioshock.
When was the last time you went through that?
A good few years ago now. Maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago. I went through all of them, done Infinite as well, which I don't like, which I know you have a big problem with me with, but there we go. That's for another podcast.
Yeah. We'll wait for that one. All right, cheers, mate.
No worries.
Ta-da.
Bye.
A storm is coming. Discover the expanded Ghost of Tsushima experience in this director's cut. Uncover the hidden wonders of Tsushima in this open-world action-adventure from Sucker Punch Productions and PlayStation Studios. Available on PS5 and PS4. Forge a new path and wage an unconventional war for the freedom of Tsushima. Challenge opponents with your katana. Master the bow to eliminate distant threats. Develop stealth tactics to ambush enemies. And explore a new story on Iki Island. That's basically, and then it goes into like what the director's cut has. But the confusing thing around this particular title is that on the PlayStation Plus extra tier, which I've still got until the summer, got it at a cheap rate a few years ago, this just appears as Ghost of Tsushima. Now I've played that OG one, the PS4, but I wanted to play the expansion, the Iki Island stuff, and I was like, well, does this include it? Took about 3 days of research to figure out this did have it, and that they've just scrubbed director's cut off the tile of the game, like in the store or whatever. And I was like, well, what are we up to here? But anyway, we got there. This is essentially Ghost of Tsushima director's cut. Mr. Apps here and Logan to answer all the questions. Oh, ask all the questions. You won't be answering. Well, here's a question for you off the bat.
Yeah.
These bins.
Yeah.
They've changed them, haven't they, for you?
No, not yet. April, I reckon.
Right, okay. I thought they'd already done it. All right, well, we'll save that for a May or June edition. There's people interested in the bin politics that goes on, because we've got the wheelie bins. They're noisy, they are what they are, but you guys have still got bags and shit that are being wheeled
The
out.
wheelie bins are 100% an upgrade.
Well, you'll see.
100%. No,
We'll let it
I've
bed
done
in.
it.
Well,
I've been there. I've seen both sides, and the wheelie bins, despite moving towards every other week, are still an upgrade, because the problem is here, people chuck them bins out, those bags, 2 days before. They just leave them outside, right? And the foxes get at them.
People fucking road.
People don't know how to tie bin bags up apparently either. So the bin bags go out untied at times. Like shit the problem is people just chuck all sorts of shit there. They don't put it in bags and they just leave it there. And guess what? The bin men don't take it and then they just leave that there.
Yep.
So in every way, and I ran out of bin bags the other week, right? They're supposed to do drops regularly. So I ran out of recycling bin bags. I ran out of food bag bin bags, right?
What's that pink one that you have? What's that for?
Recycling.
Recycling, that is. Okay.
So we've got 4 different things. We've got black bin bags for general waste. We've got pink bags for recyclables. We've got a cardboard box and a food bin, right? So we've got 4 things to worry about.
Yep.
And I think I'm the only one on the street that does them all properly. But that's my by the by. If I'm going to do it, if you want me to do it, I don't mind doing it. Because I get free bin bags. I've got to buy black ones. And I get free recycling ones. So I'll recycle.
Yep.
Run out. So what do we do then?
Well, we have to end all recycling, unfortunately.
No, they say go into the library and get them. And I go, well, why am I going up
Library?
anyway? Yeah, you have to go to apparently the local library stocks them. So yeah, get me them bins, even though I'm going to have to clean them or whatever, but I'll take it over this mess at the moment.
All right, well, next question on that.
Yes.
Given that there's going to be a uptick in wheelie bins in that area for quite a lot of people, have you had any business cards through the letterbox about a cleaning bin service or anything similar?
But I'm thinking about starting one.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's be honest, the thought did cross my mind when I saw that they was introducing it. Because there's guys that do our ones here, and it's like £5 a bin, and you do every once a month, I think it is. So every 2 weeks from, and I did it once myself, and I was like, I haven't got. This ain't me. It takes too long. And in the fucking winter, you don't want to do it because it's too cold anyway. You never do a good job of it. You just do a job of it. And sometimes you'll walk past people's bins down this road and they fucking stink. They're just absolute. I don't know how you can put your hands on it to wheel it out there. And those poor bastards that have to pick them up and hook them up to the fucking truck. So I wonder if there'll be a a new bin cleaning service near you. Bully bins.
Yeah, I genuinely think it's I mean, it's a whole of the council that will be adopting this. So
Yeah,
you've got like this
shitload.
huge area, like, so not everyone would sign up. But if you get half the people to do it for £5 a bin, I mean, we've got the good thing is we've already got garden bins. Sorry, so we've got 5 things.
Yeah.
And I have to pay extra for that at the moment, by the way. So there's a potential there for a business opportunity, but I haven't as yet. I know that there is a guy that does it for your council, but yeah,
He always says how busy he is, and he can barely keep up with demand. So they're not going to be able to take on a new district or whatever.
Well, what I would say is, if I owned a certain window cleaning business, I might be inclined to have an expansion opportunity.
This has been mentioned to said potential individuals, and it's been hand waved off. And I think, well, I'll do it then.
Yeah,
Dimp bins.
I think there's an opportunity, is what I would say. I don't know how.
It's our graft, though, isn't it?
I don't think it is. I mean, it is in the winter. I would say. I don't know if I'm the right. I don't know if at my age I want to be doing it very long. I think I'd do it for 10 years and I'd be dead. But it's. I'll tell you what. In the summer they need doing, and it would stink. But it would be doable in the weather. And in the winter, it wouldn't stink, but it would be so cold you wouldn't want to be doing it. No. And how you keep some sort of logbook of what houses are paid and what not, and who wants it, I don't quite know the
Well, that's what ChatGPT's for, isn't it? Just plug it all in and say, you sort that out for me.
You'd have to find some way of doing it. I don't know. But anyway, there we go.
So that's the bin chat. People wanted to return to it. So we will return to that in the summer then and see how the new bins are getting on, whether they're...
Give you the feedback.
Exactly. Anyway, Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah.
What you got for me in terms of questions? I've played it. I finished it. I've played the story, Iki Island expansion DLC, however they want to frame that. And I've got the platinum. So it's all been ticked off and done. Right. It didn't require you to do everything, though. That's what I will say. There's like collectibles weren't part of that. You had to get like maybe like 10% of them. So I appreciated that, because that's just... That can get really, really long. But
I'd like at some point, I don't know if it's one for now, but I'd like to actually discuss what we think is appropriate for achievements and where that's kind of gone, because achievements used to be like, they wouldn't tend to just give them out. And I found that lately you kind of get this core that they just give out. So I think you'll get at least half just through the natural course of play, right?
Yeah.
And then there's a portion that you have to do certain things like complete all the levels or whatever it might be. I don't like the fact that in a lot of games now, there's a bastard level of them. Yeah. I'd probably say maybe the last 10% that are just made fucking almost impossible at times.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I don't like this that much. I don't mind one, like there'd be like one bastard achievement or something that might be for something, or getting something in game for doing something really hard. But I found this a lot in games. Like I still go around, like my brain when I'm gaming, I'll go around and go, oh, if I like these things look like they're destructible or something, I think if I do something with these in every level, I'll get something, and I'll do it and I get nothing, and I'm like, well. Sometimes I feel like they're fucking with me, and then there's some things that I'll do where I'll like get to the tallest tree or something stupid, and it goes achievement. You go, well, what's that all about? I feel like achievements and trophies and stuff are a little bit confusing these days.
Yeah.
And sorry, last thing as well. I got an achievement, I think, on the latest Black Ops when I prestiged, and that fucked me off.
Right.
Because I was like, well, you've locked that behind 10 hours of fucking multiplayer that people might not want to do. Like, so it might even be more than that. And that annoyed me, because I thought if people wanted to get all the achievements for Black Ops, they've got to sit there. They might not want to do multiplayer. Chances are 98% of people have got that game for it. So it's probably a storm in a teacup. But I was like, that's something I haven't seen before. Achievements for prestiging. I mean, they might have done that back in the day in Black Ops.
No, I mean, the most egregious example of that I can remember was The Last of Us on PS3, and I think The Last of Us remastered on PS4, not The Last of Us Part 1, which is the remake of the... Anyway, don't go down the remaster and remake rabbit hole of Sony because people get angry.
Yeah.
But the last... You had the campaign, obviously, which was the 80 to 90% of the game. Most people were playing it for that. And it had this factions online mode, which was competitive, 4v4, I think it was. Wasn't actually... It's actually quite a decent mode back in the day when you're allowed to do a multiplayer mode and it didn't have to live forever in perpetuity with ongoing fucking service packs and battle passes. It could just be what it could be and die out when it was natural and it wasn't deemed as a massive failure. Anyway, that had the trophy list for The Last of Us tied in, going through, because you could pick two sides. I can't remember what the two sides necessarily were. I think one was Fireflies and one would have been probably whatever the militant things are called in that fucking... I've lost that fucking memory. Anyway, and it took about... You had to do a certain number of games to get through a season or a year. I can't remember how it was kind of defined, which took about 15 to 20 hours.
Fuck my elbows.
You could fail it. So you could get 75% through and then all your survivors die because of a bad performance or two. I think it was quite hard to do that. Like, you'd have to consecutively do pretty poorly, but it could happen. And that was like two of the trophies were assigned to each of those different sort of multiplayer campaigns, and it was like, well,
no, you had to do it twice.
Yeah, you had to go through it with one faction and then the other faction, and keep them alive all the way through all these little slops. The way, from memory, the way they structured it was that each, like, it would come up with like a couple of objectives that you could choose, and it'd be like down one enemy, and then you could like say, oh, I want to put almost like gamble like 10% of your survivors in your settlement, or it wasn't framed like that, but that's essentially what you were doing. So you had to think of like, what's an easy out of these four options, or out of this objective they've given us, what's an easy? Is this easy or hard? Am I going to have to do it? And then just be careful not to overcommit on something because you end up killing them. Anyway, I don't think that's probably completely wrong how it was set up, but I just remember that being a thing. I was like, well, there's no way that's getting done. So people that complain and bitch and moan and say, well, The Last of Us didn't need a remake. I go, well, it did, because on the remake, that's gone. There ain't no online mode because they fucking blew that Last of Us online. So now, if you want the platinum in the very first game, it's achievable without 30, 40 hours of multiplayer, which is out of your control because, as you know, you get free shit teammates and you've gambled a lot of your people and they're on the line. You lose because those blowers either disconnect or walk away or just absolute cack. You'd be crestfallen. There's no going back to it.
It does. Fundamentally, unless the game is online, I think with games you can go, this is an online game or this is a single player game. Like, you can say 98% of the time which one it is, and it might turn out like most games obviously didn't really turn to be. Like Halo had a multiplayer mode, but it was a single player game, right? So I'm not saying it's a perfect science, but broadly, I think if it's a single player game, you shouldn't do burdensome multiplayer stuff and vice versa. Like, because it's like on Battlefield making me go through and do, like, you'd be like, what are we doing? Like, we're doing this because it's a 64 player, 128 player game.
I don't want to go through the 5-hour campaign on hard or veteran or whatever just to get the.
I mean, there are lunatics that want that, right? But we can't be catering for the lunatics of the world, is my view. So yeah, I don't really like that when they do that. But that was a little sidebar conversation. Ghosts of Tsushima. So I'll tell you what I think this game is, and you can tell me whether it's right or wrong. So, Assassin's Creed with, what do they call them?
Samurai.
Ninjas. Samurai, yeah. Assassin's Creed with samurai, with a bit of Metal Gear Solid and a bit of Bloodborne. I would say it's more akin to an Assassin's Creed.
The Bloodborne bit, it's not very the combat's not to that level of difficulty. It's a much more manageable game to do. Like, it's not easy, but you know, you'll get through it. Like, it's not like you'll hit impossible parts of it. What was the other two that you mentioned in there?
I said Metal Gear Solid just because I think of the narrative-driven stealth.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it does have stealth in it, and sometimes it is mandatory, so it's an immediate no-no for Logan, really. But I wouldn't say the game's predicated on that. It's just that there's a few scenarios where they kind of force you to do it. It's more like an Assassin's Creed where it's an option if you're going to a base or whatever, and it might be the preferred option, it might be the most efficient option, but it will certainly be the slowest option. So if you're looking for time, you just go in there and you just start challenging people and cutting them down in one hit. That's the easiest way to get rid of 4 or 5 enemies. But yeah, it's a traditional open world game. So when I say that, what I mean is like the Assassin's Creeds, the formula that were the Horizon Zero Dawns, the Horizon Forbidden Wests, that type of style. It's not the Elden Ring, and it's not the Breath of the Wild where they're like, well, there's no map markers, there's no GPS. And it's like, well, let's not lie. Those games do have those. They're just they're a minor part of it. But what Ghost of Tsushima kind of does is it sets it up in a traditional way. You know, you go to your map, there's probably icons and things to go and visit, but it's much more natural in the way in which you discover things. It will mark certain landmarks because Jin Sakai, who's the protagonist, knows the island, so it makes sense that he knows where a compound might be or a base or his home or whatever. But a lot of the other direction you're given on the map of where to go is through interaction with the world or exploring. So a really simple example of that is you'll be travelling through the world and you might stumble across a Mongol sort of convoy that have got a hostage, and you don't have to intervene, but often I would go over there, cut the Mongols down, free the hostage. From that point, the hostage might say, oh, they caught me at this crossroads or this compound or this checkpoint here, and then it will add that base to the map. So then later on, when you're in that area, if you want to go there straight away, you can go to that base and clear down that map, essentially. And it works with side quests as well. Sometimes you'll bump into someone and they'll talk about a rumour they've heard about, I don't know, a village under the attack from bandits, not Mongols, and you're like, oh, I'll go and investigate that. And once again, you won't see that unless you naturally bump into it, you know, physically. Like if you walk into that area, it'll show up, or if someone tells you. And that happens for the vast majority of like the side content and quests. Collectibles and other activities are also handled in a similar way, in that they won't just appear on the map. You'll discover them either through a little birdie that you can follow. You can follow the little birdie to like points of interest, or as fox dens, which will take you to a specific, you know, whatever it might be. But there's subtle ways in which they kind of show you where things are, but it's never like that sort of checklist of like, here's that, go here. The main quest's slightly different. You're often under an instruction, or you're carrying out a specific operation, so you know where you want to go, where it's like, meet me here, meet me there, so they appear. But a lot of the side stuff, it'll feel organic in the way in which you stumble across them and see them. And that's really a lot of complaints that people have, I think, is just that everything appears on the map. You go up a tower, you fucking sink the tower, you clear down the stronghold of that area, and it clears the map and shows you all the icons. This is a little bit different in that it will show you icons, but often you'll have to either have gone near them physically, or someone will have to tell you about them. And yeah, if you do clear down a compound, it'll remove some of the fog of war. It might show a question mark there, but you don't know what that question mark is. It could be anything. It could be a quest. It could be a stranger. It could be a collectible. There's been a number of things in there. So I think that's its kind of unique selling point, is that it straddles this really fine line of, yes, traditional open world, blah, we don't like it because it's got too much hand-holding of where to go, there's no exploration, and, oh no, I'm lost, I don't know where to go, what do I go and do next? Like the Elden Ring type syndrome you'll get. This is like a middleman between the two of them. It bridges a nice gap there. It's got other points as well, but I think that's generally one of the standouts. And the other thing is, and this will be the last point and I will shut up, when you go, so you go on the map and you go, I want to go to this quest that I've heard about, so you hit that as a point to go to, like you select that as your next item to go to, rather than it showing you like a GSP style, GPS style, like line of where to go, where the road is. it will just, you flick the touchpad on the controller up, and it will just show you the wind direction of where that activity is. So again, it's showing you where to go, but it's not interfering. It's not bringing up a mini map or showing you a direct route. It's like you just head in that direction. You'll inevitably go off course a little bit. Just swipe it up, and it'll be like, okay, I've just got to adjust this way a bit. And it's just a nicer way of traveling and going to things. It feels less robotic or mechanical, if that makes sense. It's like, yes, it's bullshit that the wind changes direction and shows you where to go, like in real life, but as a subtle mechanic that feels a bit more natural, I like it.
Yeah. I think everyone's got different perspectives on that. I can't remember what it was. There was a game that I was playing that used to fucking really wind me up with like showing me where to go. No, well, that doesn't matter. But I think I just like a line on the floor. Like some people will go, oh, it kind of in this day and age, you would never line on the floor. And I'm like, I don't like it. The fun is getting there. Yeah. Like, I don't want to stress about going the wrong way and getting to the edge of a fucking cliffside and having to go all the way back. Like, and I'm not saying that would be there in this game, but yeah, I quite like just the standard waypoint, and then it will show me the easiest or most direct way of getting there. I'm always fine with that. But yeah, I think that's quite a nice little. It is sometimes a bit tricky, the balancing act they've got to do with it. Because I like open world games that encourage me to explore like the map. Like there's an advantage to going around because you might find something by doing it. And as you say, I think it was Assassin's Creed that used to just have a little question mark. Like you might go past someone and have a question mark. You think, oh, I'll just stop and see what's going on here then, or see what they're saying. And like there's an advantage. Like some maps, if you have to, I think it's Assassin's Creed, you have to find all the viewpoints. I can't remember what they're called. We have to get to something, and then you look around at the top of the. It's really going to annoy me what they're called. But you get up there, you climb up, and then you sort of press a button. It looks all the way around. It basically unlocks everything within an area. Yeah, and that you kind of gives you an incentive to go and explore, find these points. So you can unlock things on the map, and I'll do. One of my favourite things about open world games is that you can kind of do that, and there's this sort of freedom to go and explore and see what you can find. But it sounds like they've got a nice balance, because obviously you can't get someone that's ringing through on a radio or someone that's giving you a phone call or picking up a radio signal. Like none of that's there, so they've got to find this way around that of unlocking things and getting information through. I quite like that Mongol one where it's like gives you an incentive to actually help someone out. Like
yeah, exactly. Because normally that took you just scream straight by, and you don't really know what you're going to get. You're likely to get some level of intel from it. Now, if you play the game as much as I did, I think it took me for the whole lot, for the platinum, 54 hours. Eventually, obviously, they run out of things to tell you, so you rescue people and they're like thanks, and they run off and you're like, oh, okay. And sometimes, especially once you've unlocked or progressed up the map, because the map you start in the south and you sort of make your way north, it's sort of set into 3 interconnected sections, if you will, like I don't know, areas you might call them. Sometimes if you'd unlock the second area and then I'd go back to the first area just to do some activities or something popped up there, you speak to someone, they'll be like, oh, yeah, they just caught me at this crossroads up the road. And you're like, oh, shit, yeah. And then you look on the map and it's like fucking 200 kilometres north. And you're like, well, that's not where you are. So I don't know how you're saying it's up the road. It's a long
He's lost his bearings, the lad.
Yeah, maybe they're discombobulated. But yeah, on the waypoints thing, I'm trying to find it, but I'm wondering if you can turn it off and turn on like a traditional waypoint. I think you can, but I just can't find it. All I keep seeing is the praise of the system. Like, oh, waypoints need to go. Ghost of Tsushima is a saviour. I'm like, yeah, but if you wanted, even from an accessibility point of view, because the wind's, it's not subtle, but I could see someone, if you're colourblind or something like that, I don't know, you might struggle with it. So I think there is an option just to have it traditional. But I don't mind the waypoints either, to be honest. I am a big fan of what Assassin's Creed did as the waypoints. And then you can put on auto run, so you can get on the horse, set the waypoint, and just put feet up, and it'll travel, and you can just sort of relax or whatever. I liked having that option now and again, but and again, I like the fact that they've done something a bit different here, so that if you don't want to do that or you want to try something new, there's an option now rather than just following the same molds. I think it's important they try these things, and I suspect for the future it'll be in Ghost of Yotai later this year, should that definitely come out as it's anticipated. But yeah, I think it's good to have the option first and foremost, and then
yeah, for sure,
you can choose, can't you?
Yeah, as you say, I like the fact that some games do something different, because if games all did the same thing, they'd just be just be rinse and repeat. There'd be nothing to identify the difference between them. And it is, you don't want everything to feel the same as Assassin's Creed, but like reskinned or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like
that goes both ways as well. Like when people say, "Oh yeah, we don't just be copying Assassin's Creed and reskinning it," and it's like, yeah, I agree, but also I don't want every game to be fucking Elden Ring, or be fucking Zelda, or like it's good that they exist. I think they're great, but let's not copy everything or try and get on the new wave. Like, there's a place for all these games on the spectrum, if you can say that these days. Like you can be at the lower, or not the lower end, at the end where it's more of a waypoint style system, and then there's the total exploration, and there's everything in between. There's a space for it all. Just annoys me when people write off either of them for them not. It's a preference. If you don't like the way in which Assassin's Creed handles its exploration, then fine.
Yeah,
it's fine. It's not.
I think it's just,
but it can exist and it sells very well still. I mean, we'll see with the Shadows coming out whether that still maintains it, but like it's popular for a reason, because it serves a purpose. People, like you say, just want to get to the next action point. They're not worried about finding out or looking, oh, can I go under that waterfall, like trying to find secrets. It's not necessarily what people want to do. So bring them all on, I'll play them all, and then I'll tell you if I like it or not, and then that's the end of it.
Sometimes
don't be telling me or the developers what you can and can't do. We need to do this. It's like, shut up.
I think it just depends on the game, what it's there to do. Like when I was playing Diablo 4, like a lot of the map is you literally can't see it, but you'd need to get through a blacked out portion of the map, and that whole thing is just literally there's just no, because it's top down. You can't see where to go, and you can't see what's in front of you until it's on the fucking screen, right? Yeah. So you need a waypoint there so you know which way to click next. Sure. Like, it's absolutely essential. Like, whereas if that just went, find your way to it, you go, this is fucking ridiculous. And all of a sudden you're in a bunch of enemies in an area that you just didn't want to get to. There's like no way out, and you're dead and you lose all your shit. Like, you'd be fuming at it, make it unplayable. So I think it really does just depend on what works for each game, the difficulty, like its style and whatnot. But I am more than happy for people to try something out, but I just hate not being able to go, okay, I need to get back to here. How the fuck do I get back to here? Yeah,
because some of the landscape here, like it's like you have to get there directly by the way the wind's telling you, is over a fucking mountain that you can't get over. So you have to go around it, and sometimes you go the wrong way, it's blocked. But that is a problem with this system, is that if you just want to get somewhere and you're doing an unknown, like you haven't got there before, there's fast travel in this game, and it is I tested it, it's fucking fast on this PS5. Like that is what you call fast travel, all in capitals. It's fucking lightning. But there was a couple of times when I was trying to get somewhere and I was like, it's telling me to go through here, but there's a fucking mountain here. So which way around do I go? And I went around one way and it was blocked off by a base. And I was like, oh, fucking hell, I went around another way. Sometimes I even just got in the water and swam around all the fucking shit and just to be done with it. But that is the problem with that system, is it doesn't give you that exact clarity on what the best way to go is. So it's certainly not without its problems. Those little fucking birds as well, they fly directly fucking straight to the point. They go up things I can't get up. I'm like, hang on, wait. And it's gone. You've lost it. Wait. Yeah.
Literally, as literal as it gets as the crow flies.
Yeah, exactly. Little fuckers. A couple of times that happened.
Yeah. But I think the key point is, for this game, it worked, right? And you liked it. And that's what matters. But to your point, I would like the option of just going, put a fucking thing on the road for me and show me the way to go. Because
I think you can. I know this is trouble now. It's just one of those things. I think. But don't be fucking buying it on that advice though. If that's what people need. Like,
I imagine people in the comments in 6 months' time going, "Oh,
just paid
you
for this."
said."
Well, I said I don't be knowing. I just remember someone talking about it when it first came out, and they hated the wind thing. They found it counterintuitive, so they turned on a traditional waypoint or GPS. So
Turn it on now and see what the options are. I say.
Could do actually. Run it in the background.
Yeah. But yeah, I think it can. Can you imagine Grand Theft Auto if it didn't have the waypoint system that it's got?
There's a game called The Getaway. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So that didn't have that as London. That was like it was an open-ish world.
Got crapped on that, didn't it? The Getaway.
Yeah, got fucking slammed. It was a bit clumsy, so I kind of get it. That used to, rather than have a waypoint or a map, even a mini map, the the indicators on the car would flash on the road turning. It's just like, I see what you're trying to do here, but functionally this is a pain in the arse.
Yeah.
It's when you get things like that it becomes a bit of an issue.
Again, you sort of try it, but you think at least just give me the option to put the fucking waypoint system on. Like it must be coded there, like in some form already, like the way there and how to get there and stuff. Because there's usually like on missions and things, there's like audio cues at a certain point in the journey. Like you get within a radius, and then it will kick off some sort of conversational system or something. And I think so. There must be something there in the game that generally knows that that's going on. It just makes me wonder why they try and be too clever about it. When it's like when we go back and talk about like shooting games. Can you imagine if like fire now wasn't like right trigger and it was A, and jump was like left trigger? You'd be going, we've got a set of established controls these days, right? You can almost pick up and play any shooter, and it will largely do the same thing, bar one or two exceptions. Like, I still feel like for some games there should be this baseline of normality that they can then build around, rather than them trying to be too fucking clever with it.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I can't find it in the options here as I'm scanning through.
Pressure's on those, so that don't help.
There is that, and I was fucking getting my neck twisted like that as well, but I'll turn the fucking game on and see what we see in the thing as we're chatting, but seemingly not. So I don't know what that was all about then. Maybe it's not an option. Well, scrub it.
It might have been another game because
it's too hard to find anyway, even if it is there. So that's a ding, isn't it?
It should be just under HUD or something like that. It should be a case of just changing that. But I don't think it doesn't sound like it's a massive problem, but
no,
I just know that if I went the wrong way, I'd because the wind was showing me, I'd just be like, it'd be a moment of frustration where it'd be like, what are we doing? Like this, I should be, because in these sort of games, I like the journey. Like fundamentally, I always, even on Assassin's Creed, I mean, towards the end of it, I was like, just get me fucking through it. Like I was fast traveling as much as I could, but at the start, you want to take in the environment, and all that stuff. And I don't want to then be stressing because I've gone the wrong way and landed myself up in some bother because of the fucking wind system. Like, I don't know. We're probably getting into the weeds of it, but anyway, let's move on, shall we? Because we've done half hour and we've barely touched on anything related to the game. So. We've said it's basically Assassin's Creed with samurais, right?
That's a simple way of saying it.
Yeah. And he doesn't like that generalisation, but I'm chucking it in there.
Yeah.
Now, the reason I said Bloodborne is because wasn't it this game that Biff was having some problems with?
He has problems with a lot of games.
I was just about to caveat this with that statement, but he's, as I would say, if it's a single-player game, I'd call him semi-competent at them, right?
Yeah.
And it's kind of his thing. So I think, if he's getting a bit snarled up, like there must be a layer of difficulty to it that wouldn't normally be present, like in a Creed game or something.
I think it is baseline a little bit more difficult than a Creed game, simply because the Creed games are usually level based nowadays with gear and lots of weapons and whatnot.
Yeah.
Whereas this is not level based, but you can improve your stats with armor sets and improving the said armor or your weapons. But really, the reason why it's probably maybe a little bit more difficult is that you can get put down quite easily if you're just not paying attention. Like, it doesn't take a million strikes of those swords to bring you down. So if you're not healing or if you're not paying attention, you can quite quickly be overwhelmed. But I think it's generally fair. There's difficulty options in there as well for people that want easier or harder ways of playing it. There's actually a lethal mode, which I believe is one strike kill for everyone. So it's like almost like a sim, isn't it? If you get struck with one of these swords, you're basically done, aren't you, in real life?
Yeah.
It'll take you out. So it's kind of to replicate that, where it's really like the stakes are very high. So you're blocking and parrying and your dodging needs to be properly on point. But also for the enemies that you're facing, they go down as well. But I wouldn't say. I think maybe it's got a little bit of added difficulty compared to a Creed game, but most people manage to get through it because it's not unfair. The problems where people run into are these stealth areas or missions where there's a handful of those that you have to just be stealth. You can't just, it will end the mission. So that's a bit of trial and error for people. But generally, he's okay. I mean, the one, I know he played Sekiro, so I don't know if that's the one you were thinking of.
Yeah.
Which is a From Software game, so that comes with the territory. It's not close to that level of difficulty. It's very, I'd say, very manageable.
Yeah. I think it was that. So, initial question that is a bugbear of mine, as you full well know, when you've got open world games. What game was it I was playing a while ago where they just Spider-Man, right? Where they chuck in, like, you're fucking Spider-Man, right? And then it goes, no, you can't have that much fun doing whatever the fuck you want with all these abilities. You can just fuck off and do some of this stealth bollocks with, like, Mary Jane. And I'm like, what are we doing? Like, why is this in this game? And it is a real fucking bugbear of mine that they insist on chucking this shit in games. And there's always the argument, you go, oh, okay, change it up a bit, give it some variety. If I want to play a stealth game, I'll go and play a stealth game. If I want to play a game where I want to fucking kick the shit out of everyone, then let me do that. Like, how do you feel about it, A, in general in games being like that, and B, specific to this one?
I mean, it depends on how they do it. Like, I agree, like, in Spider-Man's instance, those Mary Jane bits, or remember in Spider-Man 2, we were riding around on a fucking bike for about 15 minutes, and I was like, well, no. So that sort of stuff I don't like, because it's so far-fetched, we're so far away, from the core Spider-Man experience. And we'll get to know the people behind the... Yeah, I get it, but there's a better way of doing it than having me ride a bicycle or have me take control of Mary Jane and do a stealth mission. That's no good. So it depends how... The answer is, it depends how it's presented and how it's executed, really. And in Ghost of Tsushima's instance, like, if you don't like stealth, there's not a lot of it, is the good news. But the bad news is you're going to have to deal with some of it. And for the context of the way it's set up, it kind of makes sense. Like, I don't know, your objective is sneak into this camp and steal something. Or actually, better example, plant a note or plant a threat or something. That makes sense to not be discovered, because it would ruin the idea of that mission that you're taking on is to, catch them cold, surprise them, perhaps strike fear into them by them coming back to their bedside and going, oh, fuck, what's that? There's a fucking note here. And that's generally how they present the stealth areas, and there's a reason why. It doesn't make it any easier if you hate it, but it just makes a bit more sense than just randomly taking control of another character and wandering around with a stun gun or whatever we're up to in Spider-Man 2.
Honestly, mate, I'm almost at a point where if 98% of it is good and that's going on, and there's 2% that falls into this stealth, like, I'd probably be inclined not to play it. Like, it really grates on me that much, and I just find that it although I can get through it, I'm like, what? I always just think, like, what am I doing here? Like, why is it that difficult?
GTA 5. There are
you're
missions
asking a lot.
in that
Yeah.
where you can't be spotted or it ends the mission.
Yeah, then what? Like when you're like trailing a car or something.
It could be that there's a very early one when you, as Franklin, you go into Michael's house to nick his car or whatever.
Don't like it.
Yeah,
I
no,
just
yeah.
don't. Yeah, there's no exception to the rule. Like, I mean, I play them, and
Yeah.
look, okay, there is an exception to the rule because I'm going to play GTA 6. Like,
Yeah. It's going
and
to
there
have
will
that stuff.
probably be some sort of stuff in it, but
Red Dead probably had it as well, but I can't think of any examples.
I think
necessarily.
So what I would say is if it's more natural to the game,
Yeah.
then it kind of gets a pass, but I don't like it. Whereas, like, even in Spider-Man, I fundamentally loved that game, but I loathed and actively hated the stealth in it. I was like, it's just so unnecessary to put it in.
Yeah.
I don't want nor need a change of pace. Like, there's a fucking reason why I want to play Spider-Man. It's because he is fucking fun to swing around with and shoot people with gadgets and shit. Like, that is fun. Like, crawling around with Mary Jane and her stun gun is not fun for me. Fundamentally, just objectively is less fun. Like, and then
The good news here is that you'll take on Jin Sakai and often you'll be just slitting people's throats.
Yeah.
Like it's not such a departure of the game because, you know, a lot of those mechanics you'll just use out in the world anyway because you might get the jump on people and it's just an extension of that. But yeah.
It's a
there
bit
is
of a
certainly
loaded
some-
question for you because
Right.
I don't mind.
Fucked him up.
Like, I guess where I like it is like sometimes when I was playing Assassin's Creed, I would start off the mission doing it stealthily because I think this is the path of least resistance.
And if it all goes to shit,
if it all goes to shit, I'll just carve everyone up and there'll be a load less of them and it'll be more manageable. Like, that was kind of the approach. It's kind of like, I'll do it to a point, but if it all goes to shit, I don't fail, right? Whereas in stealth missions, it's like, as you say, you get seen, you get spotted, something goes down. Like, it's basically pass or fail.
Yeah.
Like, there's no pivoting on it. Like, you don't do a stealth mission and it goes, right, let's have a firefight. Like, it doesn't. It's not the way they usually pan out. So that's why I usually get fucking irate with it.
Yeah, and this does have a few of them. Like, it's not loads, but there's still parts of that there. That just that as you know, as with Assassin's Creed, the stealth mechanics are generally pretty sound, and you know there's certain ways in which you can approach it. But yeah, they are there. So if it's a no-no, then it's a no-no.
Yeah. So let's get away from that now. What were your highlights and what did you really like about the game then?
Yeah, I mean, we touched on the
sorry, no. So there's one thing that I did want to cover because you've already played this game.
Yeah.
So this is, I guess, from my perspective, first question really is there a noticeable upgrade? Because you probably played it PS4 OG version to now PS5 Pro.
Yeah. So it's not pro enhanced as far as I know. It might be, but it's marginal. They haven't done a proper jobby of it. And the biggest upgrade is the frame rate because the PS4 version ran at 30 frames per second. This now runs at 60, or depending on the mode, in excess of that. I believe there's a higher one, but it was one of those old PS4 sloppers, like a lot of the PS4 sloppers were, and this just brought it up to that standard. And especially in a game which the timing is quite important for the blocking, the parrying, the dodging, your strikes. Like, it's not completely small windows, but you want to be as responsive as possible. That kind of just makes it feel so much more slick. It is
nowadays. Like, I Rocket League of all things released an update at the start of this season, and they removed the ability to have performance mode, which gave you 120 frames on Xbox, right? And
they're playing that.
it was a bug. It was a regression issue, right? So they obviously haven't regression tested properly, and it had basically removed that. So it was completely ill optimized for the Xbox. It only impacted the Xbox. Literally unplayable. Like, you go from 120 frames, and I'm not convinced it was even at 60. I think it was about 30 frames.
Oh well, yeah, that's
like genuinely unplayable. It was garbage, and I think the problem is now the bar is up here.
Yeah.
So you try and play something that falls down. I mean, we used to play games on 30 frames all the time, like, and you didn't.
Yep.
But as soon as the bar's lifted and it's set at that level, it's very difficult to then
Well,
go
what are we
back.
going to do about GTA
So-
6? That's going to be running at 30 frames, like that Red Dead 2 was.
I remember that Red Dead 2, and I didn't enjoy it then.
That
It was,
still hasn't had a performance patch on the new consoles. Or a remaster. They would make fucking... They'd sell millions of a 60 FPS remaster on consoles of Red Dead Redemption
I
2.
would love to play that game again. Because that was probably 7 years ago I played that. Was it a 2018 game?
2018, yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, get me that again.
Yeah.
Get me that Red Dead proper console version.
So they've got the 60 FPS mode now, but it's not the full ground up or proper remaster. It's just
That's
they've done
the
that
one
with
I
GTA
want.
5 though. They've got the 60 FPS mode on GTA 5, but they haven't done much else with it. They've gone that's as it is pretty much. Just that the frame rate's unlocked. We've added some ray tracing, which is good, but it's not like a big job. And I just think for Rockstar, they've got so much money and resources, and they would make so much money just off these. Why not do the Sony approach, just re-releasing everything? Got Days Gone remastered inbound, for goodness sake.
It can't be that, and this is me sitting here saying it, but it can't be that hard. Like, with the power that's available now, like, you remember that game come out on 2 fucking discs, right? Back on the 360 era.
It did.
Like, think how far we've come on in that space of time. Like, and I just think, just gimme. But anyway, I'd rather have GTA 6. So once that's out,
Then go back and
sort out.
Red Dead 2 is the big one, I think. Now, I think Red Dead 1, I'd say, or Red Dead Redemption, because there is a Red Dead Revolver. Red Dead Redemption is in an acceptable state because it's got the frame rate boost now. It's not great, but it is what it is. But Red Dead Redemption 2, which is not only an excellent game, would just be great. Now, you could just play all this on PC and it would be running at the absolute glory frames, but that's a different conversation.
I haven't ruled out.
Well,
but
you got Adkins
still...
fucking crying about this 5080 taking months to deliver. I had 3 in my basket. They were saying next day, and he keeps saying, well, they're lying. And I was like, well,
It's already committed, though. The problem
only one way
he had
to find out. I'll have it tomorrow, I reckon.
He should have said, look, here's my credit card. You be getting it, and then I'll... But he chuffed it. Okay, so what we're saying is we've got the nice little frame rate upgrade, and it probably naturally will look a bit better. And as
the
you say,
director's cut also added like lip syncing for the Japanese voiceover, because initially it had it, but it wasn't synced, whereas now it is. And I played it with the Japanese voiceover again. I said to myself when I replayed it, I'd use the English one, but it didn't feel right playing this game like that. I was like, the Japanese voiceover is fine, it's good. Well, I can't tell. Let's put it that way. I don't know if it's good or bad. Generally, like foreign languages to me, it seems all right to my ears. But I can tell you if I listen to something that's English that's bad VO, I'll notice. But this just felt right to play in Japanese, so I did. And the lip syncing it's not perfect. There's better examples of it, but it's better than what it was on the OG. But yeah, that in terms of upgrades, that's sort of what you're looking at. Maybe a resolution bump here and there, but not a blowaway kind of upgrade.
So let's then get on to what you liked about broadly this game, and I guess less about the actual fundamentals of the game, because I assume we've probably covered that in a previous
It'll be there
review.
somewhere.
It'll be there somewhere, but we can touch on it again, but also kind of focusing on that director's cut version that you've played this time round.
One thing that stood out, I think my opinion dropped of this game the further I had been away from playing it. I remember playing at the time thinking, oh yeah, this is good, like enjoying it, probably really enjoying it. But then as time went on, the story I told myself was, yeah, it's okay. It was okay. Like it's a bit by the numbers and etc. etc. But replaying it, like the story alone, maybe not the main narrative story. I think the main narrative story is good. It's really good. But I'd completely forgotten how well fleshed out the side stories are, the tales as they call them, and just how much texture they add to the world, how much texture they have with each of their quest lines. Like, it's really well done, the side content. Like, I daren't say Witcher 3 levels, because it's not, for one reason which I'll touch upon later, but for what is on paper a by the numbers traditional open world game with a bit of a spin on, exploration perhaps, the actual side content is so well thought out, well above the average toot that you'd get. And I'm talking specifically about the ones that have narrative beats in them, not necessarily the activities of finding collectibles and stuff, because that is by the numbers for the most part. But yeah, the mini stories that you'll come across are just so well written. Like, it really does paint how this is so brutal, this game as well. Like, it's such a hellish time period, and the war that the Mongols are waging on Tsushima, you just see it in every narrative quest. There's just death and despair, and it's like, and we're not talking about my brother's being killed, but we're talking like kids being killed, being set on fire, like all this shit going on, like in the background, and it's presenting it to you as a narrative beat during like a side quest, like people being hung like on the trees and then coming, like, it's like all this horrible shit, burnt alive. They love it. They love just inflicting some level of absolute brutality on the natives here. And that I just completely forgotten about or not appreciated at the time. That entire narrative for the side stuff is so well done. And the only thing, which is why I come back to the comparisons to The Witcher 3, really the only thing that stops it is that there's maybe less than 5 choice and consequence things that you can do with the side stories. In The Witcher, often you'll get a choice as you go through the mission. You'll get a choice, or you can make choices throughout, and it'll impact sort of the end of the story, which might impact a future interaction with a character later on, like that sort of stuff. This doesn't have that. Like, it's written as it is, and the arc's done for 95% of the tales, and that goes for the main story as well for the most part. But the reason why I say that this is a bit of a disappointment is because of how well written and how well positioned some of these quests are, that they could have done. I really think they've got the chops to do it if they want to. Like, a lot of these quests are quite grey. Like, particularly when you're dealing with bandits who are natives, but they're robbing because the Mongols have destroyed the home, and it's like you're being asked to execute some sort of judgment on them. But in this game, Jin will do what Jin's going to do, and you're going to follow that. It'd be really interesting to see if they look to expand that of the sequel and go down a path of, no, you get to decide, and there'll be consequences to this, because I think they've got enough ideas to carry that level of, for that to be impactful rather than just be a mechanic in the game. But sometimes you have to just respect the fact they wanted to tell a specific story about a specific character who's got a specific personality, and that's the game you're playing. You're role playing within those kind of parameters. But honestly, if they wanted to, in my opinion, there's nothing to stop them from expanding that and doing something a bit different and giving the players more agency. But that was just something that I was like, wow, they've really got some excellent quest designers and narrative people in that team, which I hadn't really appreciated before, particularly coming off Infamous, which I thought was, I only played Second Son, which was good, but story-wise is a bit throwaway. And the ironic thing about that game is that does have like a good and a bad path that you can follow. So they were dabbling with like very base level like morality systems, whereas this has so many more layers to it. And just one more thing, the underlying conflict that's kind of going on, you've got these horrible invaders that I've described, burning kids, hanging people, pillaging all these villages, just destroying the land, the Mongols. And that's obviously a conflict in itself, but there's also an intra-conflict within you and your uncle about how you go about disposing or attacking the Mongols, because your uncle's old school samurai go face to face with them, honor, duel, blah blah blah. Jin, to live, to get by the opening parts of the game, has to resort to sort of more shadowy tactics, ghost tactics, the keys in the name. And there's a conflict between those two things as well. Like, Jin is like, let's get things done by any means necessary. And his uncle is like, no, we need to do this the right way. It might be painful, it might be bloody, but we need to do it the right way. And that's something that's interwoven into the game, which is an interesting kind of extra slice to have as you're going through. And again, it would have been great if you could kind of choose one of those paths. But as I said, Jin Sakai is going to be Jin Sakai in this, and you're going to carry out his demands. But yeah, really good stuff on that front.
No, it sounds good. I mean, I think, especially with the side stuff, one of the things that we've been frustrated by has been shallow side content that doesn't really add anything other than being fucking grunt work or go and retrieve this, and then you get nothing for it, and you go, well, what are we doing? But I always I think from my perspective, that I've forgotten the fucking Harry Potter that game now.
Hogwarts.
Hogwarts did that quite well. Like, if you're doing side content stuff, it had the intent of kind of fleshing out the world and stuff a bit more. And I like that. Like, they've actually, rather than just going, okay, we need to add some filler to boost levels or whatever it is, resources, that actually try and make it relevant to the world. It's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So things that you perhaps didn't like so much, or things that might have felt slightly aged, what you got?
This is a strange one. I assume there's technical reasons why this is the case, but the cutscenes run at 30 FPS.
No,
I don't think it's a cinematic choice. It's just that whatever they used to render it seemingly wasn't gonna be a wasn't gonna be there. So
I didn't get the upgrade.
It's not as jarring as you'd think, but it's noticeable. You do kind of get used to it, but it's a bit like, oh, okay, that's a little bit disappointing. A Ronnieism is that when you boot up the game, it saves a new autosave slot, okay, which is fine. But I don't know why when I'm booting the game up, it wants to start again. But what I noticed was if I use that save slot rather than the save that I made manually, the weather might change. I didn't like that. I didn't like coming back to the game where I just left it off almost at the exact point, and then it's raining when before it was sunny when I left him. So I would manually load my save, go into the menu and go load and pick my one that I'd saved so that it didn't fuck around with the weather or the clouds or whatever. I mean, it's not a problem for a normal human, but it was annoying Ronnie, so it annoyed me.
It's just a bit of a weird thing, though, as well, right? Like, why is it?
Why is it doing that? Yeah, I didn't get it.
I'm saying, where basically in the save file, it doesn't record it, and all that happens is there's some loop, and it restarts that loop maybe every time you boot the game or something.
I wouldn't have minded if this autosave as well, had 5 slots it'd rotate in and out. When you're traveling through, because it saves quite often. It's always saving, in case you die, I guess you don't lose a load of progress. But it always overwrote the previous save. Where that's a problem is if I did something I didn't want to do, or I triggered something by accident. You're basically locked into doing it because it probably saved over your last save. So I would have appreciated some level of rotating 5 files or whatever, and we'll go at it with that. Jin, obviously, he knows the island quite well. Like you're not like a newcomer. You don't just wash up on the shores and you're like, oh, what's this place? Like, he knows it quite well. He's quite famous. He's clan Lord Sakai, though he's referred to by many people. And often you'll meet characters and he knows them or know of them. This is all fine, but sometimes as the player, you're a bit like, well, I'm out the loop here. There's a lot of history between these two potentially. I kind of want to know what's going on. You don't, and they don't. It's not to the stage where you don't know what's going on or who. They're very good about just keeping it at a base level. But sometimes you kind of feel like you're just left out the conversation. You're sort of those talking. You're like, well, I've been frozen out here because they're talking about compound interest or something that I'm not interested in. You get people at work doing that. So it's like one of those types of things where you're left out a little bit. Had a couple of small glitches. One, there's a standoff mechanic, so you can, in your uncle's spirit, you can walk up to a group of Mongols and challenge them. You hit up on the D-pad, and then you stand there and wait, and you basically have to counter their move. They will stand nearby. They will like do a little feint, and as they're actually going to attack you, you release triangle and you kill them in one hit. And then over time, you can upgrade your armor so you can do 2 people. So then another person rushes in, you attack them. 3 people, 4 people, and the idea is that you can clear out a lot of people with one hit strikes quite quickly. But there's a couple of times when the triangle wouldn't recognise, so I couldn't actually get into my stance to like release it. So I just got attacked, and your health goes to like near 0, and you have to quickly heal. Yeah. And a couple of times, the way in which it's trying to be cinematic with the camera, it swung round once and put the camera behind a tree, and I was in front of it, so I couldn't actually see when the counter was happening. So that was a little bit annoying. This one I didn't like is that sometimes you will see a group of NPCs standing still in the distance doing nothing, and there'll be like a bear nearby. This is the common kind of skirmish you'll see is like the Mongols fighting the bears or bandits, but from that range, you stand there, all parties are just standing there waiting for you to get close enough to trigger the event. I was like, that's sloppy.
Yeah.
That's sloppy.
It's just sort of like
what are you doing?
Waiting there, and you go there and it all kicks off.
Yeah,
and you go,
they all
why is
start.
nothing kicking off now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. So
Absolutely.
basically nothing fundamental, but a couple of weird or noticeable instance.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things. It's another thing. Like there could be more places to upgrade your armor and stuff. They seem restricted to bigger settlements. That's not too much of a problem because you can just fast travel your way out of it. I mean, I wasn't using fast travel until the very, very end when I was just doing trophies. But even once you get to the settlement, it's hard to find where the fucking merchant is, or where the armor is, or where the swordsmith is. They're not just like shown up on your screen somewhere or on the map. You have to be close enough for them to start appearing. And a couple of times I was running around like a fucking mug trying to find a bloody armourer that I wanted, and they were over in a corner somewhere that I hadn't got close enough. But again, these are all minor things that don't really destroy the experience. As I said, other than that weird standoff mechanic, technically the game was flawless. Had no crashes or anything like that. No noticeable frames dropped, at least to my eyes. And yeah, combat was nice and silky smooth thanks to the frame rate increase.
Very nice.
Oh.
So is there anything else that you want to call out that we haven't really touched on, bearing in mind that we spent the first half hour talking about bins and trophies and all sorts?
There's small things like NPCs that you've saved. Sometimes you'll send them to a camp and then you'll bump into them later. I kind of like that little continuation on there. Yeah. So that's always nice to see that the game's at least trying to build like a realistic world there. Combat's good. I mean, there's no reason to dwell on that. I like it. It's quite a counter-heavy combat, so a lot of blocking and timing and whatnot. But it's not super difficult.
You learn it as you go through, like how it all works, I guess.
Yeah, we've touched upon the brutality of it and the side quests. The game itself, like when you just look out at the landscape and the map, it's fucking gorgeous. Visually, it's just beautiful. Now, it might not be the most realistic, like, mapping of colour or whatnot. Like, I don't know if real life ever looks like that, but it looks fucking stunning in this game sometimes. You just sort of stop, get on top of a shrine or something, you look out and it's just like, this is beautiful. And for those that like the whole exploration thing, they have visual clues of, like, what might be going on. So you'll see, like, black smoke pillaging out from a certain area. So if you haven't got it on your map, chances are you go towards the black smoke, you'll find a camp or a settlement or something happening there. Same with like steam coming up. That might be a hot spring that you can go and visit. If you visit the hot spring, you get a little increased your health as you bathe in it. So yeah, nice job on like the landscape and the other visual kind of tools it gives you. Probably should touch on this Iki Island since that's the main kind of expansion. By the time I got to it, so this unlocks probably just after 1/3 into the game, you can go in there. And I went to trigger it sort of during that section of the game. And it annoyed me that it was released at that time, like it was available at that time during my journey, because it didn't make sense for me to travel off to another island while the Mongols were still rampaging round with the Khan, who's like their leader, causing havoc. Like, does it really make sense for me to leave the island for in-game probably several weeks whilst that's going on? The answer is no. And then
hold on, lads.
Yeah, hold on, lads. I'll be back in a few weeks. And so that annoys me slightly because I prefer it when the game either has it completely separate or it's only available once you've done the main campaign. Now, obviously, that freezes people out of it, but if you want to play the DLC, finish the fucking game. Is it that hard? Like, with Horizon Forbidden West got it right. You can't play that until you finish the game. It's like, yeah, Burning Shores narratively only makes sense if you play that after you finish the main game. It's a continuation. It is an expansion to the lore and the narrative. So that's the way to do it. They didn't do it here. And the other reason why I didn't go is because when I went to go, it went, by the way, it's rock hard compared to what you're playing at the moment. The enemies are faster, they're stronger, they've got new abilities. So it'll test even the most, well-equipped samurai. It basically positioned it as, and I was a bit like, well, clearly this was designed after the main game, like just from a mechanics basis.
Yeah.
And because the way in which the game was released, this was well after the release of the game, so it didn't come side by side. The expectation, I think, was people will come back to the game who have finished it to have some more. By that point, Jin will be at a certain level of competence, just in health and abilities and things like that. So that was the annoying part. So I waited to the end and went back and did it, and it made more sense narratively in my sense, and also I was stronger, so therefore didn't have to deal with getting just slammed. Having said that, because I played it at the end, this is maybe 48 hours into the experience. I was content to, I was like, this. I'm done with this to a certain extent. Like, not, do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, do I want another big saga to go on? Not really, but I will do it because I haven't played it and I want to kind of just do it. So that's not really the game's fault, because I was doing a very completionist style run through of the main game. Like, side quests are all being ticked off before main quests where it made sense, and other bits and pieces like that. I didn't do all the bases and things. I saved that to the end, but I did do a significant amount of them, just naturally bumping into them. So I was quite fatigued by this point going into it. But I think if you like the base game, you'll like this. If you like Jin's story, you'll like this. This is much more personal. It's about his dad, who, who's not around anymore. That's why your uncle's raising you. That's why you got this, this other kind of mentor, sensei, if you will, mention you as a traditional samurai. But Jin's dad died on Iki Island, whilst the samurai at that point were trying to deal with raiders, as they were classified as. So he wants to go back to sort of close that personal chapter of his life, because he's haunted by the way in which his dad was killed. He was witness to it. And also, of course, there's a Mongol tribe invading it, a different tribe that are causing havoc. So you got to go and deal with them anyway. The Eagle tribe, they're called. So yeah, I think from that perspective, like going through that story, getting to know Jin a bit more, a much more personal story, that was nice. The new sort of bits they add, okay, there's new armor, there's new activities, like there's an archery mini game, there's new side quests, all that sort of good stuff is pretty similar. I guess what's unique is that very early in the game, you're sort of poisoned, on Iki Island, I should say, you're poisoned, and throughout the game, you'll have like hallucinations and whatnot, and it'll be tied into like your dad, and you'll have visions and things like that. So throughout the game, you're kind of haunted again by actual hallucinations this time, and you're seeing it as a player. And sometimes it plays into the battle. What am I swinging my sword at? It's like all this sort of stuff. And then there's people like around you going, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Well, been poisoned, ain't I?" Because one of the threats to Iki Island is that the eagle is poisoning the residents with this same sort of concoction. And eventually people just end up being completely and utterly like mentally like deficient. They just, you can't get at them. They can't reason with them. So,
right.
It's one of those things. But I think generally it's a nice addition to have. Just, it's a long game as it is. This will add to the sort of length of it. One thing that annoyed me was travelling back from Iki Island, there's no like little merchant. I couldn't find someone to take me back. I had to just fast travel back using the map. I was like, well, I thought there'd be like a little bloke saying, "Do you want to go back?" You're like, "Yeah."
Yeah. That's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
You just kind of magically go back.
I finished it and I was like, what, he's going to leave me? Like, what? How do I get back? Like, go to the menu and or the map, and I was like, oh, I can just go over using that.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, it was a bit strange. I thought there'd be like this big like narrative, like, bye. You know,
done what you needed to, back to where we were, sort of thing. Yeah.
Maybe I missed it. Maybe there was something like that. But you know, if you ain't going to make it too obvious, I will miss things. So that's what can happen.
Right.
Yep.
So, I think in that case, we'll bring it to its natural conclusion, which usually results in us giving it, so us, you in this case, giving it some sort of grading. So it sounds like it's probably not going in that fucking self-storage unit. It sounds like it's going in the gallery somewhere. So I'll leave it to you to position it as you see fit.
Yeah, nice and easy to go in the gallery. Nice and easy sort of grading as well for gold. So it's really good. One of the better open world games that I've played. So the story, the combat, everything's just at a high standard here. And for some reason in my head, I had it tracking lower than this, and it's almost the opposite to like when I went back to Control, where I was expecting the world and came away. I was like, oh, that wasn't as good as I had told myself. Whereas this it sort of exceeded my expectations. Bit dangerous to do it on the year that the sequel's due. That was probably not the best planning, but I'm doing the same with GTA 5, so we'll see how that lands. Well, that's a 10-year gap, though. Like, it's even longer, a 12-year gap between the games, so I'm expecting a massive uplift there.
I don't know what to do about that one. Like, genuinely, I'm sort of like... I've kind of had a bit of an urge to replay it because...
I've had for ages. I just thought... I saw Biff was doing it and he told me. I was like,
right.
I'm going to fucking do it once I've done this.
And I'm thinking I could do it on PC now.
Yeah.
And I'm sorely tempted to do that. But I don't want to do that and then pick up GTA 6 and be like,
I mean, it's got to be a massive step up, hasn't it? Surely.
Yeah, it will be. But I mean, I don't think I can ever get fatigued of GTA.
No.
But
there's no narrative reason to do it, though. I don't think you're gonna need. You know, there's not like Mike and Franklin's story and Trevor's story continues. No, it's new characters. You might bump into some side characters so you might be a bit of a reference point there. You know, maybe the Lesters of the society, the Papers of the world.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
You have to deal with him. But yeah, I've played about 4 hours or so, and yeah, it's just great to be back in that world. Like if it's the soundtrack from the radio stations to
everything's just so good, isn't it?
The missions are all pretty interesting. It does feel like a bit of a slug. Like there's the inertia on the characters is slow, but that's the case in Red Dead as well. And I actually quite like being grounded in a world like that, because when you get hit by a fucking car or something, the physics that are play, or even the way when you hit people as well, like all that stuff makes it worthwhile. But yeah, so there's a little tip off of what my next chat will probably be about.
Interesting.
Yeah, I've just committed to it and gone. I don't remember it being like a super long game, but I'll probably make it a super long game, so I'll be wandering around the fucking streets role playing for ages.
It's easily done, and that's the trouble. I spent fucking ages building up a pointless garage of cars I didn't need. It's like you just find yourself doing shit, and it's like 4 hours later, and I've done nothing.
Yep. Anyway, Ghost of Tsushima, I guess director's cut, gold. There's a Legends mode, online co-op mode, which I haven't tried. That's the only thing I should probably state, but heard good things, but not really my wheelhouse, so I left it. So that's another mode for people to go at if they're looking for content, but I think we've done a good job here. And Sucker Punch, let's see what you do with Ghosts of Yotai, because you're apparently coming out in 2025, so let's see. But close it down, shall we?
Yeah.
All right. As usual, we'll see you all on the other side.
This was a Dimp Digital production.